Welcome to Alexandria Vox, where written memory finds its voice. Today, we present
Breaking the Spell by Dennett. Part 1. Opening Pandora's Box. Chapter 1. Breaking which spell? And what's going on? And he spake many things unto them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow, and when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Matthew 13, 3, 4. If survival of the fittest has any validity as a slogan, then the Bible seems a fair candidate for the accolade of the fittest of texts. Hugh Piper, The Selfish Text, the Bible and Memetics. You watch an ant in a meadow, laboriously climbing up a blade of grass, higher and higher until it falls, then climbs again and again, like Sisyphus rolling his rock, always striving to reach the top. Why is the ant doing this? What benefit is it seeking for itself in this strenuous and unlikely activity? Wrong question, as it turns out. No biological benefit accrues to the ant. It is not trying to get a better view of the territory, or seeking food or showing off to a potential mate, for instance. Its brain has been commandeered by a tiny parasite, a lancet fluke, Dicrocalium dendriticum, that needs to get itself into the stomach of a sheep or a cow in order to complete its reproductive cycle. This little brain worm is driving the ant into position to benefit its progeny, not the ants. This is not an isolated phenomenon. Similarly, manipulative parasites infect fish and mice, among other species. These hitchhikers cause their hosts to behave in unlikely, even suicidal ways, all for the benefit of the guest, not the host. 1. Does anything like this ever happen with human beings? Yes, indeed. We often find human beings setting aside their personal interests, their health, their chances to have children, and devoting their entire lives to furthering the interests of an idea that has lodged in their brains. The Arabic word Islam means submission, and every good Muslim bears witness, prays 5 times a day, gives alms, fasts during Ramadan, and tries to make the pilgrimage, or Hajj, to Mecca, all on behalf of the idea of Allah and Muhammad, the messenger of Allah. Christians and Jews do likewise, of course, devoting their lives to spreading the word, making huge sacrifices, suffering bravely, risking their lives for an idea. So do Sikhs and Hindus and Buddhists. And don't forget the many thousands of secular humanists who have given their lives for democracy, or justice, or just plain truth. There are many ideas to die for. Our ability to devote our lives to something we deem more important than our own personal welfare, or our own biological imperative to have offspring, is one of the things that set us aside from the rest of the animal world. A mother bear will bravely defend a food patch and ferociously protect her cub, or even her empty den, but probably more people have died in the valiant attempt to protect sacred places and texts than in the attempt to protect food stores or their own children and homes. Like other animals, we have built-in desires to reproduce and to do pretty much whatever it takes to achieve this goal. But we also have creeds and the ability to transcend our genetic imperatives. This fact does make us different, but it is itself a biological fact, visible to natural science, and something that requires an explanation from natural science. How did just one species, Homo sapiens, come to have these extraordinary perspectives on their own lives? Hardly anybody would say that the most important thing in life is having more grandchildren than one's rivals do, but this is the default summum bonum of every wild animal. They don't know any better. They can't. They're just animals. There is one interesting exception, it seems: the dog. Can't man's best friend exhibit devotion that rivals that of a human friend? Won't a dog even die if need be to protect its master? Yes, and it is no coincidence that this admirable trait is found in a domesticated species. The dogs of today are the offspring of the dogs our ancestors most loved and admired in the past. Without even trying to breed for loyalty, they managed to do so, bringing out the best by our lights, in our companion animals. 2. Did we unconsciously model this devotion to a master on our own devotion to God? Were we shaping dogs in our own image? Perhaps, but then where did we get our devotion to God? The comparison with which I began, between a parasitic worm invading an ant's brain and an idea invading a human brain, probably seems both far-fetched and outrageous. Unlike worms, ideas aren't alive and don't invade brains. They are created by minds. True on both counts, but these are not as telling objections as they first appear. Ideas aren't alive. They can't see where they're going and have no limbs with which to steer a host brain, even if they could see. True, but a lancet fluke isn't exactly a rocket scientist either. It's no more intelligent than a carrot, really. It doesn't even have a brain. What it has is just the good fortune of being endowed with features that affect ant brains in this useful way whenever it comes in contact with them. These features are like the eye spots on butterfly wings that sometimes fool predatory birds into thinking some big animal is looking at them. The birds are scared away, and the butterflies are the beneficiaries, but are none the wiser for it. An inert idea, if it were designed just right, might have a beneficial effect on a brain without having to know it was doing so. And if it did, it might prosper because it had that design. The comparison of the Word of God to a lancet fluke is unsettling, but the idea of comparing an idea to a living thing is not new. I have a page of music written on parchment in the mid-16th century, which I found half a century ago in a Paris bookstore. The text, in Latin, recounts the moral of the parable of the sower, Matthew 13. Semen est verbum Dei, sator autem Christus. The Word of God is a seed, and the sower of the seed is Christ. These seeds take root in individual human beings, it seems, and get those human beings to spread them far and wide. And in return, the human hosts get eternal life, qui audit manabit in aeternum. How are ideas created by minds? It might be by miraculous inspiration, or it might be by more natural means, as ideas are spread from mind to mind, surviving translation between different language, hitchhiking on songs and icons and statues and rituals, coming together in unlikely combinations in particular people's heads, where they give rise to yet further new creations, bearing family resemblances to the ideas that inspired them, but adding new features, new powers as they go. And perhaps some of the wild ideas that first invaded our minds have yielded offspring that have been domesticated and tamed, as we have attempted to become their masters, or at least their stewards, their shepherds. What are the ancestors of the domesticated ideas that spread today? Where did they originate and why? And once our ancestors took on the goal of spreading these ideas, not just harboring them, but cherishing them, how did this belief in belief transform the ideas being spread? The great ideas of religion have been holding us human beings enthralled for thousands of years, longer than recorded history, but still just a brief moment in biological time. If we want to understand the nature of religion today as a natural phenomenon, we have to look not just at what it is today, but at what it used to be. An account of the origins of religion in the next 7 chapters will provide us with a new perspective from which to look, in the last 3 chapters, at what religion is today, why it means so much to so many people, and what they might be right and wrong about in their self-understanding as religious people. Then we can see better where religion might be heading in the near future. Our future on this planet. I can think of no more important topic to investigate. 2. A working definition of religion. Philosophers stretch the meaning of words until they retain scarcely anything of their original sense. By calling God some vague abstraction which they have created for themselves, they pose as deists, as believers before the world. They may even pride themselves on having attained a higher and purer idea of God, although their God is nothing but an insubstantial shadow and no longer the mighty personality of religious doctrine. Sigmund Freud, The Future of an Illusion. How do I define religion? It doesn't matter just how I define it, since I plan to examine and discuss the neighboring phenomena that probably aren't religions. Spirituality, commitment to secular organizations, fanatical devotion to ethnic groups or sports teams, superstition. So, wherever I draw the line, I'll be going over the line in any case. As you will see, what we usually call religions are composed of a variety of quite different phenomena, arising from different circumstances and having different implications, forming a loose family of phenomena, not a natural kind, like a chemical element or a species. What is the essence of religion? This question should be considered askance. Even if there is a deep and important affinity between many or even most of the world's religions, there are sure to be variants that share some typical features while lacking one or another essential feature. As evolutionary biology advanced during the last century, we gradually came to appreciate the deep reasons for grouping living things the way we do. Sponges are animals, and birds are more closely related to dinosaurs than frogs are, and new surprises are still being discovered every year. So we should expect and tolerate some difficulty in arriving at the counter-example-proof definition of something as diverse and complex as religion. Sharks and dolphins look very much alike and behave in many similar ways, but they are not the same sort of thing at all. Perhaps, once we understand the whole field better, we will see that Buddhism and Islam, for all their similarities, deserve to be considered two entirely different species of cultural phenomenon. We can start with common sense and tradition and consider them both to be religions. But we shouldn't blind ourselves to the prospect that our initial sorting may have to be adjusted as we learn more. Why is suckling one's young more fundamental than living in the ocean? Why is having a backbone more fundamental than having wings? It may be obvious now, but it wasn't obvious at the dawn of biology. In the United Kingdom, the law regarding cruelty to animals draws an important moral line at whether the animal is a vertebrate. As far as the law is concerned, you may do what you like to a live worm or fly or shrimp, but not to a live bird or frog or a mouse. It's a pretty good place to draw the line, but laws can be amended. And this one was. Cephalopods, octopus, squid, cuttlefish, were recently made honorary vertebrates, in effect, because they, unlike their close mollusk cousins, the clams and oysters, have such strikingly sophisticated nervous systems. This seems to me a wise political adjustment, since the similarities that mattered to the law and morality didn't line up perfectly with the deep principles of biology. We may find that drawing a boundary between religion and its nearest neighbors among cultural phenomena is beset with similar but more vexing problems. For instance, since the law, in the United States at least, singles out religions for special status, declaring something that has been regarded as a religion to be really something else, is bound to be of more than academic interest to those involved. Wicca, witchcraft, and other New Age phenomena have been championed as religions by their adherents precisely in order to elevate them to the legal and social status that religions have traditionally enjoyed. And, coming from the other direction, there are those who have claimed that evolutionary biology is really just another religion, and hence its doctrines have no place in the public school curriculum. Legal protection, honor, prestige, and a traditional exemption from certain sorts of analysis and criticism. A great deal hinges on how we define religion. How should I handle this delicate issue? Tentatively, I propose to define religions as social systems whose participants avow belief in a supernatural agent or agents whose approval is to be sought. This is, of course, a circuitous way of articulating the idea that a religion without God or gods is like a vertebrate without a backbone. 3. Some of the reasons for this roundabout language are fairly obvious. Others will emerge over time, and the definition is subject to revision, a place to start, not something carved in stone to be defended to the death. According to this definition, a devout Elvis Presley fan club is not a religion because, although the members may, in a fairly obvious sense, worship Elvis, he is not deemed by them to be literally supernatural, but just to have been a particularly superb human being. And if some fan clubs decide that Elvis is truly immortal and divine, then they are indeed on the way to starting a new religion. A supernatural agent need not be very anthropomorphic. The Old Testament. Jehovah is definitely a sort of divine man, not a woman, who sees with eyes and hears with ears, and talks and acts in real time. God waited to see what Job would do, and then he spoke to him. Many contemporary Christians, Jews and Muslims insist that God, or Allah, being omniscient, has no need for anything like sense organs and, being eternal, does not act in real time. This is puzzling, since many of them continue to pray to God, to hope that God will answer their prayers tomorrow, to express gratitude to God for creating the universe, and to use such locutions as what God intends us to do, and God have mercy, acts that seem to be in flat contradiction to their insistence that their God is not at all anthropomorphic. According to a long-standing tradition, this tension between God as agent and God as eternal and immutable being is one of those things that are simply beyond human comprehension, and it would be foolish and arrogant to try to understand it. That is as it may be, and this topic will be carefully treated later in the book. But we cannot proceed with my definition of religion, or any other definition really, until we, tentatively, pending further illumination, get a little clearer about the spectrum of views that are discernible through this pious fog of modest incomprehension. We need to seek further interpretation before we can decide how to classify the doctrines these people espouse. For some people, prayer is not literally talking to God, but rather a symbolic activity, a way of talking to oneself about one's deepest concerns expressed metaphorically. It is rather like beginning a diary entry with "Dear Diary." If what they call God is really not an agent in their eyes, a being that can answer prayers, approve and disapprove, receive sacrifices, and mete out punishment or forgiveness, then, although they may call this being God and stand in awe of it, not him, their creed, whatever it is not really a religion according to my definition. It is, perhaps, a wonderful or terrible surrogate for religion, or a former religion, an offspring of a genuine religion that bears many family resemblances to religion, but it is another species altogether. 4. In order to get clear about what religions are, we will have to allow that some religions may have turned into things that aren't religions anymore. This has certainly happened to particular practices and traditions that used to be parts of genuine religions. The rituals of Halloween are no longer religious rituals, at least in America. The people who go to great effort and expense to participate in them are not thereby practicing religion, even though their activities can be placed in a clear line of descent from religious practices. Belief in Santa Claus has also lost its status as a religious belief. For others, prayer really is talking to God, who, not which, really does listen and forgive. Their creed is a religion according to my definition, provided that they are part of a larger social system or community, not a congregation of one. In this regard, my definition is profoundly at odds with that of William James, who defined religion as the feelings, acts, and experiences of individual men in their solitude, so far as they apprehend themselves to stand in relation to whatever they may consider the divine. 1902, p. 31. He would have no difficulty identifying a lone believer as a person with a religion. He himself was apparently such a one. This concentration on individual, private religious experience was a tactical choice for James. He thought that the creeds, Rituals, trappings, and political hierarchies of organized religion were a distraction from the root phenomenon, and his tactical path bore wonderful fruit, but he could hardly deny that those social and cultural factors hugely affect the content and structure of the individual's experience. Today, there are reasons for trading in James's psychological microscope for a wide-angle biological and social telescope, looking at the factors over large expanses of both space and time that shape the experiences and actions of individual religious people. But just as James could hardly deny the social and cultural factors, I could hardly deny the existence of individuals who very sincerely and devoutly take themselves to be the lone communicants of what we might call private religions. Typically, these people have had considerable experience with one or more world religions and have chosen not to be joiners, not wanting to ignore them, but needing to distinguish them from the much, much more typical religious people who identify themselves with a particular creed or church that has many other members. I shall call them spiritual people, but not religious. They are, if you like, honorary vertebrates. And there are many other variants to be considered in due course. For instance, people who pray and believe in the efficacy of prayer, but don't believe that this efficacy is channeled through an agent God who literally hears the prayer. I want to postpone consideration of all these issues until we have a clearer sense of where these doctrines sprang from. The core phenomenon of religion I am proposing invokes gods who are effective agents in real time and who play a central role in the way the participants think about what they ought to do. I use the evasive word invokes here because, as we shall see in a later chapter, the standard word belief tends to distort and camouflage some of the most interesting features of religion. To put it provocatively, religious belief isn't always belief. And why is the approval of the supernatural agent or agents to be sought? That clause is included to distinguish religion from black magic of various sorts. There are people, very few actually, although juicy urban legends about satanic cults would have us think otherwise, who take themselves to be able to command demons with whom they form some sort of unholy alliance. These barely existent social systems are on the boundary with religion, but I think it is appropriate to leave them out, since our intuitions recoil at the idea that people who engage in this kind of tripe deserve the special status of the devout. What apparently grounds the widespread respect in which religions of all kinds are held is the sense that those who are religious are well-intentioned, trying to lead morally good lives, earnest in their desire not to do evil and to make amends for their transgressions. Somebody who is both so selfish and so gullible as to try to make a pact with evil supernatural agents in order to get his way in the world lives in a comic book world of superstition and deserves no such respect. 5. 3. To break or not to break. Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Ned Flanders, fictional character on The Simpsons. You're at a concert, awestruck and breathless, listening to your favorite musicians on their farewell tour, and the sweet music is lifting you, carrying you away to another place. And then somebody's cell phone starts ringing. Breaking the spell, hateful, vile, inexcusable. This inconsiderate jerk has ruined the concert for you, stolen a precious moment that can never be recovered. How evil it is to break somebody's spell. I don't want to be that person with the cell phone, and I'm well aware that I will seem to many people to be courting just that fate by embarking on this book. The problem is that there are good spells, and then there are bad spells. If only some timely phone call could have interrupted the proceedings at Jonestown in Guyana in 1978, when the lunatic Jim Jones was ordering his hundreds of spellbound followers to commit suicide. If only we could have broken the spell that enticed the Japanese cult Aum Shinrikyo to release sarin gas in a Tokyo subway, killing a dozen people and injuring thousands more. If only we could figure out some way today to break the spell that lures thousands of poor young Muslim boys into fanatical madrasas, where they are prepared for a life of murderous martyrdom instead of being taught about the modern world, about democracy and history and science. If only we could break the spell that convinces some of our fellow citizens that they are commanded by God to bomb abortion clinics. Religious cults and political fanatics are not the only casters of evil spells today. Think of the people who are addicted to drugs or gambling or alcohol or child pornography. They need all the help they can get, and I doubt if anybody is inclined to throw a protective mantle around these entranced ones and admonish, "Shh, don't break the spell." And it may be that the best way to break these bad spells is to introduce the spellbound to a good spell, a God spell, a gospel. It may be, and it may not. We should try to find out. Perhaps, while we're at it, we should inquire whether the world would be a better place if we could snap our fingers and cure the workaholics too. But now I'm entering controversial waters. Many workaholics would claim that theirs is a benign addiction, useful to society and to their loved ones. And besides, they would insist it is their right in a free society to follow their hearts wherever they lead, so long as no harm comes to anyone else. The principle is unassailable. We others have no right to intrude on their private practices so long as we can be quite sure that they are not injuring others. But it is getting harder and harder to be sure about when this is the case. People make themselves dependent on many things. Some think they cannot live without daily newspapers and a free press, whereas others think they cannot live without cigarettes. Some think a life without music would not be worth living, and others think a life without religion would not be worth living. Are these addictions? Or are these genuine needs that we should strive to preserve at almost any cost? Eventually, we must arrive at questions about ultimate values, and no factual investigation could answer them. Instead, we can do no better than to sit down and reason together, a political process of mutual persuasion and education that we can try to conduct in good faith. But in order to do that, we have to know what we are choosing between, and we need to have a clear account of the reasons that can be offered for and against the different visions of the participants. Those who refuse to participate because they already know the answers in their hearts are, from the point of view of the rest of us, part of the problem. Instead of being participants in our democratic effort to find agreement among our fellow human beings, they place themselves in the inventory of obstacles to be dealt with, one way or another. As with El Niño and global warming, there is no point in trying to argue with them, but every reason to study them assiduously, whether they like it or not. They may change their minds and rejoin our political congregation and assist us in the exploration of the grounds for their attitudes and practices. But whether or not they do, it behooves the rest of us to learn everything we can about them, for they put at risk what we hold dear. It is high time that we subject religion as a global phenomenon to the most intensive multidisciplinary research we can muster, calling on the best minds on the planet. Why? Because religion is too important for us to remain ignorant about. It affects not just our social, political, and economic conflicts, but the very meanings we find in our lives. For many people, probably a majority of the people on earth, nothing matters more than religion. For this very reason, it is imperative that we learn as much as we can about it. That, in a nutshell, is the argument of this book. Wouldn't such an exhaustive and invasive examination damage the phenomenon itself? Mightn't it break the spell? That is a good question, and I don't know the answer. Nobody knows the answer. That is why I raise the question, to explore it carefully now so that we, 1, don't rush headlong into inquiries we would all be much better off not undertaking, and yet 2, don't hide facts from ourselves that could guide us to better lives for all. The people on this planet confront a terrible array of problems: poverty, hunger, disease, oppression, the violence of war and crime, and many more. And in the 21st century, we have unparalleled powers for doing something about all these problems. But what shall we do? Good intentions are not enough. If we learned anything in the 20th century, We learned this, for we made some colossal mistakes with the best of intentions. In the early decades of the century, communism seemed to many millions of thoughtful, well-intentioned people to be a beautiful and even obvious solution to the terrible unfairness that all can see. But they were wrong. An obscenely costly mistake. Prohibition also seemed like a good idea at the time, not just to power-hungry prudes intent on imposing their taste on their fellow citizens, but to many decent people who could see the terrible toll of alcoholism and figured that nothing short of a total ban would suffice. They were proven wrong, and we still haven't recovered from all the bad effects that well-intentioned policies set in motion. There was a time, not so long ago, when the idea of keeping blacks and whites in separate communities with separate facilities seemed to many sincere people to be a reasonable solution to pressing problems of interracial strife. It took the civil rights movement in the United States, the painful and humiliating experience of apartheid, and its eventual dismantling in South Africa, to show how wrong those well-intentioned people were to have ever believed this. Shame on them, you may say. They should have known better. That is my point. We can come to know better if we try our best to find out, and we have no excuse for not trying. Or do we? Are some topics off limits, no matter what the consequences? Today, billions of people pray for peace, and I wouldn't be surprised if most of them believe with all their hearts that the best path to follow to peace throughout the world is a path that runs through their particular religious institution, whether it is Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, or any of hundreds of other systems of religion. Indeed, many people think that the best hope for humankind is that we can bring together all of the religions of the world in a mutually respectful conversation and ultimate agreement on how to treat one another. They may be right, but they don't know. The fervor of their belief is no substitute for good, hard evidence, and the evidence in favor of this beautiful hope is hardly overwhelming. In fact, it is not persuasive at all, since just as many people, apparently, sincerely believe that the world peace is less important, in both the short run and the long, than the global triumph of their particular religion over its competition. Some see religion as the best hope for peace, a lifeboat we dare not rock lest we overturn it and all of us perish, and others see religious self-identification as the main source of conflict and violence in the world, and believe just as fervently that religious conviction is a terrible substitute for calm, informed reasoning. Good intentions pave both roads. Who is right? I don't know. Neither do the billions of people with their passionate religious convictions. Neither do those atheists who are sure the world would be a much better place if all religion went extinct. There is an asymmetry. Atheists in general welcome the most intensive and objective examination of their views, practices, and reasons. In fact, their incessant demand for self-examination can become quite tedious. The religious, in contrast, often bristle at the impertinence, the lack of respect, the sacrilege, implied by anybody who wants to investigate their views. I respectfully demur. There is indeed an ancient tradition to which they are appealing here, but it is mistaken and should not be permitted to continue. This spell must be broken, and broken now. Those who are religious and believe religion to be the best hope of humankind cannot reasonably expect those of us who are skeptical to refrain from expressing our doubts if they themselves are unwilling to put their convictions under the microscope. If they are right, especially if they are obviously right on further reflection, we skeptics will not only concede this, but enthusiastically join the cause. We want what they, mostly, say they want: a world at peace, with as little suffering as we can manage, with freedom and justice and well-being and meaning for all. If the case for their path cannot be made, this is something that they themselves should want to know. It is as simple as that. They claim the moral high ground. Maybe they deserve it, and maybe they don't. Let's find out. 4. Peering into the abyss. Philosophy is questions that may never be answered. Religion is answers that may never be questioned. Anonymous. The spell that I say must be broken is the taboo against a forthright, scientific, no-holds-barred investigation of religion as one natural phenomenon among many. But certainly, one of the most pressing and plausible reasons for resisting this claim is the fear that if that spell is broken, if religion is put under the bright lights and the microscope, there is a serious risk of breaking a different and much more important spell, the life-enriching enchantment of religion itself. If interference caused by scientific investigation somehow disabled people, rendering them incapable of states of mind that are the springboards for religious experience or religious conviction, this could be a terrible calamity. You can only lose your virginity once, and some are afraid that imposing too much knowledge on some topics could rob people of their innocence, crippling their hearts in the guise of expanding their minds. To see the problem, one has only to reflect on the recent global onslaught of secular Western technology and culture, sweeping hundreds of languages and cultures to extinction in a few generations. Couldn't the same thing happen to your religion? Shouldn't we leave well enough alone just in case? What arrogant nonsense, others will scoff. The word of God is invulnerable to the puny forays of meddling scientists. The presumption that curious infidels need tiptoe around to avoid disturbing the faithful is laughable, they say. But in that case, there would be no harm in looking, would there? And we might learn something important. The first spell, the taboo, and the second spell, religion itself, are bound together in a curious embrace. Part of the strength of the second may be the protection it receives from the first. But who knows? If we are enjoined by the first spell not to investigate this possible causal link, then the second spell has a handy shield, whether it needs it or not. The relationship between these two spells is vividly illustrated in Hans Christian Andersen's charming fable, The Emperor's New Clothes. Sometimes falsehoods and myths that are common wisdom can survive indefinitely simply because the prospect of exposing them is itself rendered daunting or awkward by a taboo. An indefensible mutual presumption can be kept aloft for years or even centuries because each person assumes that somebody else has some very good reasons for maintaining it, and nobody dares to challenge it. Up to now, there has been a largely unexamined mutual agreement that scientists and other researchers will leave religion alone or restrict themselves to a few sidelong glances, since people get so upset at the mere thought of a more intensive inquiry. I propose to disrupt this presumption and examine it. If we shouldn't study all the ins and outs of religion, I want to know why, and I want to see good, factually supported reasons, not just an appeal to the tradition I am rejecting. If the traditional cloak of privacy or sanctuary is to be left in place, we should know why we're doing this, since a compelling case can be made that we're paying a terrible price for our ignorance. This sets the order of business. First, we must look at the issue of whether the first spell, the taboo, should be broken. Of course, by writing and publishing this book, I am jumping the gun, leaping in and trying to break the first spell, but one has to start somewhere. Before continuing further then, and possibly making matters worse, I'm going to pause to defend my decision to try to break that spell. Then, having mounted my defense for starting the project, I'm going to start the project. Not by answering the big questions that motivate the whole enterprise, but by asking them as carefully as I can, and pointing out what we already know about how to answer them, and showing why we need to answer them. I am a philosopher, not a biologist, or an anthropologist, or a sociologist, or historian, or theologian. We philosophers are better at asking questions than at answering them, and this may strike some people as a comical admission of futility. He says his specialty is just asking questions, not answering them. What a puny job, and they pay him for this. But anybody who has ever tackled a truly tough problem knows that one of the most difficult tasks is finding the right questions to ask and the right order to ask them in. You have to figure out not only what you don't know, but what you need to know and don't need to know, and what you need to know in order to figure out what you need to know, and so forth. The form our questions take opens up some avenues and closes off others, and we don't want to waste time and energy barking up the wrong trees. Philosophers can sometimes help in this endeavor, but of course they have often gotten in the way too. Then some other philosopher has to come in and try to clean up the mess. I've always liked the way John Locke put it in the Epistle to the Reader at the beginning of his essay concerning human understanding, 1690. It is ambition enough to be employed as an under-labourer in clearing the ground a little and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge, which certainly had been very much more advanced in the world if the endeavours of ingenious and industrious men had not been much cumbered with the learned but frivolous use of uncouth, affected, or unintelligible terms introduced into the sciences, and there made an art of, to that degree that philosophy, which is nothing but the true knowledge of things, was thought unfit or incapable to be brought into well-bred company and polite conversation. Another of my philosophical heroes, William James, recognized as well as any philosopher ever has the importance of enriching your philosophical diet of abstractions and logical arguments with large helping of hard-won fact. And just about 100 years ago, he published his classic investigation, The Varieties of Religious Experience. It will be cited often in this book, for it is a treasure trove of insights and arguments, too often overlooked in recent times. And I will begin by putting an old tale he recounts to a new use. A story which revivalist preachers often tell is that of a man who found himself at night slipping down the side of a precipice. At last, he caught a branch which stopped his fall and remained clinging to it in misery for hours. But finally, his fingers had to loose their hold, and with a despairing farewell to life, he let himself drop. He fell just 6 inches. If he had given up the struggle earlier, his agony would have been spared. James, 1902, p. 111. Like the revivalist preacher, I say unto you, O religious folks who fear to break the taboo, let go, let go. You'll hardly notice the drop. The sooner we set about studying religion scientifically, the sooner your deepest fear will be allayed. But that is just a plea, not an argument, so I must persist with my case. I ask just that you try to keep an open mind and refrain from prejudging what I say, because I am a godless philosopher, while I similarly do my best to understand you. I am a Bright. My essay, The Bright Stuff, in the New York Times, July 12, 2003, drew attention to the efforts of some agnostics, atheists, and other adherents of naturalism to coin a new term for us non-believers. The large positive response to that essay helped persuade me to write this book. There was also a negative response, largely objecting to the term that had been chosen, not by me, bright, which seemed to imply that others were dim or stupid. But the term, modeled on the highly successful hijacking of the ordinary word gay by homosexuals, does not have to have that implication. Those who are not gays are not necessarily glum. They're straight. Those who are not brights are not necessarily dim. They might like to choose a name for themselves. Since, unlike us brights, they believe in the supernatural, perhaps they would like to call themselves supers. It's a nice word with positive connotations like gay and bright and straight. Some people would not willingly associate with somebody who was openly gay, and others would not willingly read a book by somebody who was openly bright. But there is a first time for everything. Try it. You can always back out later if it becomes too offensive. As you can already see, this is going to be something of a roller coaster ride for both of us. I have interviewed many deeply religious people in the last few years, and most of these volunteers had never conversed with anybody like me about such topics, and I had certainly never before attempted to broach such delicate topics with people so unlike myself. So there were more than a few awkward surprises and embarrassing miscommunications. I learned a lot, but in spite of my best efforts, I will no doubt outrage some readers and display my ignorance of matters they consider of the greatest importance. This will give them a handy reason to discard my book without considering just which points in it they disagree with and why. I ask that they resist hiding behind this excuse and soldier on. They will learn something, and then they may be able to teach us all something. Some people think it is deeply immoral even to consider reading such a book as this. For them, wondering whether they should read it would be as shameful as wondering whether to watch a pornographic videotape. The psychologist Philip Tetlock, 1999, 2003, 2004, identifies values as sacred when they are so important to those who hold them that the very act of considering them is offensive. The comedian Jack Benny was famously stingy, or so he presented himself on radio and television, and one of his best bits was the skit in which a mugger puts a gun in his back and barks, "Your money or your life?" Benny just stands there silently. "Your money or your life," repeats the mugger with mounting impatience. I'm thinking, Benny replies. This is funny because most of us, religious or not, think that nobody should even think about such a trade-off. Nobody should have to think about such a trade-off. It should be unthinkable, a no-brainer. Life is sacred, and no amount of money would be a fair exchange for a life, and if you don't already know that, what's wrong with you? To transgress this boundary, to attach a monetary value to one's friendships, children, or loyalty to one's country, is to disqualify oneself from the accompanying social roles. Tetlock et al., 2004, p. 5. That is what makes life a sacred value. Tetlock and his colleagues have conducted ingenious and sometimes troubling experiments in which subjects are obliged to consider taboo trade-offs, such as whether or not to purchase live human body parts for some worthy end, or whether or not to pay somebody to have a baby that you then raise, or pay somebody to perform your military service. As their model predicts, many subjects exhibit a strong, mere contemplation effect. They feel guilty and sometimes get angry about being lured into even thinking about such dire choices, even when they make all the right choices. When given the opportunity by the experimenters to engage in moral cleansing, by volunteering for some relevant community service, for instance, subjects who have had to think about taboo trade-offs are significantly more likely than control subjects to volunteer, for real, for such good deeds. Control subjects had been asked to think about purely secular trade-offs, such as whether to hire a house cleaner or buy food instead of something else. So this book may do some good by just increasing the level of charity in those who feel guilty reading it. If you feel yourself contaminated by reading this book, you will perhaps feel resentful, but also more eager than you otherwise would be to work off that resentment by engaging in some moral cleansing. I hope so, and you needn't thank me for inspiring you. In spite of the religious connotations of the term, even atheists and agnostics can have sacred values, values that are simply not up for re-evaluation at all. I have sacred values, in the sense that I feel vaguely guilty even thinking about whether they are defensible and would never consider abandoning them, I like to think, in the course of solving a moral dilemma. My sacred values are obvious and quite ecumenical: democracy, justice, life, love, and truth, in alphabetical order. But since I'm a philosopher, I've learned how to set aside the vertigo and embarrassment and ask myself what in the end supports even them, what should give when they conflict, as they often tragically do, and whether there are better alternatives. It is this traditional philosopher's open-mindedness to every idea that some people find immoral in itself. They think that they should be closed-minded when it comes to certain topics. They know that they share the planet with others who disagree with them, but they don't want to enter into dialogue with those others. They want to discredit, suppress, or even kill those others. While I recognize that many religious people could never bring themselves to read a book like this, that is part of the problem the book is meant to illuminate. I intend to reach as wide an audience of believers as possible. Other authors have recently written excellent books and articles on the scientific analysis of religion that are directed primarily to their fellow academics. My goal here is to play the role of ambassador, introducing and distinguishing, criticizing and defending the main ideas of that literature, This puts my sacred values to work. I want the resolution to the world's problems to be as democratic and just as possible, and both democracy and justice depend on getting on the table for all to see as much of the truth as possible, bearing in mind that sometimes the truth hurts, and hence should sometimes be left concealed, out of love for those who would suffer were it revealed. But I am prepared to consider alternative values and reconsider the priorities I find among my own. 5. Religion as a natural phenomenon. As every inquiry which regards religion is of the utmost importance, there are two questions in particular which challenge our attention, to wit, that concerning its foundation in reason, and that concerning its origin in human nature. David Hume, The Natural History of Religion. What do I mean when I speak of religion as a natural phenomenon? I might mean that it's like natural food, not just tasty, but healthy, unadulterated, organic. That, at any rate, is the myth. So do I mean religion is healthy, it's good for you. This might be true, but it is not what I mean. I might mean that religion is not an artifact, not a product of human intellectual activity. Sneezing and belching are natural, reciting sonnets is not. Going naked, au naturel, is natural. Wearing clothes is not. But it is obviously false that religion is natural in this sense. Religions are transmitted culturally, through language and symbolism, not through the genes. You may get your father's nose and your mother's musical ability through your genes, but if you get your religion from your parents, you get it the way you get your language. Through upbringing, so, of course, that is not what I mean by natural. With a slightly different emphasis, I might mean that religion is doing what comes naturally, not an acquired taste, or an artificially groomed or educated taste. In this sense, speaking is natural, but writing is not. Drinking milk is natural, but drinking a dry martini is not. Listening to tonal music is natural, but listening to atonal music is not. Gazing at sunsets is natural, but gazing at late Picasso paintings is not. There is some truth to this. Religion is not an unnatural act, and this will be a topic explored in this book. But it is not what I mean. I might mean that religion is natural as opposed to supernatural, that it is a human phenomenon composed of events, organisms, objects, structures, patterns, and the like, that all obey the laws of physics or biology, and hence do not involve miracles. And that is what I mean. Notice that it could be true that God exists, that God is indeed the intelligent, conscious, loving creator of us all, and yet still religion itself, as a complex set of phenomena, is a perfectly natural phenomenon. Nobody would think it was presupposing atheism to write a book subtitled Sports as a Natural Phenomenon or Cancer as a Natural Phenomenon. Both sports and cancer are widely recognized as natural phenomena, not supernatural, in spite of the well-known exaggerations of various promoters. I'm thinking, for instance, of two famous touchdown passes known respectively as the Hail Mary and the Immaculate Reception, to say nothing of the weekly trumpetings by researchers in clinics around the world of one miraculous cancer cure or another. Sports and cancer are the subject of intense scientific scrutiny by researchers working in many disciplines and holding many different religious views. They all assume, tentatively and for the sake of science, that the phenomena they are studying are natural phenomena. This doesn't prejudge the verdict that they are. Perhaps there are sports miracles that actually defy the laws of nature. Perhaps some cancer cures are miracles. If so, the only hope of ever demonstrating this to a doubting world would be by adopting the scientific method, with its assumption of no miracles, and showing that science was utterly unable to account for the phenomena. Miracle hunters must be scrupulous scientists, or else they are wasting their time, a point long recognized by the Roman Catholic Church, which at least goes through the motions of subjecting the claims of miracles made on behalf of candidates for sainthood to objective scientific investigation. So, no deeply religious person should object to the scientific study of religion with the presumption that it is an entirely natural phenomenon. If it isn't entirely natural, if there really are miracles involved, The best way, indeed the only way, to show that to doubters would be to demonstrate it scientifically. Refusing to play by these rules only creates the suspicion that one doesn't really believe that religion is supernatural after all. In assuming that religion is a natural phenomenon, I'm not prejudging its value to human life, one way or the other. Religion, like love and music, is natural, but so are smoking, war, and death. In this sense of natural, everything artificial is natural. The Aswan Dam is no less natural than a beaver's dam, and the beauty of a skyscraper is no less natural than the beauty of a sunset. The natural sciences take everything in nature as their topic, and that includes both jungles and cities, both birds and airplanes, the good, the bad, the ugly, the insignificant, and the all-important as well. Over 200 years ago, David Hume wrote 2 books on religion. One was about religion as a natural phenomenon, and its opening sentence is the epigraph of this section. The other was about the foundation in reason of religion, his famous Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, 1779. Hume wanted to consider whether there was any good reason, any scientific reason we might say, for believing in God. Natural religion for Hume would be a creed that was as well supported by evidence and argument as Newton's theory of gravitation or plane geometry. He contrasted it with revealed religion, which depended on the revelations of mystical experience or other extra-scientific paths to conviction. I gave Hume's Dialogues a place of honor in my 1995 book, Darwin's Dangerous Idea. Hume is yet another of my heroes, so you might think that I intend to pursue this issue still further in this book, but that is not in fact my intention. This time I am pursuing Hume's other path. Philosophers have spent 2 millennia and more concocting and criticizing arguments for the existence of God, such as the argument from design and the ontological argument, and arguments against the existence of God, such as the argument from evil. Many of us brights have devoted considerable time and energy at some point in our lives to looking at the arguments for and against the existence of God, and many brights continue to pursue these issues, hacking away vigorously at the arguments of the believers as if they were trying to refute a rival scientific theory. But not I. I decided some time ago that diminishing returns had set in on the arguments about God's existence, and I doubt that any breakthroughs are in the offing from either side. Besides, many deeply religious people insist that all those arguments, on both sides, simply miss the whole point of religion, and their demonstrated lack of interest in the arguments persuades me of their sincerity. Fine. So what, then, is the point of religion? What is this phenomenon or set of phenomena that means so much to so many people, and why and how does it command allegiance and shape so many lives so strongly? That is the main question I will address here, and once we have sorted out and clarified, not settled, some of the conflicting answers to this question, it will give us a novel perspective from which to look, briefly, at the traditional philosophical issue that some people insist is the only issue, whether or not there are good reasons for believing in God. Those who insist that they know that God exists and can prove it will have their day in court. 6. Chapter 1. Religions are among the most powerful natural phenomena on the planet, and we need to understand them better if we are to make informed and just political decisions. Although there are risks and discomforts involved, we should brace ourselves and set aside our traditional reluctance to investigate religious phenomena scientifically so that we can come to understand how and why religions inspire such devotion and figure out how we should deal with them all in the 21st century. Chapter 2. There are obstacles confronting the scientific study of religion, and there are misgivings that need to be addressed. A preliminary exploration shows that it is both possible and advisable for us to turn our strongest investigative lights on religion. Chapter 2. Some questions about science. 1. Can science study religion? To be sure, man is, zoologically speaking, an animal. Yet he is a unique animal, differing from all others in so many fundamental ways that a separate science for man is well justified. Ernst Mayr, The Growth of Biological Thought. There has been some confusion about whether the earthly manifestations of religion should count as a part of nature. Is religion out of bounds to science? It all depends on what you mean. If you mean the religious experiences, beliefs, practices, texts, artifacts, institutions, conflicts, and history of H. sapiens, then this is a voluminous catalogue of unquestionably natural phenomena. Considered as psychological states, drug-induced hallucination and religious ecstasy are both amenable to study by neuroscientists and psychologists. Considered as the exercise of cognitive competence, memorizing the periodic table of elements is the same sort of phenomenon as memorizing the Lord's Prayer. Considered as examples of engineering, suspension bridges and cathedrals both obey the law of gravity and are subject to the same sorts of forces and stresses. Considered as saleable manufactured goods, both Mystery Novels 29 and Bibles fall under the regularities of economics. The logistics of holy wars do not differ from the logistics of entirely secular conflicts. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, as the World War II song said. A crusade or a jihad can be investigated by researchers in many disciplines, from anthropology and military history to nutrition and metallurgy. In his book, Rocks of Ages, 1999, the late Stephen Jay Gould defended the political hypothesis that science and religion are two non-overlapping magisteria, two domains of concern and inquiry that can coexist peacefully as long as neither poaches on the other's special province. The magisterium of science is factual truth on all matters, and the magisterium of religion, he claimed, is the realm of morality and the meaning of life. Although Gould's desire for peace between these often warring perspectives was laudable, his proposal found little favor on either side, since in the minds of the religious it proposed abandoning all religious claims to factual truth and understanding of the natural world, including the claims that God created the universe or performs miracles or listens to prayers, whereas in the minds of the secularists it granted too much authority to religion in matters of ethics and meaning. Gould exposed some clear instances of immodest folly on both sides, but the claim that all conflict between the two perspectives is due to overreaching by one side or the other is implausible, and few readers were persuaded. But whether or not the case can be made for Gould's proposal, my proposal is different. There may be some domain that is religion's alone to command, some realm of human activity that science can't properly address and religion can, but that does not mean that science cannot or should not study this very fact. Gould's own book was presumably a product of just such a scientific investigation, albeit a rather informal one. He looked at religion with the eyes of a scientist and thought he could see a boundary that revealed two domains of human activity. Was he right? That is presumably a scientific, factual question, not a religious question. I am not suggesting that science should try to do what religion does, but that it should study, scientifically, what religion does. One of the surprising discoveries of modern psychology is how easy it is to be ignorant of your own ignorance. You are normally oblivious of your own blind spot, and people are typically amazed to discover that we don't see colors in our peripheral vision. It seems as if we do, but we don't. As you can prove to yourself by wiggling colored cards at the edge of your vision. You'll see motion just fine, but not be able to identify the color of the moving thing. It takes special provoking like that to get the absence of information to reveal itself to us. And the absence of information about religion is what I want to draw to everyone's attention. We have neglected to gather a wealth of information about something of great import to us. This may come as a surprise. Haven't we been looking carefully at religion for a long time? Yes, of course. There have been centuries of insightful and respectful scholarship about the history and variety of religious phenomena. This work, like the bounty gathered by dedicated bird watchers and other nature lovers before Darwin's time, is proving to be a hugely valuable resource to those pioneers who are now beginning, for the first time really, to study the natural phenomena of religion through the eyes of contemporary science. Darwin's breakthrough in biology was enabled by his deep knowledge of the wealth of empirical details scrupulously garnered by hundreds of pre-Darwinian, non-Darwinian natural historians. Their theoretical innocence was itself an important check on his enthusiasm. They had not gathered their facts with an eye to proving Darwinian theory correct, and we can be equally grateful that almost all the natural history of religion that has been accumulated to date is, if not theoretically innocent, at least oblivious to the sorts of theories that now may be supported or undercut by it. The research to date has hardly been neutral, however. We don't just walk up to religious phenomena and study them point blank, as if they were fossils or soybeans in a field. Researchers tend to be either respectful, deferential, diplomatic, tentative, or hostile, invasive, and contemptuous. It is just about impossible to be neutral in your approach to religion, because many people view neutrality in itself as hostile. If you're not for us, you're against us. And so, since religion so clearly matters so much to so many people, researchers have almost never even attempted to be neutral. They have tended to err on the side of deference, putting on the kid gloves. It is either that or open hostility. For this reason, there has been an unfortunate pattern in the work that has been done. People who want to study religion usually have an axe to grind. They either want to defend their favorite religion from its critics, or want to demonstrate the irrationality and futility of religion, and this tends to infect their methods with bias. Such distortion is not inevitable. Scientists in every field have pet theories they hope to confirm, or target hypotheses they yearn to demolish. But, knowing this, they take a variety of tried and true steps to prevent their bias from polluting their evidence gathering. Double-blind experiments, peer review, statistical tests, and many other standard constraints of good scientific method. But in the study of religion, the stakes have often been seen to be higher. If you think that the disconfirmation of a hypothesis about one religious phenomenon or another would not be just an undesirable crack in the foundation of some theory, but a moral calamity, you tend not to run all the controls. Or so, at least, it has often seemed to observers. That impression, true or false, has created a positive feedback loop. Scientists don't want to deal with second-rate colleagues, so they tend to shun topics where they see what they take to be mediocre work being done. This self-selection is a frustrating pattern that begins when students think about choosing a major in college. The best students typically shop around, and if they are unimpressed by the work they are introduced to in the first course in a field, they cross that field off their list for good. When I was an undergraduate, physics was still the glamour field, and then the race to the moon drew more than its share of talent. A fossil trace is the phrase, "Hey, it's not rocket science." This was followed by computer science for a while, and all along, for half a century and more, biology, especially molecular biology, has attracted many of the smartest. Today, cognitive science and the various strands of evolutionary biology, bioinformatics, genetics, developmental biology are on the rise. But through all this period, sociology and anthropology, social psychology, and my own home field, philosophy, have struggled along, attracting those whose interests match the field well, including some brilliant people, but having to combat somewhat unenviable reputations. As my old friend and former colleague Nelson Pike, a respected philosopher of religion, once ruefully put it, if you are in a company of people of mixed occupations and somebody asks what you do, and you say you are a college professor, a glazed look comes into his eye. If you are in a company of professors from various departments and somebody asks what is your field, and you say philosophy, a glazed look comes into his eye. If you are at a conference of philosophers and somebody asks you what you are working on and you say philosophy of religion, quoted in Bambro, 1980. This is not just a problem for philosophers of religion. It is equally a problem for sociologists of religion, psychologists of religion, and other social scientists, economists, political scientists, And for those few brave neuroscientists and other biologists who have decided to look at religious phenomena with the tools of their trade. One of the factors is that people think they already know everything they need to know about religion, and this received wisdom is pretty bland, not provocative enough to inspire either refutation or extension. In fact, if you set out to design an impermeable barrier between scientists and an underexplored phenomenon, you could hardly do better than to fabricate the dreary aura of low prestige, backbiting, and dubious results that currently envelops the topic of religion. And since we know from the outset that many people think such research violates a taboo, or at least meddles impertinently in matters best left private, it is not so surprising that few good researchers, in any discipline, want to touch the topic. I myself certainly felt that way until recently. These obstacles can be overcome. In the 20th century, a lot was learned about how to study human phenomena, social phenomena. Wave after wave of research and criticism has sharpened our appreciation of the particular pitfalls, such as biases in data gathering, investigator interference effects, and the interpretation of data. Statistical and analytical techniques have become much more sophisticated, and we have begun setting aside the old oversimplified models of human perception, emotion, motivation, and control of action and replacing them with more physiologically and psychologically realistic models. The yawning chasm that was seen to separate the sciences of the mind, Geisteswissenschaften, from the natural sciences, Naturwissenschaften, has not yet been bridged securely, but many lines have been flung across the divide. Mutual suspicion and professional jealousy, as well as genuine theoretical controversy, continue to shake almost all efforts to carry insights back and forth on these connecting routes, but every day the traffic grows. The question is not whether good science of religion as a natural phenomenon is possible. It is. The question is whether we should do it. 2. Should science study religion? Look before you leap. Aesop, the fox and the goat. Research is expensive and sometimes has harmful side effects. One of the lessons of the 20th century is that scientists are not above confabulating justifications for the work they want to do, driven by insatiable curiosity. Are there, in fact, good reasons, aside from sheer curiosity, to try to develop the natural science of religion? Do we need this for anything? Would it help us choose policies, respond to problems, improve our world? What do we know about the future of religion? Consider 5 wildly different hypotheses. 1. The Enlightenment is long gone. The creeping secularization of modern societies that has been anticipated for 2 centuries is evaporating before our eyes. The tide is turning and religion is becoming more important than ever. In this scenario, religion soon resumes something like the dominant social and moral role it had before the rise of modern science in the 17th century. As people recover from their infatuation with technology and material comforts, spiritual identity becomes a person's most valued attribute, and populations come to be ever more sharply divided among Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, and a few other major multinational religious organizations. Eventually, it might take another millennium, or it might be hastened by catastrophe. One major faith sweeps the planet. 2. Religion is in its death throes. Today's outbursts of fervor and fanaticism are but a brief and awkward transition to a truly modern society in which religion plays at most a ceremonial role. In this scenario, although there may be some local and temporary revivals and even some violent catastrophes, the major religions of the world soon go just as extinct as the hundreds of minor religions that are vanishing faster than anthropologists can record them. Within the lifetimes of our grandchildren, Vatican City becomes the European Museum of Roman Catholicism, and Mecca is turned into Disney's Magic Kingdom of Allah. 3. Religions transform themselves into institutions unlike anything seen before on the planet. Basically, creedless associations, selling self-help and enabling moral teamwork, using ceremony and tradition to cement relationships and build long-term fan loyalty. In this scenario, being a member of a religion becomes more and more like being a Boston Red Sox fan or a Dallas Cowboys fan. Different colors, different songs and cheers, different symbols, and vigorous competition. Would you want your daughter to marry a Yankees fan? But aside from a rabid few, everybody appreciates the importance of peaceful coexistence in a global league of religions. Religious art and music flourish, and friendly rivalry leads to a degree of specialization, with one religion priding itself on its environmental stewardship, providing clean water for the world's billions, while another becomes duly famous for its concerted defense of social justice and economic equality. 4. Religion diminishes in prestige and visibility, rather like smoking. It is tolerated since there are those who say they can't live without it, but it is discouraged, and teaching religion to impressionable young children is frowned upon in most societies, and actually outlawed in others. In this scenario, politicians who still practice religion can be elected if they prove themselves worthy in other regards, but few would advertise their religious affiliation, or affliction, as the politically incorrect insist on calling it. It is considered as rude to draw attention to the religion of somebody as it is to comment in public about his sexuality or whether she has been divorced. 5. Judgment Day arrives. The blessed ascend bodily into heaven, and the rest are left behind to suffer the agonies of the damned, as the Antichrist is vanquished. As the Bible prophecies foretold, the rebirth of the nation of Israel in 1948 and the ongoing conflict over Palestine are clear signs of the end times, when the second coming of Christ sweeps all the other hypotheses into oblivion. Other possibilities are describable, of course, but these 5 hypotheses highlight the extremes that are taken seriously. What is remarkable about the set is that just about anybody would find at least one of them preposterous, or troubling, or even deeply offensive. But every one of them is not just anticipated, but yearned for. People act on what they yearn for. We are at cross purposes about religion, to say the least. So we can anticipate problems, ranging from wasted effort and counterproductive campaigns if we are lucky to all-out war, and genocidal catastrophe if we are not. Only one of these hypotheses, at most, will turn out to be true. The rest are not just wrong, but wildly wrong. Many people think they know which is true, but nobody does. Isn't that fact, all by itself, enough reason to study religion scientifically? Whether you want religion to flourish or perish, whether you think it should transform itself or stay just as it is, you can hardly deny that whatever happens will be of tremendous significance to the planet. It would be useful to your hopes, whatever they are, to know more about what is likely to happen and why. In this regard, it is worth noting how assiduously those who firmly believe in number 5 scan the world news for evidence of prophecies fulfilled. They sort and evaluate their sources, debating the pros and cons of various interpretations of those prophecies. They think there is a reason to investigate the future of religion, and they don't even think the course of future events lies within human power to determine. The rest of us have all the more reason to investigate the phenomena, since it is quite obvious that complacency and ignorance could lead us to squander our opportunities to steer the phenomena in what we take to be the benign directions. Looking ahead, anticipating the future, is the crowning achievement of our species. We have managed in a few short millennia of human culture to multiply the planet's supply of look ahead by many orders of magnitude. We know when eclipses will occur centuries in advance. We can predict the effects on the atmosphere of adjustments and how we generate electricity. We can anticipate in broad outline what will happen as our petroleum reserves dwindle in the next decades. We do this not with miraculous prophecy, but with basic perception. We gather information from the environment, using our senses, And then we use science to cobble together anticipations based on that information. We mine the ore and then refine it again and again, and it lets us see into the future, dimly, with lots of uncertainty, but much better than a coin toss. In every area of human concern, we have learned how to anticipate and then avoid catastrophes that used to blindside us. 1. We have recently forestalled a global disaster due to a growing hole in the ozone layer because some far-seeing chemists were able to prove that some of our manufactured compounds were causing the problem. We have avoided economic collapses in recent years because our economic models have shown us impending problems. A catastrophe averted is an anticlimax, obviously, so we tend not to appreciate how valuable our powers of look ahead are. See, we complain, it wasn't going to happen after all. The flu season in the winter of 2003-2004 was predicted to be severe, since it arrived earlier than usual, but the broadcast recommendations for inoculation were so widely heeded that the epidemic collapsed as rapidly as it began. Ho-hum. It has become something of a tradition in recent years for the meteorologists on television to hype an oncoming hurricane or other storm, and then for the public to be underwhelmed by the actual storm. But sober evaluations show that many lives are saved, destruction is minimized. We accept the value of intensely studying El Niño and the other cycles in ocean currents so that we can do better meteorological forecasting. We keep exhaustive records of many economic events so that we can do better economic forecasting. We should extend the same intense scrutiny for the same reasons to religious phenomena. Few forces in the world are as potent, as influential as religion. As we struggle to resolve the terrible economic and social inequities that currently disfigure our planet and minimize the violence and degradation we see, we have to recognize that if we have a blind spot about religion, our efforts will almost certainly fail and may make matters much worse. We wouldn't permit the world's food-producing interests to deflect us from studying human agriculture and nutrition. And we have learned not to exempt the banking and insurance world from intense and continuous scrutiny. Their effects are too important to take on faith. So, what I am calling for is a concerted effort to achieve a mutual agreement under which religion, all religion, becomes a proper object of scientific study. Here, I find that opinion is divided among those who are already convinced that this would be a good idea, those who are dubious and inclined to doubt that it would be of much value, and those who find the proposal evil, offensive, dangerous, and stupid. Not wanting to preach to the converted, I am particularly concerned to address those who hate this idea, in hopes of persuading them that their repugnance is misplaced. This is a daunting task, like trying to persuade your friend with the cancer symptoms that she really ought to see a doctor now, since her anxiety may be misplaced, and the sooner she learns that the sooner she can get on with her life, and if she does have cancer, timely intervention may make all the difference. Friends can get quite annoyed when you interfere with their denial at times like that, but perseverance is called for. Yes, I want to put religion on the examination table. If it is fundamentally benign, as many of its devotees insist, it should emerge just fine. Suspicions will be put to rest, and we can then concentrate on the few peripheral pathologies that religion, like every other natural phenomenon, falls prey to. If it is not, the sooner we identify the problems clearly, the better. Will the inquiry itself generate some discomfort and embarrassment? Almost certainly, but that is a small price to pay. Is there a risk that such an invasive examination will make a healthy religion ill or even disable it? Of course. There are always risks. Are they worth taking? Perhaps not. But I haven't yet seen an argument that persuades me of this, and we will soon consider the best of them. The only arguments worth attending to will have to demonstrate that, 1, religion provides net benefits to humankind, and 2, these benefits would be unlikely to survive such an investigation. I, for one, fear that if we don't subject religion to such scrutiny now, work out together whatever revisions and reforms are called for, We will pass on a legacy of ever more toxic forms of religion to our descendants. I can't prove that, and those who are dead sure that this will not happen are encouraged to say what supports their conviction, aside from loyalty to their tradition, which goes without saying and doesn't count for anything here. In general, knowing more improves your chances of getting what you value. That's not quite a truth of logic, since uncertainty is not the only factor that can lower the probability of achieving one's goals. The costs of knowing, such as the cost of coming to know, must be factored in, and these costs may be high, which is why wing it is sometimes good advice. Suppose there is a limit on how much knowledge about some topic is good for us. If so, then, whenever that limit is reached, if that is possible, the limit may be unreachable for one reason or another. We should prohibit, or at least strongly discourage, any further seeking of knowledge on that topic as antisocial activity. This may be a principle that never comes into play, but we don't know that, and we should certainly accept the principle. It may be, then, that some of our major disagreements in the world today are about whether we've reached such a limit. This reflection puts the Islamist to conviction that Western science is a bad thing in a different light. It may not be an ignorant mistake so much as a profoundly different view of where the threshold is. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. We need to consider such possibilities carefully. 3. Might music be bad for you? Music, the greatest good that mortals know, and all of heaven we have below. Joseph Addison. Is it not strange that sheep's guts should hail souls out of men's bodies? William Shakespeare. It is not that I don't sympathize with the distaste of those who resist my proposal. Trying to imagine what their emotional response to my proposal would be, I have come up with an unsettling thought experiment that seems to me to do the trick. I am speaking now to those who, like me, are not appalled by the idea of this examination. Imagine how you would feel if you were to read in the science section of the New York Times that new research conducted at Cambridge University and Caltech showed that music, long viewed as one of the unalloyed treasures of human culture, is actually bad for your health, a major risk factor for Alzheimer's and heart disease, a mood distorter that impairs judgment in subtle but clearly deleterious ways, a significant contributor to aggressive tendencies, xenophobia, and weakness of will. Early and habitual exposure to music, both performing and listening, makes you 40% more likely to suffer serious depression, knocks an average of 10 points off your IQ, and nearly doubles the probability that you will commit an act of violence at some time in your life. A panel of researchers recommends that people restrict their music intake to no more than an hour a day, including everything from elevator music and background music on television to symphony concerts, and that the widespread practice of music lessons for children be curtailed immediately. Aside from the utter disbelief with which I would greet a report of such findings, I can detect in my imagined reactions a visceral defensive surge along the lines of "so much the worse for Cambridge and Caltech. What do they know about music?" and "I don't care if it is true." Anybody who tries to take away my music had better be prepared for a fight, because a life without music isn't worth living. I don't care if it hurts me, and I don't even care if it hurts others. We're going to have music, and that's all there is to it. That is how I would be tempted to respond. I would rather not live in a world without music. But why? Someone might ask. It's just some silly sawing away and making noise together. It doesn't feed the hungry, or cure cancer, or... I answer, but it brings great comfort and joy to hundreds of millions of people. Sure, there are excesses and controversies, but still, can anybody doubt that music is by and large a good thing? Well, yes, comes the reply. There are religious sects, the Taliban, for instance, but also Puritan sects of yore in Christianity, and no doubt others, that have held that music is an evil pastime, a sort of drug to be forbidden. The idea is not clearly insane, so we should accept the intellectual burden of showing that it is an error. I recognize that many people feel about religion the way I feel about music. They may be right. Let's find out. That is, let's subject religion to the same sort of scientific inquiry that we have done with tobacco and alcohol, and for that matter, music. Let's find out why people love their religion and what it's good for. And we should no more take the existing research to settle the issue than we took the tobacco companies' campaigns about the safety of cigarette smoking at face value. Sure, religion saves lives. So does tobacco. Ask those GIs for whom tobacco was an even greater comfort than religion during World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam. I'm prepared to look hard at the pros and cons of music, and if it turns out that music causes cancer, ethnic hatred, and war, then I'll have to think seriously about how to live without music. It is only because I am so supremely confident that music doesn't do much harm that I can enjoy it with such a clear conscience. If I were told by credible people that music might be harmful to the world, all things considered, I would feel morally bound to examine the evidence as dispassionately as I could. In fact, I would feel guilty about my allegiance to music if I didn't check it out. But isn't the hypothesis that the costs of religion outweigh the benefits even more ludicrous than the fantastic claim about music? I don't think so. Music may be what Marx said religion is, the opiate of the masses, keeping working people in tranquilized subjugation, but it may also be the rallying song of revolution, closing up the ranks and giving heart to all. On this point, music and religion have quite similar profiles. In other regards, music looks far less problematic than religion. Over the millennia, music has started a few riots, and charismatic musicians may have sexually abused a shocking number of susceptible young fans and seduced many others to leave their families and their wits behind. But no crusades or jihads have been waged over differences in musical tradition. No pogroms have been instituted against the lovers of waltzes or ragas or tangos. Whole populations haven't been subjected to obligatory scale playing or kept in penury in order to furnish concert halls with the finest acoustics and instruments. No musicians have had fatwas pronounced against them by musical organizations, not even accordionists. The comparison of religion to music is particularly useful here, since music is another natural phenomenon that has been ably studied by scholars for hundreds of years, but is only just beginning to be an object of the sort of scientific study I am recommending. There has been no dearth of professional research on music theory, harmony, counterpoint, rhythm, or the techniques of musicianship, or the history of every genre and instrument. Ethnomusicologists have studied the evolution of musical styles and practices in relation to social, economic, and other cultural factors. And neuroscientists and psychologists have rather recently begun studying the perception and creation of music using all the latest technology to uncover the patterns of brain activity associated with musical experience, musical memory, and related topics. But most of this research still takes music for granted. It seldom asks, why does music exist? There is a short answer. And it is true so far as it goes. It exists because we love it, and hence we keep bringing more of it into existence. But why do we love it? Because we find that it is beautiful. But why is it beautiful to us? This is a perfectly good biological question, but it does not yet have a good answer. Compare it, for instance, with the question, why do we love sweets? Here we know the evolutionary answer in some detail, and it has some curious twists. It is no accident that we find sweet things to our liking, and if we want to adjust our policies regarding sweet things in the future, we had better understand the evolutionary basis of their appeal. We mustn't make the mistake of the man in the old joke who complained that just when he'd finally succeeded in training his donkey not to eat, the stupid animal up and died on him. Some things are necessary to life, and some things are at least so life-enhancing or life-enabling that we tamper with them at our peril, and we need to figure out these roles and needs. Ever since the Enlightenment in the 18th century, many quite well-informed and brilliant people have confidently thought that a religion would soon vanish. the object of a human taste that could be satisfied by other means. Many are still waiting, somewhat less confidently. Whatever religion provides for us, it is something that many think they cannot live without. Let's take them seriously this time, for they might be right. But there is only one way to take them seriously. We need to study them scientifically. 4. Would neglect be more benign? Sweet is the law which nature brings. Our meddling intellect misshapes the beauteous forms of things. We murder to dissect. William Wordsworth. The tables turned. Why then must science and scientists continue to be governed by fear? Fear of public opinion, fear of social consequence, fear of religious intolerance, fear of political pressure, and above all, fear of bigotry and prejudice, as much within as without the professional world. William Masters and Virginia Johnson, Human Sexual Response. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Jesus of Nazareth, in John 8:32. It is time to confront the worry that such an investigation might actually kill all the specimens, destroying something precious in the name of discovering its inner nature. Wouldn't it be more prudent to leave well enough alone? As I have already noted, the case for curbing our curiosity here has two parts. It must show both, 1, that religion provides net benefits to humankind, and 2, that these benefits would be unlikely to survive such an investigation. The tactical problem that confronts us is that there is really no way of showing the first point without actually engaging in the investigation. Religion seems to many people to be the source of many wonderful things, but others doubt this for compelling reasons, and we shouldn't just concede the point out of a misplaced respect for tradition. Perhaps this very respect is like the protective outer shell that often conceals deadly viruses from our immune system, a sort of camouflage that disengages much-needed criticism. So, the most we can say is that point 1 is not yet proven. We can, however, proceed tentatively and consider how likely point 2 would be if we were to assume, for the sake of argument, that religion is indeed a thing of great value. We can assume it innocent until proven guilty. In other words, just the way our legal system operates. Now, what about point 2? How much damage do we suppose an investigation might do in the worst case? Might it not break the spell and disenchant us forever? This concern has been a favorite ground for resisting scientific curiosity for centuries, but although it is undeniable that taking apart particular instances of wonderful things, plants, animals, musical instruments, may sometimes destroy them beyond reconstruction, other wonderful things, poems, symphonies, theories, legal systems, thrive on analysis, however painstaking, and one can hardly deny the benefit to other plants, animals, and musical instruments derived from dissecting a few specimens. In spite of all the warnings over the centuries, I have been unable to come up with a case of some valuable phenomenon that has actually been destroyed, or even seriously damaged, by scientific scrutiny. Field biologists often confront a terrible quandary when studying an endangered species. Does their well-meant attempt at a census, involving live capture and release, actually hasten the extinction of the species? When anthropologists descend on a heretofore isolated and pristine people, their inquiries, however discreet and diplomatic, swiftly change the culture they are so eager to know. With regard to the former cases, thou shalt not study is a policy that may indeed be wisely invoked on occasion, but with regard to the latter, prolonging the isolation of people by putting them, in effect, in a cultural zoo, though it is sometimes advocated, does not bear scrutiny. These are people, and we have no right to keep them ignorant of the larger world they share with us. Whether they have the right to keep themselves ignorant is one of the vexing questions to be considered later in this book. It is worth recalling that it took brave pioneers many years to overcome the powerful taboo against the dissection of human cadavers during the early years of modern medicine. And we should note that, Notwithstanding the outrage and revulsion with which the idea of dissection was then received, overcoming that tradition has not led to the feared collapse of morality and decency. We live in an era in which human corpses are still treated with due respect, indeed with rather more respect and decorum than they were treated with at the time dissection was still disreputable. And which of us would choose to forego the benefits of medicine made possible by the invasive, meddling science Wordsworth deplores? More recently, another taboo was broken, with even greater outcry. Alfred C. Kinsey in the 1940s and 1950s began the scientific investigation of human sexual practices in America that led to the notorious Kinsey Reports, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, 1948, and Sexual Behavior in the Human Female, 1953. There were substantial flaws in Kinsey's studies, but the weight of the evidence he amassed led to surprising conclusions that have needed only minor adjustments in the wake of the better controlled investigations that followed. For the first time, boys and men could learn that over 90% of American males masturbate, and that around 10% are homosexual. Girls and women could learn that orgasms were normal and achievable for them as well, both in coitus and in masturbation, and, not surprisingly in retrospect, that lesbians were better at inducing orgasms in women than men were. Kinsey's research tools were interviews and questionnaires, but soon William H. Masters and Virginia Johnson got up the nerve to subject human sexual arousal to scientific investigation in the laboratory, recording the physiological responses of volunteers engaged in sexual acts using all the tools of science, including color cinematography. This was before the ready availability of videotape. Their pioneering work, Human Sexual Response, 1966, was met with a wild mixture of hostility and outrage, amusement and prurient fascination, and cautious applause from the medical and scientific community. By shining the bright light of science on what had heretofore been conducted in the dark with a huge measure of secrecy and shame, they dispelled a host of myths, revised the medical understanding of some kinds of sexual dysfunction, liberated untold numbers of anxious people whose tastes and practices had been under a cloud of socially inculcated disapproval, and, wonder of wonders, improved the sex lives of millions. It turns out that in this case, at least, you can break the spell and yet not break the spell at the same time. You can violate the taboo against dispassionate study of a phenomenon. There's one spell broken, and not destroy it in the process. There's a spell one can still blissfully fall under. But at what cost? I deliberately draw attention to Masters and Johnson's still controversial work, since it illustrates so clearly the difficult issues with which this book will be concerned. Many will agree with me when I say that, thanks to the pioneering work of Kinsey and Masters and Johnson, the knowledge we have acquired has not only not destroyed sex, it has made sex better. But there are also many who will pounce on the comparison and declare that this is exactly why they oppose any scientific exploration of religion. There is a chance it might do for religion what Kinsey et al. Did for sex, teach us more than is good for us. Let me put words in their mouths. If masturbating without shame, tolerance for homosexuality, and greater knowledge of how to achieve female orgasm are examples of the benefits science can bring us, then so much the worse for science. By treating sex as something natural, in the sense of nothing to be ashamed about, it has contributed to an explosion of pornography and degradation, defiling the sacred act of procreative union between husband and wife. We were better off not knowing all these facts, and we should take whatever steps we can to shelter our children from this contaminating information. This is a very serious objection. There is no denying that the matter-of-fact candor about sex that was fostered by this research has had some terrible side effects, opening up new and fertile fields for exploitation by those who are always looking for ways to prey upon their fellow citizens. The sexual revolution of the 60s was not the glorious and all-benign liberation that it is often portrayed as being. The explorations of free love and open marriage broke many hearts and robbed many young people of a deep sense of the moral importance of sexual relations by encouraging a shallow vision of sex as mere entertainment of the senses. Although it is widely believed that the sexual revolution contributed to the negligence and casual promiscuity that have heightened the scourge of sexually transmitted diseases, this may not be the case. Most evidence suggests that when information about sex is widespread, sexual behavior becomes more responsible. Posner, 1992. But anyone raising a child today has to worry about the surfeit of information about sex that now engulfs us. Knowledge really is power, for good and for ill. Knowledge can have the power to disrupt ancient patterns of belief and action, the power to subvert authority, the power to change minds. It can interfere with trends that may or may not be desirable. In a notorious memorandum to President Richard Nixon, Daniel Patrick Moynihan wrote, "The time may have come when the issue of race could benefit from a period of benign neglect. The subject has been too much talked about. The forum has been too much taken over by hysterics, paranoids, and boodlers on all sides. We may need a period in which Negro progress continues and racial rhetoric fades. The administration can help bring this about by paying close attention to such progress, as we are doing, while seeking to avoid situations in which extremists of either race are given opportunities for martyrdom, heroics, histrionics, or whatever." Moynihan, 1970. We will probably never know if Moynihan was right, but he may have been. Those who suspect that he was right may hope that we follow his advice this time, postponing vigorous attention to religion as long as possible, deflecting inquiry, and hoping for the best. But it is hard to see how this policy could be achieved in any case. Since the Enlightenment, we have already had more than 200 years of deferential, muted curiosity, and it doesn't seem to have led to the fading of religious rhetoric, does it? Recent history strongly suggests that religion is going to garner more and more attention, not less, in the immediate future. If it is going to receive attention, it had better be high-quality attention, not the sort that hysterics, paranoids, and boodlers on all sides engage in. The problem is that it is just too hard nowadays to keep secrets. Whereas in earlier centuries, ignorance was the default condition of most of the human race, and it took a considerable exercise of inquiry to learn about the wide world, today we are all swimming in a sea of information and misinformation on every topic, from masturbation to how to build a nuclear weapon to Al-Qaeda. As we deplore the attempt by some religious leaders in the Muslim world to keep their girls and women uneducated and uninformed about the world, we can hardly approve of similar embargoes on knowledge in our own sphere. Or can we? Perhaps this point of disagreement is the continental divide in opinion space between those who think our best hope is to try to nail the lid on Pandora's box and keep ourselves forever ignorant, and those who think that this is politically impossible and immoral in the first place. The former already pay a heavy price for their self-imposed factual poverty. They can't imagine in detail the consequences of their own chosen policy. Can they not see that nothing short of a police state, bristling with laws prohibiting inquiry and the dissemination of knowledge, or the sequestration of the population in a windowless world, could accomplish the feat? Is that really what they want? Do they think that they have methods undreamt of by the conservative mullahs for halting the inexorable flow of liberating information to their flock? Think ahead. There is a trap here lying in wait of those without foresight. Perhaps no parents are immune to a twinge of regret when they see the first evidence of loss of innocence in their child, and the urge to shelter a child from the tawdry world is strong, but reflection should show anybody that it just won't work. We need to let our children grow up to face the world armed with knowledge, with much more knowledge than we ourselves had at their age. It is scary, but the alternative is worse. There are some people, millions apparently, who proudly declare that they do not have to foresee the consequences. They know in their hearts that this is the right path, whatever the details. Since Judgment Day is just around the corner, there is no reason to plan for the future. If you are one of these, here is what I hope will be a sobering reflection. Have you considered that you are perhaps being irresponsible? You would willingly risk not only the lives and future well-being of your loved ones, but also the lives and future well-being of all the rest of us, without hesitation, without due diligence, guided by one revelation or another, a conviction that you have no good way of checking for soundness. Every prudent man dwelleth with knowledge, but a fool layeth open his folly. Proverbs 13:16. Yes, I know the Bible has a contrary text as well. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. 1 Corinthians 1:19. Anybody can quote the Bible to prove anything, which is why you ought to worry about being overconfident. Do you ever ask yourself, what if I'm wrong? Of course, there is a large crowd of others around you who share your conviction, and this distributes, and, alas, dilutes, the responsibility. So, if you ever get a chance to breathe a word of regret, you will have a handy excuse. You got swept up by a crowd of enthusiasts. But surely you have noticed a troubling fact. History gives us many examples of large crowds of deluded people egging one another on down the primrose path to perdition. How can you be so sure you're not part of such a group? I, for one, am not in awe of your faith. I am appalled by your arrogance, by your unreasonable certainty that you have all the answers. I wonder if any believers in the end times will have the intellectual honesty and courage to read this book through. What we dimly imagine in dreaded anticipation often turns out to be much worse than reality. Before we lament our inability to hold back the rising tide of information, we should consider its likely consequences calmly. They may not be so bad. Imagine, if you can, that we had never had the Santa Claus myth at all, that Christmas was just another Christian feast, like Palm Sunday or Pentecost, celebrated but barely anticipated in the wide world. And imagine that the fans of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter stories were to attempt to start a new tradition. Every year, on the anniversary of the publication date of the first Harry Potter book, children shall receive gifts from Harry Potter, who flies in through the window on his magic broomstick, accompanied by his owl. Let's make Harry Potter Day a worldwide day for children. Toy manufacturers and Rowling's publishers would all be in favor, presumably, but imagine the doomsayers who would oppose it. What a terrible idea. Think of the traumatic effects on young children when they learn, as they eventually would, that their innocence and trust had been exploited by a gigantic public conspiracy of grown-ups. The psychic and social toll of such a massive deception would be cynicism, despair, paranoia, and grief that might cripple children for life. Could there be anything more evil than deliberately concocting a seductive set of lies to spread to our children? They will hate us bitterly, and we will deserve their fury. Had this quite compelling concern been effectively raised in the early days of the evolving Santa Claus mythology, it might well have prevented the great Santa Claus catastrophe of 1985. But we know better. There was no such catastrophe, and never will be. Some children do suffer relatively brief bouts of embarrassment and bitterness on learning that there is no Santa Claus, but others take delicious pride in their Sherlock Holmes triumph of detection and relish their new status among those in the know, eagerly contributing to the ruse next year and soberly answering all the innocent questions put to them by their younger siblings. So far as we know, the Santa Claus disillusionment does no harm. More to the point, it is likely, but not yet investigated to the best of my knowledge, that part of the enduring appeal of the Santa Claus myth is that adults, who can no longer directly experience the innocent joys of Santa anticipation, settle for the vicarious thrill of enjoying their children's excitement. People do go to a great deal of effort and expense to perpetuate the Santa Claus mythology. Why? Are they trying to recapture the lost innocence of childhood? Are they more directly motivated by their own gratification than by generosity? Or are the pleasures of conspiracy with community absolution, untarnished by the guilt that accompanies the conspiracies of adultery, embezzlement, or tax evasion, for example, enough on their own to pay for the substantial costs? Such impertinent ways of thinking will loom large in subsequent chapters when we turn to the more upsetting questions about why religion is so popular. They are not rhetorical questions. They can be answered if we try. I appreciate that many readers will be profoundly distrustful of the tack I am taking here. They will see me as just another liberal professor trying to cajole them out of some of their convictions. And they are dead right about that. That's what I am, and that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Why, then, should they pay any attention? They are appalled by the moral decay they see on all sides, and are sincerely convinced that the protection of their religion from all inquiry and criticism is the best way to turn the tide. I wholeheartedly agree with them that there is a moral crisis, and that nothing is more important than working together on finding paths out of our current dilemmas, but I think I have a better way. Prove it, they will say. Let me try, I respond. That's what this book is about, and I ask them to try to read it with an open mind. Chapter 2. Religion is not out of bounds to science, in spite of propaganda to the contrary from a variety of sources. Moreover, scientific inquiry is needed to inform our most momentous political decisions. There is risk and even pain involved, but it would be irresponsible to use that as an excuse for ignorance. Chapter 3. If we want to know why we value the things we love, we need to delve into the evolutionary history of the planet, uncovering the forces and constraints that have generated the glorious array of things we treasure. Religion is not exempt from this survey, and we can sketch out a variety of promising avenues for further research while coming to understand how we can achieve a perspective on our own inquiries that all can share, regardless of their different creeds. Chapter 3. Why Good Things Happen. One bringing out the best. Religious allegory has become a part of the fabric of reality, and living in that reality helps millions of people cope and be better people. Langdon, Hero of the Da Vinci Code, by Dan Brown. When I began working on this book, I conducted interviews with quite a few people to try to get a sense of the different roles that religion plays in their lives. This was not scientific data gathering, though I have also done some of that, but rather an attempt to set theories and experiments aside and go directly to real people and let them tell me in their own words why religion was so important to them. These were strictly confidential interviews, almost all one-on-one, and although I was persistently inquisitive, I didn't challenge or argue with my informants. These occasions were often moving, to say the least, and I learned a lot. Some people had endured hardships that I could not readily imagine myself surviving, and some had found in their religion the strength to make and hold fast to decisions that were nothing short of heroic. Less dramatic, but even more impressive in retrospect, were the people of modest talent and accomplishment who were, in one way or another, simply much better people than one might expect them to be. It wasn't just that their lives had meaning to them, though this was certainly true, but that they were actually making the world better by their efforts, inspired by their conviction that their lives were not their own to dispose of as they chose. Religion can certainly bring out the best in a person, but it is not the only phenomenon with that property. Having a child often has a wonderfully maturing effect on a person. Wartime, famously, gives people an abundance of occasions to rise to, as do natural disasters like floods and hurricanes. But for day in, day out lifelong bracing, there is probably nothing so effective as religion. It makes powerful and talented people more humble and patient. It makes average people rise above themselves. It provides sturdy support for many people who desperately need help staying away from drink or drugs or crime. People who would otherwise be self-absorbed or shallow or crude or simply quitters are often ennobled by their religion, given a perspective on life that helps them make the hard decisions that we all would be proud to make. No all-in-value judgment can be based on such a limited and informal survey, of course. Religion does all this good and more, no doubt, but something else we could devise might do it as well or better. There are many wise, engaged, morally committed atheists and agnostics, after all. Perhaps a survey would show that as a group, atheists and agnostics are more respectful of the law, more sensitive to the needs of others, or more ethical than religious people. Certainly, no reliable survey has yet been done that shows otherwise. It might be that the best that can be said for religion is that it helps some people achieve the level of citizenship and morality typically found in brights. If you find that conjecture offensive, you need to adjust your perspective. Among the questions that we need to consider, objectively, are whether Islam is more or less effective than Christianity at keeping people off drugs and alcohol, and whether the side effects in either case are worse than the benefit. Whether sexual abuse is more or less of a problem among Sikhs than among Mormons, and so forth. You don't get to advertise all the good that your religion does without first scrupulously subtracting all the harm it does and considering seriously the question of whether some other religion, or no religion at all, does better. World War II certainly brought out the best in many people, and those who lived through it often say that it was the most important thing in their lives, without which their lives would have no meaning, but it certainly doesn't follow from this that we should try to have another world war. The price you must pay for any claim about the virtue of your religion or any other religion is the willingness to see your claim put squarely to the test. My point here at the outset is just to acknowledge that we already know enough about religion to know that, however terrible its negative effects are, bigotry, murderous fanaticism, oppression, cruelty, and enforced ignorance, to cite the obvious, the people who view religion as the most important thing in life have many good reasons for thinking so. Tu cui bono. Blessed be the Lord, who daily loadeth us with benefits, even the God of our salvation. Selah. Psalm 68. 19. The more we learn about the details of natural processes, the more evident it becomes that these processes are themselves creative. Nothing transcends nature like nature itself. Loyal rule. Good things don't just happen by chance. There are strokes of luck, but sustaining a good thing isn't just luck. It might be providence, of course. It might be that God makes sure that the good thing happens and that it sustains itself when it wouldn't otherwise, without God's intervening. But any such account will have to wait its turn, for the same reason that cancer researchers are unwilling to treat unexpected remissions as just miracles that needn't be explored any further. What natural, non-miraculous set of processes could produce and sustain this phenomenon that is so highly valued? The only way to take the hypothesis of miracles seriously is to eliminate the non-miraculous alternatives. The stinginess of nature can be seen wherever we look, if we know what to look for. For instance, coyotes are emerging as a welcome addition to the wildlife of New England, howling eerily in the winter nights. But these beautiful, wily predators are wary of humans and seldom seen. How can you tell their footprints in the snow from those of their cousins, domestic dogs? Even up close, it can be hard to tell the paw print of a coyote from the paw print of a similarly sized dog. A dog's claws tend to be longer, since they spend scant time digging, but even from far, a coyote's track can be readily distinguished from a dog's. The coyote's prints fall in an uncannily straight and single-file line, with hind paws in almost perfect registration with forepaws, whereas a dog's track is typically a mess, as the dog galumps exuberantly hither and yon, indulging every curious whim. David Brown, 2004. The dog is well fed and knows it will get its supper no matter what, whereas the coyote is on a very tight budget and needs to conserve every calorie for the job at hand. Self-preservation. Its methods of locomotion have been ruthlessly optimized for efficiency. But then, what explains the pack's characteristic howling? What good accrues to the coyote from that conspicuous expenditure of energy? Hardly a low profile. Doesn't it serve to scare away their supper and draw their presence to the attention of their own predators? Such costs would not be lightly recouped, one would think. These are good questions. Biologists are working on them. And even though they don't yet have definitive answers, they are surely right to seek them. 2. Any such pattern of conspicuous outlay demands an accounting. Consider, for instance, the huge outlay of human effort devoted worldwide to sugar. Not just the planting and harvesting of sugarcane and sugar beets, and the refining and transporting of the basic product, but the larger surrounding world of manufacturing candy, publishing cookbooks full of dessert recipes, advertising soft drinks and chocolates, commercializing Halloween, as well as the counterbalancing parts of the system. Obesity clinics, government-sponsored research on the epidemic of early-onset diabetes, dentists and the inclusion of fluoride in toothpaste and drinking water. Over 100 million metric tons of sugar are produced and consumed each year. To explain the thousands of features of this huge system, which provides the life work of millions of people and can be discerned at every level of society, we need many different scientific and historical investigations, only a small fraction of which are biological. We need to study the chemistry of sugar, the physics of crystallization and caramelization, human physiology, and the history of agriculture, but also the history of engineering, manufacturing, transportation, banking, geopolitics, advertising, and much more. None of these sugar-related expenditures of time and energy would exist if it weren't for the bargain that was struck about 50 million years ago between plants blindly seeking a way of dispersing their pollinated seeds, and animals similarly seeking efficient sources of energy to fuel their own reproductive projects. There are other ways to get your seeds dispersed, such as windborne gliders and whirligigs, and each method has its associated costs and benefits. Heavy, fleshy fruits full of sugar are a high-investment strategy, but they can have a bonanza payoff. The animal not only carries away the seed, but deposits it on a suitable bit of ground wrapped in a large helping of fertilizer. The strategy almost never works, not even once in 1,000 tries, but it only has to work once or twice in the lifetime of a plant for it to replace itself on the planet and keep its lineage going. This is a good example of Mother Nature's stinginess in the final accounting combined with absurd profligacy in the methods. Not one sperm in a billion accomplishes its life mission, thank goodness, but each is designed and equipped as if everything depended on its success. Sperm are like email spam, so cheap to make and deliver that a vanishingly small return rate is sufficient to underwrite the project. Coevolution endorsed the bargain between plant and animal, sharpening our ancestors' capacity to discriminate sugar by its sweetness. That is, evolution provided animals with specific receptor molecules that respond to the concentration of high-energy sugars in anything they taste, and hardwired these receptor molecules to the seeking machinery, to put it crudely. People generally say that we like some things because they are sweet, but this really puts it backward. It is more accurate to say that some things are sweet to us because we like them. And we like them because our ancestors who were wired up to like them had more energy for reproduction than their less fortunately wired up peers. There is nothing intrinsically sweet, whatever that would mean, about sugar molecules, but they are intrinsically valuable to energy-needing organisms. So evolution has arranged for organisms to have a built-in and powerful preference for anything that tickles their special-purpose, high-energy detectors. That is why we are born with an instinctual liking for sweets, and, in general, the sweeter the better. Both parties, plants and animals, benefited, and the system improved itself over the eons. What paid for all the design and manufacture of the initial plant and animal equipment was the differential reproduction of frugivorous and omnivorous animals and edible fruit-bearing plants. Not all plants chose the edible fruit-making bargain, but those that did had to make their fruits attractive in order to compete. It all made perfectly good sense, economically. It was a rational transaction, conducted at a slower than glacial pace over the eons, and of course no plant or animal had to understand any of this in order for the system to flourish. This is an example of what I call a free-floating rationale. Dennett, 1983, 1995b. Blind, directionless evolutionary processes discover designs that work. They work because they have various features, and these features can be described and evaluated in retrospect as if they were the intended brainchildren of intelligent designers who had worked out the rationale for the design in advance. This is not controversial in the general run of cases. The lens of an eye, for instance, is exquisitely well designed to do its job, and the engineering rationale for the details is unmistakable, but no designer ever articulated it until the eye was reverse engineered by scientists. The economic rationality of the quid pro quo bargains of coevolution is unmistakable, but until very recently, with the advent of human trade a few millennia ago, the rationales of such good deals were never represented in any minds. Digression. This is a sticking point for those who don't yet appreciate just how well established the theory of evolution by natural selection is. According to a recent survey, only about a quarter of the population of the United States understands that evolution is about as well established as the fact that water is H2O. This embarrassing statistic requires some explanation, since other scientifically advanced nations don't show the same pattern. Could so many people be wrong? Well, there was a time not so long ago when only a small minority of Earth's inhabitants believed that it was round and that it traveled around the sun, so we know that majorities can be flat wrong. But how, in the face of so much striking confirmation and massive scientific evidence, could so many Americans disbelieve in evolution? It is simple. They have been solemnly told that the theory of evolution is false, or at least unproven, by people they trust more than they trust scientists. Here is an interesting question. Who is to blame for this widespread misinforming of the population? Suppose the ministers of your faith, who are wise and good people, assure you that evolution is a false and dangerous theory. If you are a lay person, you may be innocent in taking them at their authoritative word and then passing it on, authoritatively, to your children. We all trust the experts about many things, and these are your experts. But where, then, did your ministers get this misinformation? If they claim to have gotten it from scientists, they have been duped, since there are no reputable scientists who claim this. Not a one. There are plenty of frauds and charlatans, though. As you see, I will not mince words. What about the scientific creationists and intelligent design proponents who are so vocal and visible in well-publicized campaigns? They have all been carefully and patiently rebutted by conscientious scientists who have taken the trouble to penetrate their smokescreens of propaganda and expose both their shoddy arguments and their apparently deliberate misrepresentations and evasions. 3. If you disagree heartily with this flat dismissal, you have two good choices to consider at this point. Educate yourself in evolutionary theory and its critics, and see for yourself whether what I say is true before proceeding. The endnotes to this chapter provide all the references you will need to get going, and it should take only a few months of hard work. Suspend disbelief temporarily in order to learn what an evolutionist makes of religion as a natural phenomenon. Perhaps your time and energy as a skeptic would be better spent trying to get to the heart of this evolutionist's perspective in search of a fatal flaw. Alternatively, you may believe that you don't need to consider the scientific evidence at all, since the Bible says that evolution is false, and that's all there is to it. This is a more extreme position than is sometimes recognized. Even if you believe that the Bible is the last and perfect word on every topic, you must recognize that there are people in the world who do not share your interpretation of the Bible. For instance, many take the Bible to be the Word of God, but don't read it to rule out evolution, so it is just a plain, everyday fact that the Bible does not speak clearly and unmistakably to all. Since that is so, the Bible is not a plausible candidate as common ground to be shared without further discussion in a reasonable conversation. If you insist it is, you are thumbing your nose at the whole inquiry. Goodbye, and I hope to see you back again someday. But Isn't there an unjustified asymmetry here, with me refusing to defend my anti-creationism here and now, while sending the biblical inerrantist off for not playing by the rules of rational discussion? No, because I have directed everyone to the literature that defends the dismissal of creationism against all objections, whereas the inerrantist is refusing to take on even that obligation. To be symmetrical, the inerrantist should encourage me to consult the literature, if it exists, that purports to demonstrate, against all objections, that the Bible is indeed the Word of God, and that it rules out evolution. I haven't yet been directed to any such literature and haven't found it on any website, but if it exists, it would indeed warrant consideration as a topic for another day and another project, just like creationism and its critics. Those readers who remain will not demand any further consideration by me of creationism and its variants, since I have told them where to find the answers I endorse, for better or for worse. End of digression. Lawyers have a stock Latin phrase, cui bono, which means, who benefits from this? A question that is even more central in evolutionary biology than in the law. Dennett, 1995b. Any phenomenon in the living world that apparently exceeds the functional cries out for explanation. The suspicion is always that we must be missing something, since a gratuitous outlay is, in a word, uneconomical, and, as the economists are forever reminding us, there is no such thing as a free lunch. We don't marvel at an animal doggedly grubbing in the earth with its nose, for we figure it is seeking its food. But if it regularly interrupts its rooting with somersaults, we want to know why. Since accidents do happen, it is always possible that some feature of a living thing that appears to be a pointless excess is just as pointless as it appears, rather than a deep and baffling ploy in some game we don't understand. But evolution is remarkably efficient at sweeping pointless accidents off the scene. So, if we find a persistent pattern of expensive equipment or activity, we can be quite sure that something benefits from it in the only stock-taking that evolution honors: differential reproduction. We should cast our nets widely when hunting for the beneficiaries, since they are often elusive. Suppose you find rats that extravagantly risk their lives in the presence of cats, and ask the cui bono? Question: what good accrues to these rats from this foolhardy behavior? Are they showing off to impress potential mates, or does their extravagant behavior somehow improve their access to good food sources? Conceivably, but probably you are looking in the wrong place for the beneficiary. Like the lancet fluke that has taken up residence in the strenuous ant with which I began this book, there is a parasite, Toxoplasma gondii, that can live in many mammals but needs to get into a cat's stomach to reproduce, and when it infects rats, it has the useful property of interfering with their nervous systems and making them hyperactive and relatively fearless, and hence much more likely to be eaten by any cat in the vicinity. Cui bono. The benefit is to the fitness, the reproductive success of Toxoplasma gondii, not the rats it infects. Zimmer, 2000. Every bargain in nature has its rationale, free-floating unless it happens to be a bargain devised by human bargainers, the only rationale representers yet to have evolved on the planet. But a rationale can become obsolete. As the opportunities and perils in the environment change, a good bargain can lapse. It takes time for evolution to recognize this. Our sweet tooth is a good example. Like the coyotes, our hunter-gatherer ancestors lived on very tight energy budgets and had to avail themselves of every practical opportunity to store away calories for emergency use. A practically insatiable appetite for sweets made good sense then. Now that we have developed methods for creating a superabundance of sugar, that insatiability has become a serious design flaw. Recognizing the evolutionary source of this glitch helps us figure out how to deal with it. Our sweet tooth is not just an accident or a pointless bug in an otherwise excellent system. It was designed to do the work it does, and if we underestimate its resourcefulness, its resistance to perturbation and suppression, our efforts to cope with it are apt to be counterproductive. There is a reason why we love sugar, and it is, or used to be, a very good reason. We may find other superannuated loves that need our attention. I mentioned music in the previous chapter, and we will eventually turn to a more detailed examination of its possible evolutionary sources. But I want to warm up first on some easier things we love. What about alcohol? What about money? What about sex? Sex presents some of the most interesting and challenging problems in evolutionary theory because, on the face of it, sexual reproduction is a bad bargain indeed. Forget, for the moment, about our human kind of sex, sexy sex, and consider the most basic varieties of sexual reproduction in the living world. The sexual reproduction of almost all multicellular life forms, from insects and clams to apple trees, and even many single-celled organisms. The great evolutionary biologist Francois Jacob once quipped that the dream of every cell is to become two cells. Every time this fission happens, a complete copy of the cell's genome is copied into the offspring. The parent clones itself, in other words. The resulting organism shares 100% of its genes. If you can make perfect genetic copies of yourself, why would you go to the expense of reproducing sexually, which involves not just finding a mate, but, much more important, passing on only half of your genes to your offspring? 4. This 50% reduction, from the gene's point of view, is known as the cost of meiosis, the kind of fission that occurs in sex cells, to distinguish it from the cloning fission of mitosis. Something must pay for this cost, and it must pay on delivery, not at some future date, since evolution lacks foresight and cannot approve bargains on the speculative basis of eventual return at some distant time. Sexual reproduction is thus a costly investment that has to pay for itself in the short run. The details of theory and experiment on this topic are fascinating. See, for example, Maynard Smith, 1978, Ridley, 1993. But for our purposes, a few highlights from the currently front-running theory are most instructive. Sex, invertebrates like us at least, pays for itself by making our offspring relatively inscrutable to the parasites we endow them with from birth. Parasites have short lifespans compared with their hosts, and typically reproduce many times during their host's lifetime. Mammals, for instance, are hosts to trillions of parasites. Yes, right now, no matter how healthy and clean you are, there are trillions of parasites of thousands of different species inhabiting your gut, your blood, your skin, your hair, your mouth, and every other part of your body. They have been rapidly evolving to survive against the onslaught of your defenses since the day you were born. Before a female can mature to reproductive age, her parasites evolve to fit her better than any glove. Meanwhile, her immune system evolves to combat them, a standoff, if she is healthy, in an ongoing arms race. If she gave birth to a clone, her parasites would leap to it and find themselves at home from the outset. They would be already optimized to their new surroundings. If instead she uses sexual reproduction to endow her offspring with a mixed set of genes, half from her mate, many of these genes, or more directly, their products in the offspring's internal defenses, will be alien or cryptic to the ship-jumping parasites. Instead of home sweet home, the parasites will find themselves in terra incognita. This gives the offspring a big head start in the arms race. Could such a bargain pay for itself? That is the question at the heart of current research in evolutionary biology, and if the positive answer holds up to further scrutiny, then we will have found the ancient but ongoing source in evolution of the huge system of activities and products that we normally think of when we think of sex. Marriage rituals and taboos against adultery, clothing and hairstyles, breath fresheners and pornography and condoms, and HIV and all the rest. To explain why each and every facet of this huge complex exists, we will have to resort to many different kinds and levels of theory, not all of it biological. But none of this would exist if we weren't sexually reproducing creatures, and we need to understand the biological underpinnings first if we are to have a clear view of what is optional or mere historical accident, what is highly resistant to perturbation, what is exploitable. There are reasons why we love sex, and they are more complicated than you might think. With alcohol, a somewhat different perspective emerges. What pays for the breweries, the vineyards and distilleries, and the massive delivery systems that bring alcoholic beverages within easy reach of almost every human being on the planet? We know that alcohol, like nicotine, caffeine, and the active ingredients in chocolate, has quite specific effects on receptor molecules in our brains. Let us suppose that these effects are just coincidences at the outset. That some large molecules in some plants happen to be biochemically similar to large molecules that play important modulating roles in animal brains is, let us suppose, as likely as not. Evolution must always begin with an element of brute chance, but then it is not surprising that over millions of years of exploratory ingestion, our species and others should discover the plants with psychoactive ingredients and develop preferential or aversive dispositions regarding them. Elephants, and baboons and other African animals have been known to get falling down drunk eating fermenting fruit from marula trees. And there is evidence that elephants will travel great distances to arrive at the marula trees just when their fruits ripen. It seems that the fruit ferments in their stomachs when yeast cells resident on the fruit undergo a population explosion, consuming the sugar and excreting carbon dioxide and alcohol. The alcohol happens to create the same sort of pleasurable effects in the elephant's brains that it does in ours. It may be that the basic bargain struck between fruit trees and frugivores, the seed-spreading for sugar deal, is enhanced by an additional partnership of yeast and fruit tree. This would create an added attraction that pays off by enhancing the reproductive prospects of both the yeast and the trees, or it may be just an accident in the wild. In any case, another species, Homo sapiens, has closed the loop and initiated just such a coevolutionary bargain. We domesticated both the yeast and the fruit, and for thousands of years we have been artificially selecting for the varieties that best engender the effects we love. The yeast cells provide a service for which they are paid off in protection and nutrients. That means that the yeast cultures carefully husbanded by brewers, vintners, and bakers are human symbionts just as much as the E. coli bacteria that inhabit our intestines. Unlike endosymbiont bacteria, such as Toxoplasma gondii, which have to get into the bodies of both rat and cat, the yeast cells are a sort of ectosymbiont, like the cleaner fish that groom larger fish, depending on another species, us, but not having to enter our bodies. They may, like a wayward cleaner fish, get ingested by us more or less by accident, but it is really only their excretions that need to get inside us for them to prosper. Now consider a strikingly different sort of good thing. Money. Unlike the other goods we have considered, it is restricted, so far, to a single species, us, and its design is transmitted through culture, not genes. I will have more to say about cultural evolution in later chapters. In this introductory overview, I want to point out just a few striking similarities between money and the more biological treasures we have just surveyed. Like eyesight and flight, money has evolved more than once. 5, and hence is a compelling candidate for what I call a good trick, a move in design space that will be discovered again and again by blind evolutionary processes simply because so many different adaptive paths lead to it and thereby endorse it. Dennett, 1995. B. Economists have worked out the rationale for money in some detail. Money is clearly one of the most effective inventions of our clever species, but that rationale was free-floating until very recently. We used and relied on and valued money and occasionally killed and died for money, long before the rationale of its value was made explicit in any minds. Money is not the only cultural invention to lack a specific inventor or author. Nobody invented language or music either. 6. An entertaining coincidence is that an old term for money in the form of coin and paper issue is specie, from the same Latin root as species. And, as many have noted, the free-floating rationale of specie could lapse in the foreseeable future, and it could go extinct in the wake of credit cards and other forms of electronic funds transfer. Specie, like a virus, travels light and doesn't carry its own reproductive machinery with it, but rather depends for the persistence of its kind on provoking a host, us, to make copies of it using our expensive reproduction machinery, printing presses, stamps, and dies. 0.7 individual coins and pieces of paper money wear out over time, and unless more are made and adopted, the whole system may go extinct. You may confirm this by trying to buy a boat with a pile of cowrie shells. But since money is a good trick, expect some other species of money to take over the niche left vacant by the departing species. I have another, ulterior motive for bringing up money. The goods being surveyed, sugar, sex, alcohol, music, money, are all problematic because in each case we can develop an obsession and crave too much of a good thing, but money has perhaps the worst reputation as a good thing. Alcohol is condemned by many, by the Muslims in particular, but among those who appreciate it, such as the Roman Catholics, a person who loves it in moderation is not considered ignoble or a fool. But we are all supposed to despise money as a thing in itself and value it only instrumentally. Money is filthy lucre, something to be enjoyed only for what it can provide in the way of more worthy things of value, things with intrinsic value. 8. As the old song says, not entirely convincingly, the best things in life are free. Is this because money is artificial and the others are all natural? Not likely. Is a string quartet or a single malt whiskey or a chocolate truffle any less artificial than a gold coin? What we should make of this theme in human culture is an interesting question, about which I will say more later, but in the meantime we should note that the only anchor we have seen so far for intrinsic value is the capacity of something to provoke a preference response in the brain quite directly. Pain is intrinsically bad, but this negative valence is just as dependent on an evolutionary rationale as the intrinsic goodness of satisfied hunger. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, no doubt, but it is also true that if poking around in rotting elephant carcasses was as good for our reproductive prospects as it is for those of vultures, such a dead elephant would smell as sweet as a rose to us. 9. Biology insists on delving beneath the surface of intrinsic values and asking why they exist. And any answer that is supported by the facts has the effect of showing that the value in question is, or once was, really instrumental, not intrinsic, even if we don't see it that way. A truly intrinsic value couldn't have such an explanation, of course. It would be good just because it was good, not because it was good for something. A hypothesis to consider seriously, then, is that all our intrinsic values started out as instrumental values, and now that their original purpose has lapsed, at least in our eyes, they remain as things we like just because we like them. That would not mean that we are wrong to like them. It would mean, by definition, that we like them without needing any ulterior reason to like them. 3. Asking what pays for religion. But what are the benefits? Why do people want religion at all? They want it because religion is the only plausible source of certain rewards for which there is a general and inexhaustible demand. Rodney Stark and Roger Fink, Acts of Faith. Whatever else religion is, as a human phenomenon, it is a hugely costly endeavor, and evolutionary biology shows that nothing so costly just happens. Any such regular expenditure of time and energy has to be balanced by something of value obtained and The ultimate measure of evolutionary value is fitness, the capacity to replicate more successfully than the competition does. This does not mean that we ought to value replication above all. It means only that nothing can evolve and persist for long in this demanding world unless it somehow provokes its own replication better than the replication of its rivals. Since money is such a recent innovation from the perspective of evolutionary history, it is weirdly anachronistic to ask what pays for one evolved biological feature or another, as if there were actual transactions and ledgers in Darwin's counting house. But this metaphor nevertheless nicely captures the underlying balance of forces observed everywhere in nature, and we know of no exceptions to the rule. So, risking offense but shrugging off that risk as just one more aspect of the taboo that must be broken, I ask, what pays for religion? Abhor the language if you must, but that gives you no good reason to ignore the question. Any claim to the effect that religion, your religion or all religion, stands above the biosphere and does not have to answer to this demand is simply bluster. It might be that God implants each human being with an immortal soul that thirsts for opportunities to worship God. That would indeed explain the bargain struck, the exchange of human time and energy for religion. The only honest way to defend that proposition, or anything like it, is to give fair consideration to alternative theories of the persistence and popularity of religion and rule them out by showing that they are unable to account for the phenomena observed. Besides, you might want to defend the hypothesis that God set up the universe so that we would evolve to have a love of God. If so, we would want to understand how that evolution occurred. The same sort of investigation that has unlocked the mysteries of sweetness and alcohol and sex and money can be undertaken for the many facets of religion. There was a time, not so very long ago by evolutionary standards, when there was no religion on this planet, and now there is lots of it. Why? It may have one primary evolutionary source or many, or it may defy evolutionary analysis altogether, but we won't know until we look. Do we really need to inquire about this? Can't we just accept the obvious fact that religion is a human phenomenon and that humans are mammals and hence products of evolution, and then leave the biological underpinnings of religion at that? People make religions, but they also make automobiles and literature and sports, and surely we don't need to look deep into biological prehistory to understand the differences between a sedan, a poem, and a tennis tournament. Aren't most of the religious phenomena that need investigation cultural and social, ideological, philosophical, psychological, political, economic, historical, and hence somehow above the biological level? This is a familiar presumption among researchers in the social sciences and humanities, who often deem it reductionistic and very bad form, even to pose questions about the biological basis of these delightful and important phenomena. I can see some cultural anthropologists and sociologists rolling their eyes in disdain. Oh no, here comes Darwin again, butting in where he isn't needed. While some historians and philosophers of religion and theologians snicker at the philistinism of anybody who could ask with a straight face about the evolutionary underpinnings of religion. What next? A search for the Catholicism gene. This negative response is typically unthinking, but it isn't foolish. It is supported in part by unpleasant memories of past campaigns that failed, naive and ill-informed forays by biologists into the thickets of cultural complexity. There is a good case to be made that the social sciences and humanities, the Geisteswissenschaften, or mind sciences, have their own autonomous methodologies and subject matters, independent of the natural sciences. But in spite of all that can be said in favor of this idea, and I will spend some time looking at the best case for it in due course, the disciplinary isolation it motivates has become a major obstacle to good scientific practice, a poor excuse for ignorance, an ideological crutch that should be thrown away. 10. We have particularly compelling reasons for investigating the biological basis of religion now. Sometimes, rarely, religions go bad, veering into something like group insanity or hysteria and causing great harm. Now that we have created the technologies to cause global catastrophe, our jeopardy is multiplied to the maximum. A toxic religious mania could end human civilization overnight. We need to understand what makes religions work, so we can protect ourselves in an informed manner from the circumstances in which religions go haywire. What is religion composed of? How do the parts fit together? How do they mesh? Which effects depend on which causes? Which features, if any, invariably occur together? Which exclude each other? What constitutes the health and pathology of religious phenomena? These questions can be addressed by anthropology, sociology, psychology, history, and any other variety of cultural studies that you like. But it is simply inexcusable for researchers in these fields to let disciplinary jealousy and fear of scientific imperialism create an ideological iron curtain that could conceal important underlying constraints and opportunities from them. Consider our current controversies regarding nutrition and diet. Understanding the design rationale of the machinery in our bodies that drives us to overindulge in sweets and fats is the key to finding the corrective measures that will actually work. For many years, nutritionists thought that the key to preventing obesity was simply cutting fat out of the diet. Now it is emerging that this simplistic approach to dieting is counterproductive. When you strenuously keep your fat-craving system unsatisfied, this intensifies your body's compensatory efforts, leading to overindulgence in carbohydrates. The evolutionarily naive thinking of the recent past helped build and put in motion the low-fat bandwagon, which then became self-sustaining under the solicitous care of the low-fat food manufacturers and advertisers. Taubes, 2001, is an eye-opening account of the political processes that created and sustained this low-fat gospel, and it provides a timely warning for the enterprise I am proposing here. It's a story of what can happen when the demands of public health policy and the demands of the public for simple advice, emphasis added, run up against the confusing ambiguity of real science. p. 2537. Even if we do the science of religion right for the first time, we must strenuously guard the integrity of the next process, the boiling down of the complex results of the research into political decisions. This will not be easy at all. Basil Rifkind, one of the nutritionists who were pressured into a premature verdict on low dietary fat, puts it succinctly, "There comes a point when, if you don't make a decision, the consequences can be great as well. If you just allow Americans to keep on consuming 40% of calories from fat, there's an outcome to that as well." Taubes, 2001, p. 2541. Good intentions are not enough. This is the sort of misguided campaign that we want to avoid when we try to correct what we take to be the toxic excesses of religion. One recoils in horror at the possible effects of trying to impose one misguided crash diet or another on those hungry for religion. It may be tempting to argue that we'd all have been better off if there hadn't been any know-it-all nutritionists meddling with our diets in the first place. We'd have eaten what was good for us by just relying on our evolution-shaped instincts the way other animals do. But this is simply mistaken in the case of both diet and religion. Civilization, agriculture in particular, and technology in general, has hugely and swiftly altered our ecological circumstances compared with the circumstances of our quite recent ancestors, and this renders many of our instincts out of date. Some of them may still be valuable in spite of their obsolescence, but it is likely that some are positively harmful. We can't return to the blissful ignorance of our animal past with any confidence. We're stuck being the knowing species, and that means we'll have to use our knowledge as best we can to adapt our policies and practices to cope with our biological imperatives. For a Martian's list of theories. If you were God, would you have invented laughter? Christopher Fry, The Ladies Not for Burning. We may be too close to religion to be able to see it clearly at first. This has been a familiar theme among artists and philosophers for years. One of their self-appointed tasks is to make the familiar strange. 11 and some of the great strokes of creative genius get us to break through the crust of excessive familiarity and look at ordinary, obvious things with fresh eyes. Scientists couldn't agree more. Sir Isaac Newton's mythic moment was asking himself the weird question about why the apple fell down from the tree. Well, why wouldn't it? Asks the everyday non-genius. It's heavy. As if this were a satisfactory explanation. Albert Einstein asked a similarly weird question. Everyone knows what now means, but Einstein asked whether you and I mean the same thing by now when we are leaving each other's company at near the speed of light. Biology has some strange questions as well. Why don't male animals lactate? Asks the late great evolutionary biologist John Maynard Smith, 1977, vividly awakening us from our dogmatic slumbers to confront a curious prospect. Why do we blink with both eyes simultaneously? Asks another great evolutionary biologist, George Williams, 1992. Good questions, not yet answered by biology. Here are some more. Why do we laugh when something funny happens? We may think it is just obvious that laughter, as opposed to, say, scratching one's ear or belching, is the appropriate response to humor, but why is it? Why are some female shapes sexy and others not? Isn't it obvious? Just look at them. But that is not the end of it. The regularities and trends in our responses to the world do indeed guarantee, trivially, that they are part of human nature, but that still leaves the question of why. Curiously, it is this very feature of evolutionary questioning that is often viewed with deep aversion by artists and philosophers. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein famously said that explanation has to stop somewhere, but this undeniable truth misleads us if it discourages us from asking such questions, prematurely terminating our curiosity. Why does music exist, for instance? Because it's natural, comes the complacent everyday reply, but science takes nothing natural for granted. People around the world devote many hours, often their professional lives, to making and listening and dancing to music. Why? Qua bono? Why does music exist? Why does religion exist? To say that it is natural is only the beginning of the answer, not the end. The remarkable autistic author and animal expert Temple Grandin gave neurologist Oliver Sacks a great title for one of his collections of case studies of unusual human beings. An Anthropologist on Mars, 1995. That's what she felt like, she told Sacks, when dealing with other people right here on Earth. Usually such alienation is a hindrance, but getting some distance from the ordinary world helps focus our attention on what is otherwise too obvious to notice. And it will help if we temporarily put ourselves into the 3 bright green shoes of a Martian, one of a team of alien investigators who can be imagined to be unfamiliar with the phenomena they are observing here on planet Earth. What they see today is a population of over 6 billion people, almost all of whom devote a significant fraction of their time and energy to some sort of religious activity, rituals such as daily prayer, both public and private, or frequent attendance at ceremonies, but also costly sacrifices, not working on certain days no matter what looming crisis needs prompt attention, deliberately destroying valuable property in lavish ceremonies, contributing to the support of specialist practitioners within the community and the maintenance of elaborate buildings, and abiding by a host of strenuously observed prohibitions and requirements, including not eating certain foods, wearing veils, taking offense at apparently innocuous behaviors in others, and so forth. The Martians would have no doubt that all of this was natural in one sense. They observe it almost everywhere in nature, in one species of vocal bipeds. Like the other phenomena of nature, it exhibits both breathtaking diversity and striking commonalities, ravishingly ingenious design, rhythmic, poetic, architectural, social, and yet baffling inscrutability. Where did all this design come from, and what sustains it? In addition to all the contemporary expenditures of time and effort, there is all the implied design work that preceded it. Design work, R&D, research and development, is costly too. Some of the R&D can be observed by the Martians directly. Debates among religious leaders about whether to abandon awkward elements of their orthodoxy. Decisions by building committees to accept a winning architectural proposal for a new temple. Composers executing commissions for new anthems. Theologians writing tracts. Televangelists meeting with advertising agencies and other consultants to plan their new season of broadcasts. In the developed world, in addition to the time and energy spent in religious observance, there is a huge enterprise of public and private criticism and defense, interpretation and comparison of every aspect of religion. If the Martians just focus on this, they will form the impression that religion, like science or music or professional sport, consists of systems of social activity that are designed and redesigned by conscious, deliberate agents who are aware of the points or purposes of the enterprises, the problems that need solving, the risks and costs and benefits. The National Football League was created and designed by identifiable individuals to fulfill a set of human purposes, and so was the World Bank. These institutions show clear evidence of design, but they are not perfect. People make mistakes. Errors get identified and corrected over time, and when there are substantial disagreements among those who have the power and responsibility for maintaining such a system, compromises are sought and often achieved. Some of the R&D that has shaped and is still shaping religion falls clearly into this category. An extreme case would be Scientology, a whole religion that is unquestionably the deliberately designed brainchild of a single author, L. Ron Hubbard, though, of course, he borrowed elements that had proved themselves in existing religions. At the other extreme, there is no doubt that the equally intricate, equally designed folk religions or tribal religions found all over the world have never been subjected by their practitioners to anything like the Design Review Board processes exemplified by the Council of Trent or Vatican II. Like folk music and folk art, these religions have acquired their aesthetic properties and other design features by a less self-conscious system of influences. And, whatever these influences are or were, they exhibit deep commonalities and patterns. How deep? As deep as the genes. Are there genes for the similarities among religions around the world? Or are the patterns that matter more geographical or ecological than genetic? The Martians don't need to invoke genes to explain why people in equatorial climates don't wear fur coats, or why watercraft all over the world are both elongated and symmetrical around the long axis, aside from Venetian gondolas and a few other specialized craft. The Martians, having mastered the world's languages, will soon notice that there is huge variation in sophistication among boat builders around the world. Some of them can give articulate and accurate explanations of just why they insist that their vessels be symmetrical, explanations that any naval architect with a PhD in engineering would applaud. But others have a simpler answer. We build boats this way because this is the way we have always built them. They copy the designs they learned from their fathers and grandfathers, who did the same in their day. This more or less mindless copying, the Martians will notice, is a tempting parallel with the other transmission medium they have identified, the genes. If boat builders or potters or singers are in the habit of copying old designs religiously, they may preserve design features over hundreds or even thousands of years. Human copying is variable, so slight variations in the copies will often appear, and although most of these promptly disappear since they are deemed defective or second, or in any event not popular with the customers, every now and then a variation will engender a new lineage, in some sense an improvement or innovation for which there is a market niche. And, lo and behold, without anybody's realizing it or intending it, this relatively mindless process over long periods of time can shape designs to an exquisite degree, optimizing them for local conditions. A culturally transmitted design can in this way have a free-floating rationale in exactly the same way a genetically transmitted design does. The boat builders and boat owners no more need to understand the reasons why their boats are symmetrical than the fruit-eating bear needs to understand his role in propagating wild apple trees when he defecates in the woods. Here we have the design of a human artifact, culturally, not genetically transmitted. Without a human designer, without an author or inventor, or even a knowing editor or critic. 12. And the reason the process can work is exactly the same in human culture as it is in genetics: differential replication. When copies are made with variation, and some variations are in some tiny way better, just better enough so that more copies of them get made in the next batch, this will lead inexorably to the ratcheting process of design improvement Darwin called evolution by natural selection. What gets copied doesn't have to be genes. It can be anything at all that meets the basic requirements of the Darwinian algorithm. 13. This concept of cultural replicators, items that are copied over and over, has been given a name by Richard Dawkins, 1976, who proposed to call them memes, a term that has recently been the focus of controversy. For the moment, I want to make a point that should be uncontroversial. Cultural transmission can sometimes mimic genetic transmission, permitting competing variants to be copied at different rates, resulting in gradual revisions in features of those cultural items. And these revisions have no deliberate, foresighted authors. The most obvious and well-researched examples are natural languages. The Romance languages, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and a few other variants, all descend from Latin, preserving many of the basic features while revising others. Are these revisions adaptations? That is, are they in any sense improvements over their Latin ancestors in their environments? There is much to be said on this topic, and the obvious points tend to be simplistic and wrong, but at least this much is clear. Once a shift starts to emerge in one locality, it generally behooves local people to go along with it if they want to be understood. When in Rome, speak as the Romans do, or be ignored or misunderstood. Thus do idiosyncrasies in pronunciation, slang idioms, and other novelties go to fixation, as a geneticist would say, in a local language. And none of this is genetic. What is copied is a way of saying something, a behavior or routine. The gradual transformations that turned Latin into French and Portuguese and other offspring languages were not intended, planned, foreseen, desired, commanded by anyone. On rare occasions, a particular local celebrity's peculiar pronunciation of a word or sound may have caught on, a fad that eventually turned into a cliché and then into an established part of the local language. And in these instances, we can plausibly identify the Adam or Eve at the root of that feature's family tree. On even rarer occasions, individuals may set out to invent a word or a pronunciation and actually succeed in coining something that eventually enters the language. But in general, the changes that accumulate have no salient human authors, deliberate or inadvertent. Folk art and folk music, folk medicine, and other products of such folk processes are often brilliantly adapted to quite advanced and specific purposes, but, however wonderful these fruits of cultural evolution are, we should resist the strong temptation to postulate some sort of mythic folk genius or mystical shared consciousness to explain them. These excellent designs often do owe some of their features to deliberate improvements by individuals along the way, but they can arise by exactly the same sort of blind, mechanical, foresightless, sifting and duplicating process that has produced the exquisite design of organisms by natural selection. And in both cases, the judging is harsh, austere, and unimaginative. Mother Nature is a Philistine accountant who cares only about the immediate payoff in terms of differential replication, cutting no slack for promising candidates who can't measure up to the contemporary competition. Indeed, The tin-eared and forgetful singer who can hardly carry a tune and forgets almost every song he hears, but can remember this one memorable song contributes as much quality control to the folk process by replicating this classic in the making at the expense of all the competing songs, as the most gifted tunesmith. Words exist. What are they made of? Air under pressure? Ink? Some instances of the word cat are made of ink, and some are made of bursts of acoustic energy in the atmosphere, and some are made of patterns of glowing dots on computer screens, and some occur silently in thoughts, and what they have in common is just that they count as the same, tokens of the same type, as we philosophers say, in a system of symbols known as a language. Words are such familiar items in our language-drenched world that we tend to think of them as if they were unproblematically tangible things, as real as teacups and raindrops. But they are, in fact, quite abstract, even more abstract than voices or songs or haircuts or opportunities. And what are they made of? What are words? Words are basically information packets of some sort, recipes for using one's vocal apparatus and ears, or hands and eyes, and brains, in quite specific ways. A word is more than a sound or a spelling. For instance, fast sounds the same and is spelled the same in English and German, but has completely different meanings and roles in the two languages. Two different words, sharing only some of their surface properties. Words exist. Do memes exist? Yes, because words exist, and words are memes that can be pronounced. Other memes are the same sort of thing. Information packets or recipes for doing something other than pronouncing. Behaviors such as shaking hands or making a particular rude gesture, or taking off your shoes when you enter a house, or driving on the right, or making your boat symmetrical. These behaviors can be described and taught explicitly, but they don't have to be. People can just imitate the behaviors they see others perform. Variations in pronunciation can spread, and so can variations in cooking methods, doing the laundry, planting crops. There are vexatious problems about just what the boundaries of a meme are. Is wearing a baseball cap backward one meme or two? Wearing a cap and putting it on backward? But similar problems arise for word boundaries. Should we count copping out as one word or two? And, indeed, for genes. The boundary conditions are crisp for single molecules of DNA, or their constituent parts, such as nucleotides or codons, triplets of nucleotides, such as AGC or AGA. But genes don't line up cleanly with these boundaries. They sometimes come apart into several separated pieces, and the reasons that biologists call the separated strings of codons part of a single gene instead of two genes are very much the same reasons that linguists would identify tickle my, his, her fancy, or read me, him, her, the riot act as salient idioms, not just verb phrases composed of several words. Such yoked-together parts raise problems for anybody trying to count genes, not insurmountable, but not obvious either. And what is copied and transmitted, in the case of both memes and genes, is information. I will have more to say about memes in later chapters, and since over-eager meme enthusiasts and equally over-eager meme debunkers have made the topic a hot-button issue for many people, I need to protect a relatively sober version of the concept from some of its friends and enemies. Not everybody need participate in this exercise of conceptual hygiene, however, so I have reprinted my basic introduction to memes. The New Replicators, from the recent 2-volume Encyclopedia of Evolution, published by Oxford University Press in 2002, as Appendix A at the back of this book. 14. For our purposes. Now, the main reason for taking the memes perspective seriously is that it permits us to look at the cui bono question for every designed feature of religion without prejudging the issue of whether we're talking about genetic or cultural evolution, and whether the rationale for a designed feature is free-floating or explicitly somebody's rationale. This expands the space of possible evolutionary theories, opening up room for us to consider multi-level, mixed processes, getting us away from the simplistic ideas of genes for religion at one extreme and a conspiracy of priests at the other extreme, and permitting us to consider much more interesting and more probable accounts of how and why religions evolve. Evolutionary theory is not a one-trick pony, and when the Martians set out to theorize about earthly religion, they have lots of options to explore, which I will swiftly sketch in extreme versions, just to give a sense of the terrain to be explored more carefully in later chapters. Sweet tooth theories. First, consider the variety of things we like to ingest or otherwise insert into our bodies. Sugar, fat, alcohol, caffeine, chocolate, nicotine, marijuana, and opium, for a start. In each case, there is an evolved receptor system in the body designed to detect substances either ingested or constructed within the body, such as the endorphins or endogenously created morphine analogs, that these favorites have in high concentration. Over the ages, our clever species has gone prospecting, sampling just about everything in the environment, and after millennia of trial and error has managed to discover ways of gathering and concentrating these special substances so that we can use them to over-stimulate our innate systems. The Martians may wonder if there are also genetically evolved systems in our bodies that are designed to respond to something that religions provide in intensified form. Many have thought so. Karl Marx may have been more right than he knew when he called religion the opiate of the masses. Might we have a God center in our brains along with our sweet tooth? What would it be for? What would pay for it? As Richard Dawkins puts it, if neuroscientists find a God center in the brain, Darwinian scientists like me want to know why the God center evolved. Why did those of our ancestors who had a genetic tendency to grow a God center survive better than rivals who did not? 2004b, p14. If any such evolutionary account is correct, then those with a God center not only survived better than those without one, they tended to have more offspring. But we should carefully set aside the anachronism involved in thinking of this hypothesized innate system as a God center, since its original target may have been quite unlike the intense stuff that turns it on today. We don't have an innate chocolate ice cream center in the brain, after all, or a nicotine center. God may just be the latest and most intense confection that triggers the what's-is center in so many people. What benefit accrued to those who satisfied their what's-is craving? It could even be that there isn't and never has been any actual target in the world to obtain, but just an imaginary or virtual target. In effect, it's been the seeking, not the getting, that has had a fitness advantage. In any case, if the need, or at least the taste, for this still unidentified treasure has become a genetically transmitted part of human nature, we tamper with it at our peril. Theories in this family raise some interesting possibilities. Both sugar and saccharin trigger our sweet tooth system. Are there religion substitutes to be found or concocted by clever psychoengineers? Or, even more interesting, are religions themselves a kind of saccharin for the brain, less filling or debilitating or intoxicating than the original and potentially harmful target? Is religion itself a subspecies of folk medicine, in which we self-medicate for relief, using therapies honed by thousands of years of trial and error development? Is there genetic variation in religious sensitivity, like the huge genetic variation recently discovered among human beings in taste and olfaction? Those of us who can't stand cilantro have a gene for an olfactory receptor that cilantro lovers don't share. Cilantro tastes rather like soap to us. William James speculated 100 years ago that he, but not everybody, had a brute need for religion. Call this, if you like, my mystical germ. It is a very common germ. It creates the rank and file of believers. As it withstands in my case, so it will withstand in most cases all purely atheistic criticism. Letter to Loba, quoted in Introduction to James, 1902. p. 4. James's mystical germ might actually be a mystical gene. Or it might be, just as he said, a mystical germ, something that spread from person to person, not vertically, by descent from parents, but horizontally, by infection. Symbiont theories. Religions might turn out to be species of cultural symbionts that manage to thrive by leaping from human host to human host. They may be mutualists, enhancing human fitness and even making human life possible, just as the bacteria in our gut do. Or commensals, neutral, neither good for us nor bad for us, but along for the ride. Or they might be parasites, deleterious replicators that we would be better off without, at least so far as our genetic interests are concerned, but that are hard to eliminate, since they have evolved so well to counter our defenses and enhance their own propagation. We can expect that cultural parasites, like microbial parasites, exploit whatever pre-existing systems come in handy. The sneezing reflex, for instance, is in the first place an adaptation for ridding the nasal passages of foreign irritants. But when a germ provokes sneezing, it is typically not the sneezer, but the germ that is the principal beneficiary, getting a high energy launching into a neighborhood where other potential hosts can take it in. Spreading germs and spreading memes may exploit similar mechanisms, such as irresistible urges to impart stories or other items of information to others, enhanced by traditions that heighten the length, intensity, and frequency of encounters with others who might be likely hosts. When we look at religion from this perspective, the qui bono question changes dramatically. Now, it is not our fitness, as reproducing members of the species Homo sapiens, that is presumed to be enhanced by religion, but its fitness as a reproducing, self-replicating member of the symbiont genus Cultus religiosus. It may thrive as a mutualist because it benefits its hosts quite directly, or it may thrive as a parasite, even though it oppresses its hosts with a virulent affliction that leaves them worse off, but too weak to combat its spread. And the main point to get clear about at the outset is that we can't tell which of these is more likely to be true without doing careful, objective research. Your religion probably seems obviously benign to you, and other religions may well seem to you to be just as obviously toxic to those infected by them, but appearances can deceive. Perhaps their religion is providing them with benefits that you just don't understand yet, and perhaps your religion is poisoning you in ways that you have never suspected. You really can't tell from the inside. That's how parasites work, quietly, unobtrusively, without disturbing their hosts any more than is absolutely necessary. If some religions are culturally evolved parasites, we can expect them to be insidiously well designed to conceal their true nature from their hosts, since this is an adaptation that would further their own spread. These two families of theories, sweet tooth and symbiont, are not exclusive. As we have already seen with the example of the alcohol-excreting yeast, there are symbiotic possibilities that may combine several of these phenomena together. It may be that an initial craving is exploited by cultural symbionts that include both mutualist and parasitical forms. A relatively benign or harmless symbiont may mutate under some conditions into something virulent and even deadly. For millennia, people have imagined that other religions might be a form of disease or sickness, and apostates often look back on their earlier days as a period of affliction which they have somehow survived. But the evolutionary perspective allows us to see that there are just as many positive as negative scenarios once we start looking at religion as possibly a cultural symbiont. Friendly symbionts are everywhere. Your body is composed of perhaps 100 trillion cells, and 9 out of 10 of them are not human cells. Hooper et al., 1998. Most of these trillions of microscopic guests are either harmless or helpful. Only a minority are worth worrying about. Many of them indeed are valuable helpers that we inherit from our mothers and would be quite defenseless without. These inheritances are not genetic. Some of them may be passed on via the shared bloodstream of mother and fetus, but others are picked up by bodily contact or proximity. A surrogate mother who makes no genetic contribution to the fetus implanted in her womb nevertheless makes a major contribution to the microflora that the infant will carry with it for the rest of its life. Cultural symbionts, memes, are similarly passed on to one's offspring by non-genetic pathways. Speaking one's mother tongue, singing, being polite, and many other socializing skills are transmitted culturally from parents to offspring. And infant human beings deprived of these sources of inheritance are often profoundly disabled. It is well known that the parent-offspring link is the major pathway of transmission of religion. Children grow up speaking their parents' language and, in almost all cases, identifying with their parents' religion. Religion, not being genetic, can be spread horizontally to non-descendants, but such conversions play a negligible role under most circumstances. A dim appreciation of this has led in the past to some crude and cruel programs of hygiene. If you think that religion is, all things considered, a malignant feature of human culture, a childhood disease of sorts with lingering after-effects, the public health policy to deal with it would be politically drastic, but quite simple: inoculation and isolation. Don't let parents give their own children a religious upbringing. This policy has been tried on a major scale in the former Soviet Union with dire consequences. The rebound of religion in post-USSR Russia suggests that religion has roles to play and resources undreamt of by this simple vision. A completely different sort of evolutionary possibility is represented by sexual selection theories. Perhaps religion is like a bowerbird's bower. Male bowerbirds devote extraordinary time and effort to building and decorating elaborate structures designed to impress females of the species, who choose a mate only after assessing rival bowers carefully. This is an example of runaway sexual selection, the sub-variety of natural selection in which the pivotal selective role is played by the choosy female, whose preferences may, over many generations, snowball into highly specific and onerous demands, such as the whims of peahens that oblige peacocks to grow spectacular and spectacularly expensive and awkward tails. See Cronin, 1991, for a fine overview. The bright coloration of male birds is the best studied example of sexual selection. In these cases, an initial bias in the innate whims of females, such as a preference for blue over yellow, gets amplified by positive feedback into intensely blue males. The bluer, the better. Had a majority of the females in an isolated population of the species just happened to prefer yellow over blue, the runaway selection would have ended up with bright yellow males. There is nothing in the environment that makes yellow better than blue or vice versa, except for the reigning taste of the species' females, which exerts a powerful, if arbitrary, selection pressure. How might something like the runaway sexual selection process shape the extravagances of religion? In several ways. First, there might have been straightforward sexual selection by human females for religion-enhancing psychological traits. Perhaps they preferred males who demonstrated a sensitivity to music and ceremony, which could then have snowballed into a proclivity for elaborate rapture. The females who had this preference wouldn't have had to understand why they had it. It could just have been a whim, a blind personal taste that prompted them to choose. But if the mates they chose just happened to be better providers, more faithful family men, these mothers and fathers would tend to raise more children and grandchildren than others, and both the sensitivity to ceremony and the taste for those who loved ceremony would spread. Or the same whim could have had a selective advantage only because more females shared that whim, so that sons who lacked the fashionable sensitivity to ceremony were passed over by the choosy females. And if an influential sample of our female ancestors had happened, for no good reason, to have a taste for males who jumped up and down in the rain, we guys would now find ourselves unable to sit still whenever it rained. Girls might or might not share our tendency to jump under these conditions, but they would definitely go for guys who did. That is the implication of the classic sexual selection hypothesis. The idea that musical talent is the royal road to the embrace of a woman is certainly familiar. It probably sells 1 million guitars a year, and there may well be something to it. This could be a genetically transmitted proclivity with significant variation in the population, but we should also consider cultural analogues of sexual selection. The potlatch ceremonies found among the Native Americans of the Northwest are striking. Ceremonial demonstrations of conspicuous generosity in which individuals compete with one another to see who can give away the most, sometimes to the point of ruin. These customs bear the marks of having been created by a positive feedback escalator, like those that establish peacock tails and giant Irish elk antlers. Other social phenomena also exhibit inflationary spirals of expensive and essentially arbitrary competition. Tail fins on cars of the 1950s. Teenagers' fashions and outdoor lighting displays at Christmas are among those most often discussed, but there are others as well. For more than 1 million years, our ancestors made beautiful Acheulean hand axes, pear-shaped stone implements of varying size, lovingly finished and seldom showing any sign of wear and tear. Clearly, our ancestors spent a lot of time and energy making these, and the design hardly changed over the eons. Large caches of hundreds and even thousands of these have been found. Mython, 1996. The archaeologist Thomas Wynne, 1995, has opined that it would be difficult to overemphasize just how strange the hand axe is when compared to the products of modern culture. They're biofacts, said one archaeologist, coining a new term and inspiring the science writer Marek Kohn, 1999, to come up with a striking hypothesis. Geofacts are what archaeologists call stones that look like artifacts but aren't. They are just the unintended product of some geological process. Kohn proposes that these hand axes may not be artifacts so much as biofacts, more like a bowerbird's bower than a hunter's bow and arrow, conspicuously expensive advertisements of male superiority, a ploy that was transmitted culturally, not genetically, in a tradition that dominated the battle of the sexes for 1 million years. The hominoids who worked so hard to participate in this competition no more needed to understand the rationale of the enterprise than do the male spiders who catch an insect and wrap it neatly in silk to present as a nuptial gift to females during courtship. This is a highly speculative and controversial claim, but it is not yet disproven, and it usefully alerts us to the possibilities that might otherwise elude us. Whatever the reasons for it, our ancestors lavished time and effort on apparently unused artifacts whenever they could, a precedent worth remembering when we marvel at the expense of tombs, temples, and sacrifices. The interplay of cultural and genetic transmission should also be explored. Consider the well-studied case of lactose tolerance in adults, for instance. Many of us adults can drink and digest raw milk without difficulty, but many others, who of course had no difficulty consuming milk when they were babies, can no longer digest milk after infancy, since their bodies switch off the gene for making lactase, the necessary enzyme, after they are weaned, which is the normal pattern in mammals. Who is lactose tolerant and who isn't? There is a clear pattern discernible to geneticists. Lactose tolerance is concentrated in human populations that have descended from dairying cultures, whereas lactose intolerance is common in those whose ancestors were never herders of dairy animals, such as the Chinese and Japanese. 15. Lactose tolerance is genetically transmitted, but pastoralism, the disposition to tend herds of animals, on which the genetic trait depends, is culturally transmitted. Presumably, it could have been genetically transmitted, but so far as we know, it hasn't been. Border collies, unlike the children of Basque shepherds, have had herding instincts bred into them after all. Dennett, 2003 CD. Then there are money theories, according to which religions are cultural artifacts, rather like monetary systems, communally developed systems that have evolved culturally several times. Their presence in every culture is readily explained and even justified. It's a good trick that one would expect to be rediscovered again and again, a case of convergent social evolution. Cui bono? Who benefits? Here we can consider several answers. A. Everybody in the society benefits because religion makes life in society more secure, harmonious, efficient. Some benefit more than others, but nobody would be wise to wish the whole away. B. The elite who control the system benefit at the expense of the others. Religion is more like a pyramid scheme than a monetary system. It thrives by preying on the ill-informed and powerless, while its beneficiaries pass it along gladly to their heirs, genetic or cultural. C. Societies as wholes benefit. Whether or not the individuals benefit, the perpetuation of their social or political groups is enhanced at the expense of rival groups. This last hypothesis, group selection, is tricky, since the conditions under which genuine group selection can exist are hard to specify. 1/6 the schooling of fish and flocking of birds, for instance, are certainly phenomena involving grouping, but they are not explained as group selection phenomena. In order to see how individuals, or their individual genes, are benefited by the dispositions to school or flock, you have to understand the ecology of groups, but the groups aren't the primary beneficiaries. The individuals that compose them are. Some biological phenomena masquerade as group selection, but are better dealt with as instances of individual-level selection that depend on certain environmental phenomena, such as grouping, or even as instances of symbiont selection phenomena. As we have already noted, a symbiont meme needs to be spread to new hosts, and if it can drive people into groups, the way Toxoplasma gondii drives rats into the jaws of cats, where it can readily find alternate hosts, the explanation is not group selection after all. If the Martians can't make any of these theories fit the facts, they should consider a default theory of sorts that we may call the Pearl theory. Religion is simply a beautiful byproduct. It is created by a genetically controlled mechanism or family of mechanisms that are meant by Mother Nature, by evolution, to respond to irritations or intrusions of one sort or another. These mechanisms were designed by evolution for certain purposes, but then, one day, along comes something novel, or a novel convergence of different factors, something never before encountered and, of course, never foreseen by evolution, that happens to trigger the activities that generate this amazing artifact. According to Pearl theories, religion isn't for anything from the point of view of biology. It doesn't benefit any gene, or individual, or group, or cultural symbiont. But once it exists, it can be an objet trouve, something that just happens to captivate us human agents, who have an indefinitely expandable capacity for delighting in novelties and curiosities. A pearl begins with a meaningless speck of foreign matter, or, more likely, a parasite. And once the oyster has added layer after beautiful layer, it can become something of coincidental value to members of a species who just happen to prize such things, whether or not this coveting is wise from the point of view of biological fitness. There are other standards of value that may emerge, for reasons good or bad, free-floating or highly articulated. In much the way the oyster responds to the initial irritant and then incessantly responds to the results of its first response and then to the results of that response and so on, human beings may be unable to leave off reacting to their own reactions, incorporating ever more elaborate layers into a production that then takes on shapes and features unimaginable from its modest beginnings. What explains religion? Sweet tooth, symbiont, bower, money, pearl, or none of the above. Religion may include phenomena of human culture that have no remote analogue in genetic evolution, but if so, we will still have to answer the cui bono question, because it is undeniable that the phenomena of religion are designed to a very significant degree. There are few signs of randomness or arbitrariness, so some differential replication has to pay for the RD responsible for the design. These hypotheses do not all pull in the same direction, but the truth about religion might well be an amalgam of several of them, plus others. If this is so, we will not get a clear vision of why religion exists until we have clearly distinguished these possibilities and put each of them to the test. If you think you already know which theory is right, you are either a major scientist who has been concealing a vast mountain of unpublished research from the rest of the world, or else you are confusing wishful thinking with knowledge. Perhaps it seems to you that I am somewhat willfully ignoring the obvious explanation of why your religion exists and has the features it does. It exists because it is the inevitable response of enlightened human beings to the obvious fact that God exists. Some would add, we engage in these religious practices because God commands us to do so, or because it pleases us to please God. End of story. But that could not be the end of the story. Whichever religion is yours, there are more people in the world who don't share it than who do, and it falls to you, to all of us really, to explain why so many have gotten it wrong, and to explain how those who know, if there are any, have managed to get it right. Even if it is obvious to you, it isn't obvious to everyone, or even to most people. If you have come this far in the book, you are willing to inquire into the sources and causes of other religions. Wouldn't it be hypocritical to claim that your own religion was somehow out of bounds? Just to satisfy your own intellectual curiosity, you might wish to see how your own religion measures up to the sort of scrutiny we will be directing at others. But you may well wonder, can science be truly non-partisan? Isn't science, in fact, just another religion? Or, to put it the other way around, aren't religious perspectives just as valid as the scientific perspective? How can we find any common, objective ground from which to conduct our inquiries? These questions concern many readers, especially academics who have invested heavily in the answers to them, but others, I find, are impatient with them, and not all that concerned. The questions are important, indeed crucial to my whole project, since they put into doubt the very possibility of conducting the inquiry I am embarking on, but they can be postponed until after the theory sketch is completed. If you disagree, then before continuing with Chapter 4, you should turn directly to Appendix B, some more questions about science, which deals with these questions, spelling out in more detail and defending the path by which we can work together to find mutual agreement about how to proceed and what matters. Chapter 3. Everything we value. From sugar and sex and money to music and love and religion, we value for reasons. Lying behind and distinct from our reasons are evolutionary reasons, free-floating rationales that have been endorsed by natural selection. Chapter 4. Like all animal brains, human brains have evolved to deal with the specific problems of the environments in which they must operate. The social and linguistic environment that co-evolved with human brains gives human beings powers that no other species enjoys, but also created problems that folk religions apparently evolved to handle. The apparent extravagance of religious practices can be accounted for in the austere terms of evolutionary biology. Part 2. The Evolution of Religion. Chapter 4. The Roots of Religion. 1. The Birth of Religions. Everything is what it is, because it got that way. Darcy Thompson. Among Hindus, there is disagreement over whether Shiva or Vishnu is the higher lord, and many have been killed for their belief in this matter. The Linga Purana promises Shiva's heaven to one who kills or tears out the tongue of someone who reviles Shiva. Klostermaier, 1994. Among the Zulus, when a pregnant woman is about to give birth, sometimes the spirit snake of an old woman makes an angry appearance, according to the shamans, indicating that a goat or some other animal should be sacrificed to the tribe's ancestors so that the child may be born healthy. Lawson and Macaulay, 1990, p. 116. The Jivaro of Ecuador believe that you have 3 souls. The true soul you have from birth. It returns to your birthplace when you die, then turns into a demon, which dies in turn, becoming a giant moth, which becomes mist when it dies. The Arutam, a soul you obtain by fasting, bathing in a waterfall, and partaking of hallucinogenic juice, It makes you invincible, but has the unfortunate habit, 97, of leaving you when you're in a jam. And the Musiac, the avenging soul which tries to escape a victim's head and kill the victim's murderer. This is why you must shrink the head of your victim. Harris, 1993. These curious beliefs and practices have not existed forever, no matter what their devotees may say. Marcel Gauchet begins his book on the political history of religion by noting, as far as we know, religion has without exception existed at all times and in all places. 1997, p. 22. But this is a historian's pinched perspective, and simply isn't true. There was a time before religious beliefs and practices had occurred to anyone. There was a time, after all, before there were any believers on the planet, before there were any beliefs about anything. Some religious beliefs are truly ancient by historical standards, and the advent of others can be read about in newspaper archives. How did they all arise? Sometimes the answer seems obvious enough, especially when we have reliable historical records from the recent past. When Europeans in their magnificent sailing ships first visited the islands of the South Pacific in the 18th century, the Melanesians living on these islands were awestruck by these vessels and by the remarkable gifts they were given by the white men who lived in them. Steel tools and bolts of cloth and glass you could see through, and other cargo beyond their ken. They reacted much as we would probably react today if visitors from outer space showed up capable of overwhelming us at will and bearing technologies we hadn't even dreamt of. We must get ourselves some of this cargo and learn how to harness the magical powers of these visitors. And our puny efforts to use what we did know to take control of the situation and restore our security and sense of power would probably amuse these technologically superior aliens as much as we are amused by the Melanesians' conclusion that the Europeans must be their ancestors in disguise, coming back from the realm of the dead with untold wealth, demigods to be worshipped. When Lutheran missionaries arrived in Papua New Guinea in the late 19th century to try to convert the Melanesians to Christianity, they met stubborn suspicion. Why were these stingy ancestors in disguise, withholding the cargo and trying to make them sing hymns? Cargo cults have sprung up again and again in the Pacific. During World War II, American forces arrived at the island of Tanna to recruit 1,000 men to help build an airfield and army base on neighboring Efate Island. When the workers returned with tales of white and black men who had possessions beyond the dreams of the people of Tanna, the whole society was thrown into turmoil. The islanders, many of whom had earlier been converted to Christianity by British missionaries, stopped going to church and began to build landing strips, warehouses, and radio masts out of bamboo, belief that if it worked on Efate for the Americans, it would work for them on Tanna. Carved figurines of American warplanes, helmets, and rifles were made from bamboo and used as religious icons. Islanders began to march in parades with USA painted, carved, or tattooed on their chests and backs. John Frum emerged as the name of their Messiah, although there are no records of an American soldier with that name. When the last American GI left at the end of the war, the islanders predicted John Frum's return. The movement continued to flourish, and on the 15th of February, 1957, an American flag was raised in Sulphur Bay to declare the religion of John Frum. It is on this date every year that John Frum Day is celebrated. They believe that John Frum is waiting in the volcano Yasur with his warriors to deliver his cargo to the people of Tanna. During the festivities, the elders march in an imitation army, a kind of military drill mixed with traditional dancing. Some carry imitation rifles made of bamboo and wear American Army memorabilia such as caps, T-shirts, and coats. They believe that their annual rituals will draw the god John Frum down from the volcano and deliver the cargo of prosperity to all of the islanders. Mott Doc, 2004. Still more recently, around 1960, on New Britain Island in Papua New Guinea, the Pomio Kivung cult was founded. It still flourishes. Pomio Kivung doctrine holds that adherence to the 10 laws, a modified version of the Decalogue, 10 Commandments, and the faithful performance of an extensive set of rituals, including the payment of fines for the purpose of gaining absolution, are essential to the moral and spiritual improvement that is necessary to hasten the return of the ancestors. The most important of these rituals aims at placating the ancestors who make up the so-called village government. Headed by God, the village government includes those ancestors whom God has forgiven and perfected. The spiritual leaders of the Pomyo Kivung have been its founder, Koryam, his principal assistant, Bafna, and Koryam's successor, Coleman. Followers have regarded all three as already members of the village government and, hence, as divinities. All three have resided on earth physically, specifically in the Pomyo region of the province. But their souls have dwelt with the ancestors all along. Achieving sufficient collective purification is the decisive condition for inducing the return of the ancestors and inaugurating the period of the companies. The period of the companies will be an era of unprecedented prosperity, which will result from the transfer of knowledge and an industrial infrastructure for the production of technological wonders and material wealth like that of the Western world. Lawson and Macaulay, 2002, p. 90. These cases may be exceptional. Your religion, you may believe, came into existence when its fundamental truth was revealed by God to somebody, who then passed it along to others. It flourishes today because you and the others of your faith know that it is the truth, and God has blessed you and encouraged you to keep the faith. It is as simple as that for you. And why do all the other religions exist? If those people are just wrong, why don't their creeds crumble as readily as false ideas about farming or obsolete building practices? They will crumble in due course, you may think, leaving only true religion, your religion, standing. Certainly, there is some reason to believe this. In addition to the few dozen major religions in the world today, those whose adherents number in the hundreds of thousands or millions, there are thousands of less populous religions recognized. 2 or 3 religions come into existence every day, and their typical lifespan is less than a decade. 1. There is no way of knowing how many distinct religions have flourished for a while during the last 10 or 50 or 100,000 years, but it might even be millions, of which all traces are now lost forever. Some religions have confirmed histories dating back for several millennia, but only if we are generous with our boundaries. The Mormon Church is less than 200 years old, as its official name reminds us, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Protestantism is less than 500 years old. Islam is less than 1,500 years old. Christianity is less than 2,000 years old. Judaism is not even twice as old as that, and the Judaisms of today have evolved significantly from the earliest identifiable Judaism, though the varieties of Judaism are as nothing compared with the riotous blossoming of variations that Christianity has spawned in the last 2 millennia. These are short periods of time, biologically speaking. They are not even long compared with the ages of other features of human culture. Writing is more than 5,000 years old, agriculture is more than 10,000 years old, and language is, who knows, maybe only 40,000 years old and maybe 10 or 20 times older than that. It's a contentious research topic, and since it's widely agreed that fully articulated natural languages must have developed out of some kind of proto-languages, which may have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years, there is no consensus about what would even count as the birth date of language. Is language older than religion? However we date its beginnings, language is much, much older than any existing religion, or even any religion of which we have any historical or archaeological knowledge. The earliest impressive archaeological evidence of religion is the elaborate Cro-Magnon burial sites in the Czech Republic, and they are about 25,000 years old. 2. It is hard to tell, but something like religion may well have existed from the early days of language, however, or even before that. What were our ancestors like before there was anything like religion? Were they like bands of chimpanzees? What, if anything, did they talk about, aside from food and predators and the mating game? The weather, Gossip. What was the psychological and cultural soil in which religion first took root? We can tentatively work backward, extrapolating under the guidance of our fundamental biological constraint. Each innovative step had to pay for itself somehow in the existing environment in which it first occurred, independently of whatever its role might become in later environments. What, then, could explain both the diversity and the similarities in the religious ideas we observe around the world? Are the similarities due to the fact that all religious ideas spring from a common ancestor idea, passed on over the generations as people spread around the globe? Or are such ideas independently rediscovered by just about every culture because they are simply the truth and obvious enough to occur to people in due course? These are obviously naive oversimplifications, but at least they are attempts to ask and answer explicit questions often left unexamined by people who lose interest once they have found a purpose or function for religion that strikes them as plausible, responding to a suitably grand human need to account for the manifest outlay of time and energy that religion requires. The three favorite purposes or raison d'être for religion are: to comfort us in our suffering and allay our fear of death, to explain things we can't otherwise explain, to encourage group cooperation in the face of trials and enemies. Thousands of books and articles have been written defending these claims, and such compelling and familiar ideas are probably at least partly right. But if you settle for one of them, or even all three taken together, you succumb to a disorder often encountered in the humanities and social sciences: premature curiosity, satisfaction. There is so much more to ask about, and so much more to understand. Why would these ideas comfort people? And why are they comforting exactly? Might there be better, more comforting ideas to be found? Why would these ideas appeal to people as explanations of baffling events? And how could they have arisen? Did some would-be proto-scientist hit upon a supernatural theory and enthusiastically proselytize her neighbors? How do these ideas actually manage to enhance cooperation in the face of suspicion and defection? And once more, how could they have arisen? Did some wise tribal leader invent religion to give her tribe a teamwork edge over the rival tribes? Some people suppose that we can never do better than such simple speculations about these processes and outcomes from the remote past. Some insist on it, in fact, and their vehemence betrays the fact that they are afraid they are wrong. They are. Today, thanks to advances in a variety of sciences, we can sharpen the questions and begin to answer them. In this and the next 4 chapters, I will try to tell the best current version of the story science can tell about how religions have become what they are. I am not at all claiming that this is what science has already established about religion. The main point of this book is to insist that we don't yet know, but we can discover, the answers to these important questions if we make a concerted effort. Probably some of the features of the story I tell will prove in due course to be mistaken. Maybe many of them are wrong. The purpose of trying to sketch a whole story now is to get something on the table that is both testable and worth testing. It is usually easier to fix something that has flaws than to build something from scratch. Trying to bridge the gaps in our knowledge forces us to frame questions we haven't framed before and puts the issues in a perspective that enables further questions to be posed and answered. And that, in itself, can undercut the defeatist proclamation that these are mysteries beyond all human comprehension. Many people may wish that these were unanswerable questions. Let's see what happens when we defy their defensive pessimism and give it a try. 2. The raw materials of religion. We may conclude, therefore, that in all nations which have embraced polytheism, the first ideas of religion arose not from a contemplation of the works of nature, but from a concern with regard to the events of life and from the incessant hopes and fears which actuate the human mind. David Hume, The Natural History of Religion. My guides are the pioneering scientists who have begun to tackle these questions with both imagination and discipline. An evolutionary biologist or a psychologist who knows only one religion at all, well, and has a smattering of MS, information about the others, like most of us, is almost certain to overgeneralize from idiosyncratic familiarity when it comes to framing questions. A social historian or an anthropologist who knows a great deal about the beliefs and practices of people all around the world, but is naive about evolution, is equally unlikely to frame the issues well. Fortunately, a few well-informed researchers have recently begun to pull these distant perspectives together with tantalizing results. Their books and articles are well worth reading in their entirety, as I hope I will convince you by introducing a few highlights. Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs and Steel, 1997, is an eye-opening exploration of very specific effects of geography and biology on the early development of agriculture in different parts of the world at different times. When the first agriculturalists domesticated animals, they naturally began living in close proximity to them, and this enhanced the likelihood of species jumping by the animal's parasites. The most serious infectious diseases known to humanity, such as smallpox and influenza, all derive from domesticated animals, and our farming ancestors lived through a horrific pruning in which untold millions succumbed to early versions of these diseases, leaving only those fortunate enough to have some natural immunity to reproduce. Many generations of this evolutionary bottleneck guaranteed that their later descendants would be relatively immune to or have a high tolerance for the descendants of those virulent strains of parasite. When these grand offspring, living mainly in Europe, developed the technology to cross the oceans, they brought their germs with them, and it was the germs, more than the guns and steel, that wiped out large fractions of the indigenous populations they encountered. The role of agriculture in spawning infectious diseases and the relative immunity to them that had evolved among the peoples who had lived through the ravages of the early days of agriculture can be studied with some precision now that we can extrapolate backward from the genomes of existing species of plants, animals, and germs. Accidents of geography gave European nations a head start that goes a long way to explain why they were the colonizers rather than the colonized in later centuries. Diamond's Pulitzer Prize-winning book is deservedly well known, but not alone. There is a new generation of interdisciplinary researchers working to put together the biology with the evidence gleaned by centuries of work by historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists. Pascal Boyer and Scott Atran are anthropologists who have done extensive fieldwork in Africa and Asia, but who are also trained in evolutionary theory and cognitive psychology. Their recent books, Religion Explained, The Evolutionary Origins of Religious Thought, Boyer, 2001, and In Gods We Trust, Atran, 2002, develop largely harmonious accounts of the major steps into the swamp that they and others have been taking. Then there is David Sloan Wilson, an evolutionary biologist who has been devoting himself in recent years to analyses that systematically exploit the Human Relations Area file, a database of all the world's cultures compiled by anthropologists. His recent book, Darwin's Cathedral, Evolution, Religion, and the Nature of Society, 2002, makes the best case to date for the hypothesis that religion is a social phenomenon designed, by evolution, to improve cooperation within, not among, human groups. According to Wilson, religion emerged by a process of group selection, a controversial wrinkle in evolutionary theory that is dismissed by many evolutionary theorists as at best a marginal process whose conditions for success are unlikely to arise and persist for long. There are deep reasons to be skeptical about group selection, especially in our species, and precisely because Wilson's thesis, religion as a cooperation enhancer, is deeply attractive to many people, we need to brace ourselves to avoid wishful thinking. It is quite generally agreed among his critics that he has not yet succeeded in making the case for his radical thesis of group selection, but even a roundly refuted scientific theory can make a major contribution to the steady accumulation of scientific understanding if the evidence marshaled for and against it has been scrupulously gathered. For more on this point, see Appendix B. Here I will introduce the main points of agreement, as well as acknowledging the continuing points of contention, packing off most of the controversial details into the endnotes and appendixes, where those with a taste for them can begin to pursue their own deeper consideration of them. Both Boyer and Atran present the work of a small but growing community of researchers in relatively accessible terms. 3. Their central thesis is that in order to explain the hold that various religious ideas and practices have on people, we need to understand the evolution of the human mind. For many centuries, most philosophers and theologians contended that the human mind, or soul, was an immaterial, incorporeal thing, what René Descartes called a res cogitans, thinking thing. It was, in some sense, infinite, immortal, and utterly inexplicable by material means. We now understand that the mind is not, as Descartes confusedly supposed, in communication with the brain in some miraculous way. It is the brain, or more specifically, a system or organization within the brain that has evolved in much the way our immune system, or respiratory system, or digestive system has evolved. Like many other natural wonders, the human mind is something of a bag of tricks, cobbled together over the eons by the foresightless process of evolution by natural selection. Driven by the demands of a dangerous world, it is deeply biased in favor of noticing the things that mattered most to the reproductive success of our ancestors. 4. Some of the features of our minds are endowments we share with much simpler creatures, and others are specific to our lineage, and hence much more recently evolved. These features sometimes overshoot, sometimes have curious byproducts, sometimes are ripe for exploitation by other replicators. Of all the quirky effects generated by the whole bag of tricks, our set of gadgets, as Boyer calls them, a few happen to interact with one another in mutually reinforcing ways, creating patterns observable in all cultures with interesting variations. Some of these patterns look rather like religions, or pseudo-religions, or proto-religions. The byproducts of the various gadgets are what Boyer calls concepts. Some concepts happen to connect with inference systems in the brain in a way that makes recall and communication easy. Some concepts happen to trigger our emotional programs in particular ways. Some concepts happen to connect to our social mind. Some of them are represented in such a way that they soon become plausible and direct behavior. The ones that do all this are the religious ones we actually observe in human societies. PY 50. Boyer lists more than half a dozen distinct cognitive systems that feed effects into this recipe for religion. An agent detector, a memory manager, a cheater detector, a moral intuition generator, a sweet tooth for stories and storytelling, various alarm systems, and what I call the intentional stance. Any mind with this particular set of thinking tools and biases is bound to harbor something like a religion sooner or later, he claims. Atran and others offer largely concurring accounts, and the details are well worth exploring, but I am just going to sketch some of the big picture so that we can see the overall shape of the theory, not yet assess it for truth. It will take decades of research to secure any of this theory, but right now we can get a sense of what the possibilities are, and hence what questions we ought to be trying to answer. 3. How nature deals with the problem of other minds. We find human faces in the moon, armies in the clouds, and by a natural propensity, if not corrected by experience and reflection, ascribe malice and goodwill to everything that hurts or pleases us. David Hume, The Natural History of Religion. I saw you take his kiss. 'Tis true, oh modesty, 'twas strictly kept. He thought me asleep, at least I knew. He thought I slept. Coventry Patmore, The Kiss. The first thing we have to understand about human minds as suitable homes for religion is how our minds understand other minds. Everything that moves needs something like a mind to keep it out of harm's way and help it find the good things. Even a lowly clam, which tends to stay in one place, has one of the key features of a mind, a harm-avoiding retreat of its feeding foot into its shell when something alarming is detected. Any vibration or bump is apt to set it off, and probably most of these are harmless, but better safe than sorry is the clam's motto, the free-floating rationale of the clam's alarm system. More mobile animals have evolved more discriminating methods. In particular, they tend to have the ability to divide detected motion into the banal, the rustling of the leaves, the swaying of the seaweed, and the potentially vital, the animate motion, or biological motion, of another agent, another animal with a mind, who might be a predator, or a prey, or a mate, or a rival conspecific. This makes economic sense, of course. If you startle at every motion you detect, you'll never find supper. And if you don't startle at the dangerous motions, you'll soon be somebody else's supper. This is another good trick, an evolutionary innovation, like eyesight itself or flight, that is so useful to so many different ways of life that it evolves over and over again in many different species. Sometimes this good trick can be too much of a good thing. Then we have what Justin Barrett, 2000, calls a hyperactive agent detection device, or HADD. This overshooting is not restricted to human beings. When your dog leaps up and growls when some snow falls off the eaves with a thud that rouses him from his nap, he is manifesting a false positive orienting response triggered by his HADD. Recent research on animal intelligence, Whiten and Byrne, 1988-1997, Hauser, 2000, Sterelny, 2003, see also Dennett, 1996, has shown that some mammals and birds, and perhaps some other creatures as well, carry these agent discriminations into more sophisticated territory. Evidence shows that they not only distinguish the animate movers from the rest, but draw distinctions between the likely sorts of motions to anticipate from the animate ones. Will it attack me or flee? Will it move left or right? Will it back down if I threaten? Does it see me yet? Does it want to eat me, or would it prefer to go after my neighbor? These cleverer animal minds have discovered the further good trick of adopting the intentional stance. Dennett, 1971, 1983, 1987. They treat some other things in the world as agents with limited beliefs about the world, specific desires, and enough common sense to do the rational thing given those beliefs and desires. Once animals began adopting the intentional stance, something of an arms race ensued, with ploy and counterploy, deceptive move and intelligent detection of deceptive move, carrying animal minds to greater subtlety and power. If you have ever tried to catch or trap a wild animal, you have some appreciation of the wiliness that has evolved. Clam digging, in contrast, is child's play. Clams have not evolved the intentional stance, though they do have simple hair trigger HADDs. The utility of the intentional stance in describing and predicting animal behavior is undeniable, but that doesn't mean that the animals themselves are clued in about what they are doing. When a low-nesting bird leads the predator away from her nestlings by doing a distraction display, she is making a convincing sham of a broken wing, creating the tempting illusion of an easy supper for the observing predator, but she need not understand this clever ruse. She does need to understand the conditions of likely success so that she can adjust her behavior the better to fit the variations encountered. But she no more needs to be aware of the deeper rationale for her actions than does the fledgling cuckoo when it pushes the rival eggs out of the nest in order to maximize the food it will get from its foster parents. Researchers have several other terms for the intentional stance. Some call it theory of mind, Premack and Woodruff, 1978, Leslie, 1987, Gopnik and Meltzoff, 1997, but there are problems with that formulation, so I am going to stick with my more neutral terminology. 5. Whenever an animal treats something as an agent with beliefs and desires, with knowledge and goals, I say that it is adopting the intentional stance, or treating that thing as an intentional system. The intentional stance is a useful perspective for an animal to take in a hostile world. Sterolny, 2003. Since there are things out there that may want it and may have beliefs about where it is and where it is heading. Among the species that have evolved the intentional stance, there is considerable variation in sophistication. Faced with a threatening rival, many animals can make an informationally sensitive decision either to retreat or to call the other's bluff, but there is scant evidence that they have any sense of what they are doing or why. There is some controversial evidence that a chimpanzee can believe that another agent, a chimpanzee or a human being, say, knows that the food is in the box rather than in the basket. This is second-order intentionality, Dennett, 1983, involving beliefs about beliefs, or beliefs about desires, or desires about beliefs, etc. But there is no evidence yet that any non-human animal can want you to believe that it thinks you are hiding behind the tree on the left, not the right, third-order intentionality. But even preschool children delight in playing games in which one child wants another to pretend not to know what the first child wants the other to believe fifth-order intentionality. You be the sheriff, and ask me which way the robbers went. Whatever the situation is with non-human animals, and this is a topic of vigorous and hotly debated research. 6. There is no doubt at all that normal human beings do not have to be taught how to conceive of the world as containing lots of agents who, like themselves, have beliefs and desires, as well as beliefs and desires about the beliefs and desires of others, and beliefs and desires about the beliefs and desires that others have about them, and so forth. This virtuoso use of the intentional stance comes naturally, and it has the effect of saturating the human environment with folk psychology. Dennett, 1981. We experience the world as not just full of moving human bodies, but of rememberers and forgetters, thinkers and hopers, and villains and dupes, and promise breakers and threateners, and allies and enemies. Indeed, those human beings who find perceiving the world from this perspective difficult, those suffering from autism are the best-studied category, have a more significant disability than those who are born blind or deaf. Baron Cohen, 1995. Dunbar, 2004. So powerful is our innate urge to adopt the intentional stance that we have real difficulty turning it off when it is no longer appropriate. When somebody we love or even just know well dies, we suddenly are confronted with a major task of cognitive updating, revising all our habits of thought to fit a world with one less familiar intentional system in it. I wonder if she'd like, does she know I'm? Oh, look, this is something she always wanted. A considerable portion of the pain and confusion we suffer when confronting a death is caused by the frequent, even obsessive reminders that our intentional stance habits throw up at us like annoying pop-up ads, but much, much worse. We can't just delete the file in our memory banks, and besides, we wouldn't want to be able to do so. What keeps many habits in place is the pleasure we take from indulging in them. 7. And so we dwell on them, drawn to them like a moth to a candle. We preserve relics and other reminders of the deceased persons, and make images of them and tell stories about them to prolong these habits of mind even as they start to fade. But there is a problem. A corpse is a potent source of disease, and we have evolved a strong compensatory, innate disgust mechanism to make us keep our distance. Pulled by longing and pushed back by disgust, we are in turmoil when we confront the corpse of a loved one. Small wonder that this crisis should play so central a role in the birth of religions everywhere. As Boyer, 2001 p. 203 stresses, something must be done with a corpse, and it has to be something that satisfies or allays competing innate urges of dictatorial power. What seems to have evolved everywhere, a good trick for dealing with a desperate situation, is an elaborate ceremony that removes the dangerous body from the daily environment, either by burial or burning. combined with the interpretation of the persistent firing of the intentional stance habits shared by all who knew the deceased, as the unseen presence of the agent as a spirit, a sort of virtual person created by the survivor's troubled mindsets, and almost as vivid and robust as a live person. What role, if any, does language play in this? Are we the only species of mammal that buries its dead because we're the only species that can talk about what we share when we confront a fresh corpse? Do the burial practices of Neanderthals show that they must have had fully articulate language? These are among the questions we should try to answer. The world's languages are well stocked with verbs for the basic varieties of belief, desire, manipulation. We pretend and lie, but also bluff and suspect and flatter and brag and tempt and dissuade and command and prohibit and disobey, for instance. Was our virtuosity as natural psychologists a prerequisite for our linguistic ability, or is it the other way around? Did our use of language make our psychological talents possible? This is another controversial area of current research, and probably the truth is, as it so often is, that there was a coevolutionary process, with each talent feeding off the other. Plausibly, the very act of verbal communication requires some appreciation of third-order intentionality. I have to want you to recognize that I'm trying to inform you, to get you to believe what I'm saying. Grice, 1957, 1969, Dennett, 1978. But see also Sperber and Wilson, 1986. But, like the fledgling cuckoo, a child can get underway quite cluelessly, achieving successful communication without having any reflective appreciation of the structure that underlies all intentional communication, without even recognizing, really, that she is communicating at all. Once you've started talking with other people, you will be bathed in new words, some of which you more or less understand. Some of these objects of perception, such as the words pretend and brag and tempt, will help draw and focus your attention on cases of pretending and bragging and tempting, giving you plenty of inexpensive practice in folk psychology. Whereas chimpanzees and some other mammals may also be natural psychologists, as Nicholas Humphrey, 1978, has called them, since they lack language, they never get to compare notes or discuss cases with other natural psychologists. The articulation of the intentional stance in verbal communication not only heightens the sensitivity, discrimination, and versatility of individual folk psychologists, but also magnifies and complicates the folk psychological phenomena they are attending to. A fox may be cunning, but a person who can flatter you by declaring that you are cunning as a fox has more tricks up his sleeve than the fox does, by a wide margin. Language gave us the power to remind ourselves of things not currently present to our senses, to dwell on topics that would otherwise be elusive, and this brought into focus a virtual world of imagination, populated by the agents that mattered the most to us, both the living but absent and the dead who are gone but not forgotten. Released from the corrective pressure of further actual encounters in the real world, these virtual agents were free to evolve in our minds to amplify our yearnings or our dreads. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, or, if the absent one was somewhat frightening in reality, more terrified. This still doesn't get our ancestors to religion, but it gets them to persistent, even obsessive, rehearsal and elaboration of some of their habits of thought. Chapter 4. Extrapolating back to human prehistory with the aid of biological thinking, we can surmise how folk religions emerged without conscious and deliberate design, just as languages emerged by interdependent processes of biological and cultural evolution. At the root of human belief in gods lies an instinct on a hair trigger, the disposition to attribute agency, beliefs and desires and other mental states to anything complicated that moves. Chapter 5. The false alarms generated by our overactive disposition to look for agents wherever the action is are the irritants around which the pearls of religion grow. Only the best, most mind-friendly variants propagate by meeting or seeming to meet deep psychological and physical needs. and then these are further refined by the incessant pruning of selection processes. Chapter 5. Religion, the Early Days. 1. Too many agents, competition for rehearsal space. I might repeat to myself slowly and soothingly a list of quotations beautiful from minds profound, if I can remember any of the damn things. Dorothy Parker. What start as useful luxuries that give you an edge in a fast-moving world have a way of evolving into necessities. Today, we all wonder how we could live without our telephones, our driver's licenses, our credit cards, our computers. So it once was with language and the intentional stance. What started as a good trick rapidly became a practical necessity of human life, as our ancestors became more and more social, more and more linguistic. And, as already noted for the simpler case of the HADD, there is the possibility of too much of a good thing. The continued experience of the presence of departed acquaintances as ghosts is not the only overshooting of the intentional stance in the lives of our ancestors. The practice of over-attributing intentions to moving things in the environment is called animism, literally giving a soul, Latin anima, to the mover. People who lovingly cajole their cranky automobiles or curse at their computers are exhibiting fossil traces of animism. They probably don't take their own speech acts entirely seriously, but are just indulging in something that makes them feel better. The fact that it does tend to make them feel better, and is apparently indulged in by people of every culture, suggests how deeply rooted in human biology is the urge to treat things, especially frustrating things, as agents with beliefs and desires. But if our bouts of animism today tend to be ironic and attenuated, there was a time when the desire of the river to flow to the sea and the benign or evil intent of the rain clouds were taken so literally and seriously that they could become a matter of life or death. For instance, to those poor souls who were sacrificed to appease the insatiable desires of the rain god. Simple forms of what we might call practical animism are arguably not mistakes at all, but extremely useful ways of keeping track of the tendencies of designed things, living or artifactual. The gardener who tries to discover what her different flowers and vegetables prefer, or tricks a dogwood branch into thinking it's spring and opening its buds by bringing it indoors where it is warm, doesn't have to go overboard and wonder what her petunias are daydreaming about. Even undesigned physical systems can sometimes be usefully described in intentional or animistic terms. The river doesn't literally want to return to the ocean, but water seeks its own level, as they say, and lightning searches for the best path to ground. It is not surprising that the attempt to explain patterns discerned in the world has often hit upon animism as a good, actually predictive, approximation of some unimaginably complex underlying phenomenon. But sometimes the tactic of seeking an intentional stance perspective comes up dry. Much as our ancestors would have loved to predict the weather by figuring out what it wanted and what beliefs it harbored about them, it simply didn't work. It no doubt often seemed to work, however. Every now and then the rain dances were rewarded by rain. What would the effect be? Many years ago, the behaviorist psychologist B.F. Skinner, 1948, showed a striking superstition effect in pigeons that were put on a random schedule of reinforcement. Every so often, no matter what the pigeon was doing at the moment, a click and a food pellet reward were delivered. Soon the pigeons put on this random schedule were doing elaborate dances, bobbing and whirling and craning their necks. It's hard to resist putting a soliloquy into these birds' brains. Now, let's see. The last time I got the reward, I just spun around once and craned my neck. Let's try it again. Nope, no reward. Perhaps I didn't spin enough. Nope, perhaps I should bob once before spinning and craning. Yes. Okay, now what did I just do? You don't have to have language, of course, to be vulnerable to such enticing illusions. The soliloquy dramatizes the dynamics that produce the effect, which doesn't require conscious reflection, just reinforcement. But in a species that does represent both itself and other agents to itself, the effect can be multiplied. If such a strikingly extravagant behavioral effect can be produced in pigeons by making them wander into a random reinforcement trap, it is not hard to believe that similar effects could be inculcated by happy accident in our ancestors, whose built-in love for the intentional stance would tend to encourage them to add invisible agents or other homunculi to be the secret puppeteers behind the perplexing phenomena. Clouds certainly don't look like agents with beliefs and desires, so it is no doubt natural to suppose that they are indeed inert and passive things being manipulated by hidden agents that do look like agents, rain gods and cloud gods and the like, if only we could see them. This curiously paradoxical idea, something invisible that looks like a person, has a head, eyes, arms and legs, perhaps wears a special helmet, is different from other self-contradictory combinations. Consider the idea of a box that has no interior space to put things in, or a liquid that isn't wet. To put it crudely, these ideas are not interesting enough to be puzzling for very long. Some nonsense is more attention-grabbing than other nonsense. Why? Just because our memories are not indifferent to the content of what they store. Some things we find more memorable than others, and some things are so interesting that they are well nigh unforgettable. And still others, such as the random string of words, "volunteers trainer regardless court exercise," pulled by me at random from the first newspaper story I could lay my hands on just now, could be remembered for more than a few seconds only if you either deliberately repeated it to yourself dozens of times or made up some interesting story that somehow made sense of these words in just this sequence. We are all painfully aware today that our attention is a limited commodity, with many competitors vying for more than their share. This information overload, with advertisements bombarding us on all sides, plus a host of other distractions, is nothing new. We've just become self-conscious about it, now that there are thousands of people who specialize in designing novel attention grabbers and attention holders. We, and indeed all animate species, have always had to have filters and biases built into our nervous systems to screen the passing show for things worth hanging on to. And these filters favor certain sorts of exceptions or anomalies. Pascal Boyer, 2001, calls these exceptions counterintuitive, but he means this in a rather circumscribed technical sense. Counterintuitive anomalies are especially attention-worthy and memorable if they violate just one or two of the basic default assumptions about a fundamental category, like person or plant or tool. Concoctions that aren't readily classifiable at all because they are too nonsensical can't hold their own in the competition for attention, and concoctions that are too bland are just not interesting enough. An invisible axe with no handle and a spherical head is just irritating nonsense. An axe made of cheese is a bit titillating. There are conceptual artists who make a good living coming up with such japes, but a talking axe. Now we've got something to hold the attention. Put these two ideas together, a hyperactive agent seeking bias and a weakness for certain sorts of memorable combos, and you get a kind of fiction-generating contraption. Every time something puzzling happens, it triggers a sort of curiosity startle, a "who's there?" response that starts churning out hypotheses of sorts. Maybe it's Sam. Maybe it's a wolf. Maybe it's a falling branch. Maybe it's a tree that can walk. Hey, maybe it's a tree that can walk. We can suppose that this process almost never generates anything with any staying power, millions or billions of little stretches of fantasy that almost instantly evaporate beyond recall until, one day, one happens to occur at just the right moment, with just the right sort of zing, to get rehearsed not just once and not just twice, but many times. A lineage of ideas, the walking tree lineage, is born. Every time the initiator's mind is led to review the curious idea, not deliberately but just idly, the idea gets a little stronger, in the sense of a little more likely to occur in the initiator's mind again. And again, it has a little self-replicative power, a little more self-replicative power than the other fantasies it competes with for time in the brain. It is not yet a meme, an item that escapes an individual mind and spreads through human culture. But it is a good proto-meme, a slightly obsessional, that is, oft-recurring, oft-rehearsed, little hobby horse of an idea. Evolution is all about processes that almost never happen. Every birth in every lineage is a potential speciation event, but speciation almost never happens, not once in a million births. Mutation in DNA almost never happens, not once in a trillion copyings, but evolution depends on it. Take the set of infrequent accidents, things that almost never happen, and sort them into the happy accidents, the neutral accidents, and the fatal accidents. Amplify the effects of the happy accidents, which happens automatically when you have replication and competition, and you get evolution. Would-be memeticists often ignore the fact that part of the life cycle of a meme is its moment-to-moment competition with other ideas, not just other memes, but every other idea anybody can think about, within a host brain. Rehearsal, deliberate or involuntary, is replication. We can try to make something a meme, or just a memory, by rehearsing it deliberately, a phone number, a rule to follow, or if we just let nature take its course, our innate brain biases will automatically churn out rehearsals of the things that tickle them. This is probably the source, in fact, of episodic memory, our ability to recollect events in our lives. What did you have for breakfast on your last birthday? You probably can't remember. What did you wear at your wedding? You probably can remember, because you've gone over it many times before, during, and since the wedding. Unlike computer memory, which is an equal opportunity storehouse that can readily record whatever is thrown into it, human brain memory is both competitive and biased. It has been designed by eons of evolution to remember some sorts of things more readily than others. It does this in part by differential rehearsal, dwelling on what is vital and tending to discard the trivia after a single pass. It does a pretty good job, keying on features that happen to have lined up with what tended to be vital in the past. Good advice to a potential meme is, if you want lots of rehearsals, replications, try to look important. Human memory is biased in favor of vital combinations, but so, presumably, is the memory found in the brains of all other animals. Animal memory has probably been relatively impervious to fantasy. However, for a simple reason, lacking language, animal brains have not had a way of inundating themselves with an explosion of combinations not found in the natural environment. How is an anxious ape going to concoct the counterintuitive combination of a walking tree or an invisible banana? Ideas that might indeed captivate an ape mind, if only they could be presented to it. Do we know that something like this fantasy generation process has been taking place in our species, and our species alone, for thousands of years? No, but it is a serious possibility to investigate further. Using only materials that would have been put in place by evolution for other purposes, this hypothesis could explain the remarkably fertile imagination that must somehow be responsible for the world's menagerie of mythical creatures and demons. Since the monsters themselves have never existed, they had to be invented, either deliberately or inadvertently, the way languages were invented. They are expensive creations, and the R&D required for the task had to be generated by something that could pay for itself. I've left the hypothesis quite unspecific for the moment, but more constrained forms of it are available, and they have the great advantage of having testable consequences. We can start scouring the world's mythology for patterns that would be predicted by some versions of the hypothesis, but not others. And we don't have to restrict ourselves to the human species. Experiments along the lines of Skinner's provocation of superstition in the pigeon might begin to uncover the biases and fault lines in ape memory mechanisms, in much the way Nico Tinbergen's experiments with gulls, 1948-1959, famously showed their perceptual biases. The adult female gull has an orange spot on her beak, at which her chicks instinctually peck, to stimulate the female to regurgitate and feed them. Tinbergen showed that chicks would peck even more readily at exaggerated cardboard models of the orange spot, so-called supernormal stimuli. Pascal Boyer, 2001, notes that over the eons, human beings have discovered and exploited their own supernormal stimuli. There is no human society without some musical tradition. Although the traditions are very different, some principles can be found everywhere. For instance, musical sounds are always closer to pure sound than to noise. To exaggerate a little, what you get from musical sounds are supervowels, the pure frequencies as opposed to the mixed ones that define ordinary vowels, and pure consonants, produced by rhythmic instruments and the attack of most instruments. These properties make music an intensified form of sound experience, from which the cortex receives purified and therefore intense doses of what usually activates it. This phenomenon is not unique to music. Humans everywhere also fill their environments with artifacts that overstimulate their visual cortex, for instance, by providing pure, saturated color instead of the dull browns and greens of their familiar environments. In the same way, our visual system is sensitive to symmetries in objects. Bilateral symmetry in particular is quite important. When two sides of an animal or person look the same, it means that they are facing you, a relevant feature of interaction with people, but also with prey and predators. Again, you cannot find a human group where people do not produce visual gadgets with such symmetrical arrangements, from the simplest makeup or hairdressing techniques to textile patterns and interior decoration. pp. 132, 33. Why don't other species have art? Once again, the answer that suggests itself, which does not mean that it is proven but only that it may well be provable, is that, lacking language, they lack the tools for creating surrogate stimulus combinations, and hence they lack the perspective that permits exploration of the combinatorics of their own senses. 1. Using acute observation and trial and error, Tinbergen cleverly devised the supernormal stimuli that enticed his birds, and other animals, into a host of bizarre behaviors. No doubt, animals do on occasion trap themselves by inadvertently discovering a supernormal stimulus in nature and letting it do its thing on them, but what would they do next? Do it again if it felt good. But the generation of diversity on which true design exploration depends would probably not be possible for them. To sum up the story so far, the memorable nymphs and fairies and goblins and demons that crowd the mythologies of every people are the imaginative offspring of a hyperactive habit of finding agency wherever anything puzzles or frightens us. This mindlessly generates a vast overpopulation of agent ideas, most of which are too stupid to hold our attention for an instant. Only a well-designed few make it through the rehearsal tournament, mutating and improving as they go. The ones that get shared and remembered are the souped-up winners of billions of competitions for rehearsal time in the brains of our ancestors. This is not a new idea, of course, just a clarification and extension of an idea that has been around for generations. As Darwin himself surmised, the belief in unseen or spiritual agencies seems to be almost universal, nor is it difficult to comprehend how it arose. As soon as the important faculties of the imagination, wonder and curiosity, together with some power of reasoning, had become partially developed, man would naturally have craved to understand what was passing around him and have vaguely speculated on his own existence. 1886, p. 65. So far so good, but what we have accounted for is superstition, not religion. Hunting for elves in the garden or the boogeyman under your bed is not yet having a religion. What is missing? For one thing, belief. For although Darwin speaks of belief in spiritual entities, we have not yet provided an account that secures anything so strong as that. Nothing has yet been said about having to believe the hobby horse idea that keeps recycling through your mind. It may be a hunch or a wonder, or even an obsessively disbelieved little nugget of paranoia, or just a captivating morsel of storyline. Nobody has ever believed in Cinderella or Little Red Riding Hood, but their fairy tales have been quite faithfully transmitted, with mutations, over many generations. Many fairy tales make up for not being true stories by having a moral, which gives them an apparent value to the tellers and hearers, that makes up for their not being information about the wide world. Others conspicuously lack a moral. Just what does Goldilocks teach our children? Not to invade strangers' houses, and must persist in the transmission tournament for less obvious reasons. As is usual in evolutionary circumstances, a gradual ramp of intermediate states of mind is there to be traversed, from shuddering doubt, are there really wicked witches in the woods? And neutral fascination, a flying carpet, just imagine, through nagging uncertainty. Unicorns? Well, I've never seen one. And on to robust conviction. Satan is as real as that horse over there. Fascination is enough to power rehearsal and replication. Almost everybody has a good strong copy of the idea of unicorns, though few people believe in them. But hardly anybody has the idea of poodoos, which have the distinct advantage of being real. You can look it up. There is a lot more to religion than a fascination with counterintuitive, agent-like entities. Two gods as interested parties. Why the gods above me, who must be in the know, think so little of me. They allow you to go. Cole Porter. Every time we say goodbye. Ancestor worship must be an appealing idea to those who are about to become ancestors. Steven Pinker, How the Mind Works. Whereas other species make limited use of the intentional stance for anticipating the moves of predator and prey, plus a little bullying and bluffing, we human beings are obsessed about our personal relations with others, worrying about our reputations, our unfulfilled promises and obligations, and reviewing our affections and loyalties. Unlike other species, which have to worry all the time about lurking predators and dwindling food sources, we human beings have largely traded in these pressing concerns for others. The price our species has paid for the security of living in large groups of interacting communicators with different agendas is having to keep track of these complex agendas and shifting relationships. Whom can I trust? Who trusts me? Who are my rivals and my friends? To whom do I owe debts? And whose debts to me should I forgive or collect? The human world is teeming with such strategic information, to use Pascal Boyer's term, and what matters most about it, as in a card game, is this. In social interaction, we presume that other people's access to strategic information is neither perfect nor automatic. 2001, p. 100. $155. Does she know that I know that she wants to leave her husband? Does anybody know that I stole that pig? All the plots of all the great sagas and tragedies and novels, but also all the situation comedies and comic books, hinge on the tensions and complexities that arise because agents in the world don't all share the same strategic information. How do people deal with all this complexity? 2. Sometimes when people are learning a new card game, they are advised by their teacher to lay all their cards face up on the table so everybody can see what the others are holding. This is an excellent way of teaching the tactics of the game. It provides a temporary crutch for the imagination. You actually get to see what each person would normally be hiding, so you get to base your reasoning on the facts. You don't have to keep track of them in your head, since you can just look down on the table whenever you need a reminder. This helps you build up skill in visualizing where the cards must be when they are hidden. What works at the card table can't be done in real life. We can't get people to divulge all their secrets during a practice session of life, but we can get practice offline by telling and listening to stories, narrated by an agent who sees all the cards of the fictional or historic characters. What if there really were agents who had access to all the strategic information? What an idea! It is easy enough to see that such a being, in Boyer's terms, a full-access agent, would be an attention-grabbing concoction, but aside from that, what good would it be? Why would it be any more important to people than any other fantasy? Well, it might help people simplify the thinking that has to be done to figure out what to do next. A survey of the world's religions shows that almost always the full-access agents turn out to be ancestors, gone, but not at all forgotten. As the memory of father is burnished and elaborated in many retellings to children and grandchildren and their grandchildren, his ghost may acquire many exotic properties, but at the heart of his image is his virtuosity in the strategic information department. Remember how your mother and father often seemed to know just what you were thinking, just what mischief you were trying to hide? Ancestors are like that, only more so. You can't hide from them, not even your secret thoughts, and nobody else can either. Now you can reframe your puzzlement about what to do next. What would my ancestors want me to do in my current situation? You may not be able to tell what these vividly imagined agents would want you to do, but whatever it is, it's what you should do. Why, though, do we human beings so consistently focus our fantasies on our ancestors? Nietzsche, Freud, and many other theorists of culture have articulated elaborate conjectures about the subliminal motivations and memories that arose from mythic struggles deep in our human past. And there may be substantial gold to be refined from this load of speculation once we re-examine it with an eye to testable hypotheses of evolutionary psychology. But in the meantime, we can more confidently identify the basic mental disposition that sets up this bias, for it is considerably older than our species. Mammals and birds, unlike most other animals, often devote considerable parental attention to their young, but there is wide variation in this. Precocial species are those in which the young hit the ground running, as the saying goes, whereas altricial species have young that require prolonged parental care and training. This training period provides a host of opportunities for information transmission from parent to offspring that bypasses the genes entirely. Biologists are often accused of gene-centrism, thinking that everything in biology is explained by the action of genes. And some biologists do indeed go overboard in their infatuation with genes. They should be reminded that Mother Nature is not a gene-centrist. That is, the process of natural selection itself doesn't require that all valuable information move through the germ line via the genes. On the contrary, if the burden can be reliably taken over by continuities in the external world, that is fine with Mother Nature. It takes a load off the genome. Consider the various continuities relied on by natural selection, those supplied by the fundamental laws of physics, gravity, etc., and those supplied by the long-term stabilities of environment that can be safely expected to persevere. Salinity of the ocean, composition of the atmosphere, colors of things that can be used as triggers, etc. To say that natural selection relies on these regularities means just this. It generates mechanisms that are tuned to work well in environments that exhibit those regularities. The design of these mechanisms presupposes these regularities in the same way that the design of a Mars rover presupposes the planet's gravity, the solidity and temperature range of its surface, and so forth. It is not designed to operate in the Everglades, for instance. Then there are the regularities that can be transmitted from generation to generation by social learning. These are a special case of reliable environmental regularities. They take on further importance since they are themselves subject to natural selection, directly and indirectly. 2 information superhighways have been improved and enlarged over the eons. The genetic informational pathways have themselves been subject to incessant refinement over billions of years, with optimization of chromosome design and invention and improvement of proofreading enzymes and so forth, with the effect that high-fidelity, high-bandwidth transmission of genetic information has been achieved. The parent-child instructional pathway has also been optimized by a recursive or iterative process of enhancement. As Avital and Jablonka, 2000 note, the evolution of the transmission of mechanisms of transmission is of central importance for the evolution of learning and behavior. TIA 132. Among the adaptations for improving the bandwidth and fidelity of parent-offspring transmission is imprinting, in which the newborn has a readily triggered and powerful instinctual urge to approach and stay close to and attend to the first large moving thing it sees. In mammals, the urge to find and cling to the nipple is hardwired by the genes, and it has the side effect, opportunistically exploited by further adaptations, of keeping the young where they can watch mother when they are not feeding. Human infants are no exception to the mammalian rules. Meanwhile, going in the other direction, parents have been genetically designed to attend to infants. Whereas gull chicks are irresistibly drawn to an orange spot, human beings are irresistibly captivated by the special proportions of a baby face. It brings out the, "Oh, isn't she cunning?" response in the steeliest curmudgeons. As Konrad Lorenz, 1950, and others have argued, the correlation between an infant's facial appearance and an adult's nurturing response is no accident. It is not that baby faces are somehow intrinsically darling. What on earth could that mean? But that evolution hit upon facial proportions as the signal to trigger parental responses, and this has been refined and intensified over the eons in many lineages. We don't love babies and puppies because they're cute. It's the other way around. We see them as cute because evolution has designed us to love things that look like that. So strong is the correlation that measurements of fossils of newborn dinosaurs have been used to support the radical hypothesis that some dinosaur species were altricial. Hobson, 1977. Horner, 1984. Stephen Jay Gould's classic analysis, 1980, of the gradual juvenilization over the years of Mickey Mouse's features provides an elegant demonstration of the way cultural evolution can parallel genetic evolution, homing in on what human beings instinctually prefer. But even more potent than the bias in adults to respond parentally to baby-faced young is the bias in those young to respond with obedience to parental injunction, a trait observable in bear cubs as well as human babies. The free-floating rationale is not far to seek. It is in the genetic interests of parents, but not necessarily other conspecifics, to inform, not misinform their young, so it is efficient and relatively safe to trust one's parents. Sterelny, 2003, has particularly acute observations on the trade-offs between trust and suspicion in the evolutionary arms races of cognition. Once the information superhighway between parent and child is established by genetic evolution, it is ready to be used or abused by any agents with agendas of their own or by any memes that happen to have features that benefit from the biases built into the highway. 3. One's parents, or whoever are hard to distinguish from one's parents, have something approaching a dedicated hotline to acceptance, not as potent as hypnotic suggestion, but sometimes close to it. Many years ago, my 5-year-old daughter, attempting to imitate the gymnast Nadia Comaneci's performance on the horizontal bar, tipped over the piano stool and painfully crushed 2 of her fingertips. How was I going to calm down this terrified child so I could safely drive her to the emergency room? Inspiration struck. I held my own hand near her throbbing little hand and sternly ordered, "Look, Andrea, I'm going to teach you a secret. You can push the pain into my hand with your mind. Go ahead, push, push." She tried, and it worked. She'd pushed the pain into Daddy's hand. Her relief and fascination were instantaneous. The effect lasted only for minutes, but with a few further administrations of impromptu hypnotic analgesia. Along the way, I got her to the emergency room where they could give her the further treatment she needed. Try it with your own child if the occasion arises. You may be similarly lucky. I was exploiting her instincts, though the rationale didn't occur to me until years later, when I was reflecting on it. This raises an interesting empirical question. Would my attempt at instant hypnosis have worked as effectively on some other 5-year-old who hadn't imprinted on me as an authority figure? And if imprinting is implicated, how young must a child be to imprint so effectively on a parent? Our daughter was 3 months old when we adopted her. Natural selection builds child brains with a tendency to believe whatever their parents and tribal elders tell them. Dawkins, 2004a, p. 12. It is not surprising, then, to find religious leaders in every part of the world hitting upon the extra authority provided them by their taking on the title Father. But this is to get ahead of our story. We're still at the stage where Boyer claims our ancestors were unwittingly summoning up fantasies about their ancestors in order to relieve some of their quandaries about what to do next. An important feature of Boyer's hypothesis is that these imagined full-access agents are not typically deemed to be omniscient. If you lose your knife, you don't automatically suppose that they would know the whereabouts of your knife unless somebody stole it from you, or you dropped it in an incriminating place during a tryst. Unless, that is, it was strategic information. And the ancestors know all the strategic information because they are interested in it. What you and your kin do is of concern to them for the same reason it is of concern to your parents, and for the same reason it matters to you what your children do and how they are perceived in the community. Boyer's suggestion is that the idea of omniscience, a God who knows absolutely everything about everything, including where your car keys are, the largest prime number smaller than a quadrillion, and the number of grains of sand on that beach, is a later wrinkle, a bit of sophistication or intellectual tidying up much more recently adopted by theologians. There is some experimental evidence in support of this hypothesis. People have been taught since childhood, and hence will avow, that God knows everything, but they don't rely on this when reasoning unself-consciously about God. The root idea, the one that people actually use when they are not worrying about theological correctness, Barrett, 2000, is that the ancestors or the gods know the things that matter the most, the secret longings and schemes and worries and pangs of guilt. Gods know where all the bodies are buried, as the saying goes. 3. Getting the gods to speak to us. Nothing is more difficult, and therefore more precious, than to be able to decide. Napoleon Bonaparte. But what good to us is the gods' knowledge if we can't get it from them? How could one communicate with the gods? Our ancestors, while they were alive, stumbled on an extremely ingenious solution: divination. We all know how hard it is to make the major decisions of life. Should I hang tough or admit my transgression? Should I move or stay in my present position? Should I go to war or not? Should I follow my heart or my head? We still haven't figured out any satisfactory systematic way of deciding these things. Anything that can relieve the burden of figuring out how to make these hard calls is bound to be an attractive idea. Consider flipping a coin, for instance. Why do we do it? To take away the burden of having to find a reason for choosing A over B. We like to have reasons for what we do, but sometimes nothing sufficiently persuasive comes to mind, and we recognize that we have to decide soon, so we concoct a little gadget, an external thing that will make the decision for us. But if the decision is about something momentous, like whether to go to war, or marry, or confess, anything like flipping a coin would just be too, well, flippant. In such a case, choosing for no good reason would be too obviously a sign of incompetence, and besides, if the decision is really that important, once the coin has landed, you'll have to confront the further choice. Should you honor your just avowed commitment to be bound by the flip of the coin, or should you reconsider? Faced with such quandaries, we recognize the need for some treatment stronger than a coin flip. Something more ceremonial, more impressive, like divination, which not only tells you what to do, but gives you a reason, if you squint just right and use your imagination. Scholars have uncovered a comically variegated profusion of ancient ways of delegating important decisions to uncontrollable externalities. Instead of flipping a coin, you can flip arrows, bellomancy, or rods, rhabdomancy, or bones or cards, sortilege. And instead of looking at tea leaves, tasseography, you can examine the livers of sacrificed animals, hepatoscopy, or other entrails, haruspicy, or melted wax poured into water, seroscopy. Then there is moliosophy, divination by blemishes, myomancy, divination by rodent behavior, nephomancy, divination by clouds, and of course the old favorites, numerology and astrology, among dozens of others. 4. One of the more plausible arguments made by Julian Jaynes in his brilliant but quirky and unreliable book, The Origins of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, 1976, was that this riotous explosion of different ways of passing the buck to an external deciding gadget was a manifestation of human beings' growing difficulties with self-control as human groups became larger and more complicated. Chapter 4, A Change of Mind in Mesopotamia, pp. 223-54. And as Palmer and Stedman have more recently noted, the most important effect of divination is that it reduces responsibility in decision-making and thereby reduces the acrimony that can result from bad decisions. 2004, p. 145. The free-floating rationale is obvious enough. If you're going to pass the buck, pass it to something that can't duck the responsibility in turn, and that can be held responsible if things don't go well. And as usual with adaptations, you don't have to understand the rationale to benefit from it. Divination, what Jaynes called exopsychic methods of thought or decision-making, p. 245, could have risen in popularity simply because those who happened to do it liked the results enough to do it again, and then others began to copy them, and it became the thing to do even though nobody really knew why. Jaynes noted, p. 240, that the very idea of randomness or chance is of quite recent origin. In earlier times there was no way of even suspecting that some event was utterly random. Everything was presumed to mean something, if only we knew what. Deliberately opting for a meaningless choice just to get some choice or other made so one can get on with one's life is probably a much later sophistication, even if that is the rationale that explains why it was actually useful to people. In the absence of that sophistication, it was important to believe that somebody somewhere who knows what's right is telling you. Like Dumbo's magic feather, some crutches for the soul work only if you believe that they do. 5. But what does it mean to say that such a method works? Only that it actually helps people think about their strategic predicaments and then make timely decisions, even if the decisions themselves are not any better informed by the process. This is not nothing. In fact, it could be a tremendous boost under various circumstances. Suppose that people facing difficult decisions typically have all the information they need to make well-grounded decisions, but just don't realize that they do, or just don't trust their own judgment as much as they ought to. All they need to get them out of their funk and stiffen their spine for resolute action is a little help from their friends, their imagined ancestors, hovering invisibly nearby and telling them what to do. Such a psychological asset would be jeopardized by skeptics going around poo-pooing the integrity of divination, of course, and probably that recognition, even if subliminal and unarticulated, has always motivated hostility towards skeptics. Shh. Don't break the spell. These people need this crutch to keep their act together. Even if people are not, in general, capable of making good decisions on the information that they have, it may seem to them that divination helps them think about their strategic predicaments, and this may provide the motivation to cling to the practice. For reasons they can't fathom, divination provides relief and makes them feel good. rather like tobacco. And note that none of this is genetic transmission. We're talking about a culturally transmitted practice of divination, not an instinct. We don't have to settle the empirical question now of whether divination memes are mutualist memes that actually enhance the fitness of their hosts, or parasite memes that they'd be better off without. Eventually, it would be good to get an evidence-based answer to this question, but for the time being, it is the questions I am interested in. Notice, too, that this leaves wide open the possibility that divination, under specific circumstances to be discovered and confirmed, is a mutualist meme because it's true, because there is a God who knows what is in everyone's heart and on special occasions tells people what to do. After all, the reason why water is deemed essential to life in every human culture is that it is essential to life. For the moment, though, my point is just that divination, which appears just about everywhere in human culture, including, of course, among the astrology seekers and numerologists who still inhabit our high-tech Western culture, could be understood as a natural phenomenon, paying for itself in the biological coin of replication, whether or not it is actually a source of reliable information, strategic or otherwise. For shamans as hypnotists, anyone who goes to a psychiatrist should have his head examined. Samuel Goldwyn. Divination is one genus of rituals found throughout the world. Healing rituals conducted by local shamans or witch doctors are another. How did it arise? In Guns, Germs and Steel, 1997, Jared Diamond showed that, to a first approximation in every culture on every continent, human exploration over the centuries has discovered all the local edible plants and animals, including many that require elaborate preparation to make them non-poisonous. Moreover, they have domesticated whatever local species have been amenable to domestication. We have had the time, intelligence, and curiosity to have made a near-exhaustive search of the possibilities, something that can now be proved by high-tech methods of genetic analysis of domesticated species and their closest wild relatives. It stands to reason, then, that we should also have done an excellent job of uncovering most, if not all, the locally available medicinal herbs, even those requiring elaborate refinement and preparation. So powerful and reliable have these search procedures proved to be that pharmaceutical companies have in recent years invested in anthropological research, energetically acquiring, by theft in some cases, the fruits of this primitive RD by the indigenous populations in every rainforest and remote island. This eager appropriation of the intellectual property rights and trade secrets of economically naive peoples is, however deplorable, an excellent instance of the cui bono. Reasoning of evolutionary biology. RD is expensive and time-consuming. Whatever information has stood the test of time, replicating through the ages, must have paid for itself somehow, so it is probably worth plagiarizing. Cui bono? It may have paid for itself by helping a long line of tricksters dupe their clients, so we mustn't assume the payment was a benefit for all parties. That people take herbs to alleviate their symptoms, or even cure their conditions, is not puzzling or surprising, but why all the accompanying and often horrifying rituals? Anthropologist James McLennan, 2002, has examined the patterns in rituals of healers all over the world and finds that they strongly support the hypothesis that what people have discovered, over and over again, is the placebo effect, more specifically, the power of hypnotism, often aided by ingestion or inhalation of hallucinogens or other mind-altering substances. See also Shoemaker, 1990. Ritual healing, McLennan argues, is ubiquitous because it actually works. Not perfectly, of course, but much better than the Western medical establishment has typically been willing to grant. Indeed, there is a convergence. The ailments that people go to and pay shamans to alleviate are those that are particularly hospitable to placebo effect treatment. Psychological stress and its attendant symptoms, as well as the ordeals of childbirth, to name perhaps the most interesting case. Childbirth in Homo sapiens is a particularly stressful event, and of course the timing of its arrival, unlike the traumas of accidents and hostility, can be anticipated quite accurately, making it an ideal occasion for elaborate ceremonies requiring considerable preparation time. Since infant and maternal mortality rates in childbirth were presumably as high in pre-technological days as they are now in non-technological cultures, there has been plenty of room for a strong selection pressure for the coevolution of any treatment, culturally transmitted, and susceptibility to treatment, genetically transmitted, that could improve the odds. Just as lactose tolerance has evolved in peoples who had the culture of dairy herding, hypnotizability could have evolved in people who had the culture of healing rituals. I hypothesize that shamanic rituals constitute hypnotic inductions, that shamanic performances provide suggestions, that client responses are equivalent to responses produced by hypnosis, and that responses to shamanic treatment are correlated with patient hypnotizability. McLennan, 2002, p. 79. These hypotheses are eminently testable and, McLennan argues, they plausibly provide sources for some of the features, rituals and beliefs to be found just about everywhere in religions. Interestingly, there is wide variation in hypnotizability, with about 15% of human populations exhibiting strong hypnotizability, and there is apparently a genetic component which is not, to my knowledge, well studied yet. Shamans tend to run in families, according to a wealth of anthropological evidence. But this could, of course, be due entirely to vertical cultural transmission of the shamanic memes from parent to child. But why should human beings be susceptible to the placebo effect in the first place? Is this a unique human adaptation, depending on language and culture, or are related effects discernible in other species? This is a topic of current research and controversy. One of the most ingenious hypotheses under discussion is Nicholas Humphrey's 2002 economic resource management hypothesis. The body has many resources to cure its own ailments, pain to discourage activity that can further damage an injury, fevers to combat infection, vomiting to rid the digestive system of toxins, and immune responses, to mention the most powerful. These are all effective but costly. Overuse or premature use by the body could actually end up harming the body more than helping. Full-scale immune responses are particularly costly, and only the healthiest animals can maintain a fully equipped army of antibodies. When should a body spare no expense in hopes of a quick cure? Only when it is safe to do so, or when help is just around the corner. Otherwise, it might be more prudent for the body to be stingy with its costly self-treatments. The placebo effect, according to this hypothesis, is a releasing trigger, telling the body to pull out all the stops because there is hope. In other species, the hope variable is presumably tuned to whatever information the animal can glean from its current surroundings. Is it safe in its den or in the middle of its herd, and is there plenty of food around? In us, the hope variable can be manipulated by authoritative figures. These are questions worth further investigation. In Chapter 3, I briefly introduced the hypothesis that our brains might have evolved a God center, but noted that it would be better for the time being to consider it a whatsis center that had later been adapted or exploited by religious elaborations of one sort or another. Now, we have a plausible candidate for filling in the blank, the hypnotizability enabler. Moreover, in his recent book, The God Gene, the neurobiologist and geneticist Dean Hamer, 2004, claims to have found a gene that could be harnessed for this role. The VMAT2 gene is one of many that provide recipes for the proteins, the monoamines, that do the major work in the brain. These are the proteins that carry the signals that control all our thought and behavior. The neuromodulators and neurotransmitters that are shunted back and forth between neurons, and the transporters within the neurons that do all the housekeeping, restoring the supplies of neuromodulators and neurotransmitters. Prozac and the many other psychoactive or mood-changing drugs developed in recent years work by enhancing or suppressing the activity of one monoamine or another. The VMAT2 gene is polymorphic in human beings, meaning that there are different mutations of it in different people. The VMAT2 gene variants are ideally placed, then, to account for differences in people's emotional or cognitive responses to the same stimuli, and could explain why some people are relatively immune to hypnotic induction, whereas others are readily put into a trance. None of this is close to proven yet, and Hamer's development of his hypothesis is marked by more enthusiasm than subtlety, a foible that may repel researchers who would otherwise take it seriously. Still, something like his hypothesis, but probably much more complicated, is a good bet for confirmation in the near future as the roles of proteins and their gene recipes are further analyzed. Part of what is tantalizing about this research avenue is how non-reductionistic it is. McLennan and Hamer have worked independently of each other, so far as I know. Neither mentions the other in any case, and neither is treated by Boyer or Atran or the other anthropologists. This is not surprising. The collaboration between geneticists and neurobiologists on the one hand and anthropologists and archaeologists and historians on the other, pioneered by Luigi Luca Cavalli Sforza and his colleagues, is a recent and spotty trend. False starts and disappointments are bound to outnumber triumphs in the early days of such interdisciplinary work, and I make no promises about the prospects of the specific hypotheses of either McLennan or Hamer. They make a vivid and accessible example of the possibilities in store, however. Recall Dawkins' point quoted in Chapter 3. If neuroscientists find a God center in the brain, Darwinian scientists like me want to know why the God center evolved. Why did those of our ancestors who had a genetic tendency to grow a God center survive better than rivals who did not? 2004b, p14. We now have one eventually testable answer to Dawkins' question, and it invokes not just biochemical facts, but the whole world of cultural anthropology. 6. Why did those with the genetic tendency survive? Because they, unlike those who lacked the gene, had health insurance. In the days before modern medicine, shamanic healing was your only recourse if you fell ill. If you were constitutionally impervious to the ministrations that the shamans had patiently refined over the centuries, cultural evolution, you had no health care provider to turn to. If the shamans had not existed, there would have been no selection advantage to having this variant gene. But their accumulated memes, their culture of shamanic healing, could have created a strong ridge of selection pressure in the adaptive landscape that would not otherwise have been there. This still doesn't get us to organized religion, but it does get us to what I am going to call folk religion, the sorts of religion that have no written creeds, no theologians, no hierarchy of officials. 7. Before any of the great organized religions existed, there were folk religions, and these provided the cultural environment from which organized religions could emerge. Folk religions have rituals, stories about gods or supernatural ancestors, prohibited and obligatory practices. Like folk tales, the sayings of folk religion are of such distributed authorship that it is better to say that they have no authors at all, not that their authors are unknown. Like folk music, 8, the rituals and songs of folk religion have no composers, and their taboos and other moral injunctions have no legislators. Conscious, deliberate authorship comes later, after the designs of the basic cultural items have been honed and polished for many generations, without foresight, without intent, by nothing but the process of differential replication during cultural transmission. Is all this possible? Of course. Language is a stupendously intricate and well-designed cultural artifact, and no individual human designers get to take credit for it. And just as some of the features of written languages are clearly vestigial traces of their purely oral ancestors. 9. Some of the features of organized religion will turn out to be vestigial traces of the folk religions from which they are descended. By vestigial traces, I mean this. The preservation over many generations of a folk religion, its self-replication in the face of inexorable competition, demands adaptations that are peculiar to an oral tradition and that are no longer strictly necessary from a reverse engineering point of view, but that persist simply because they haven't yet been sufficiently costly to be selected against. 5 memory engineering devices in oral cultures. The total corpus of Bacterman knowledge is stored in 183 Bacterman minds, aided only by a modest assemblage of cryptic concrete symbols, the meanings of which depend on the associations built up around them in the consciousness of a few seniors, and by limited, suspicious communication with the members of a few surrounding communities. Frederick Barth, Ritual and Knowledge. Among the Bacterman of New Guinea, humans, it appears, are the only animals that spontaneously engage in creative, rhythmic bodily coordination to enhance possibilities for cooperation, for example, singing and swaying when they work together. Scott Atran. In Gods We Trust. Every folk religion has rituals. To an evolutionist, rituals stand out like peacocks in a sunlit glade. They are usually stunningly expensive. They often involve the deliberate destruction of valuable food and other property, to say nothing of human sacrifices, are often physically taxing or even injurious to the participants, and typically require impressive preparation, time and effort. Cui bono? Who or what is the beneficiary of all this extravagant outlay? We have already seen 2 ways rituals might pay for themselves as psychologically necessary features of divination techniques or hypnotic induction procedures in shamanic healing. 10. Once they were established on the scene for these purposes, they would be available to be adapted, exapted, as the late Stephen Jay Gould would say, for other uses. But there are other possibilities to explore. Anthropologists and historians of religion have theorized about the meaning and function of religious ritual for generations, usually from blinkered perspectives that ignore the evolutionary background. Before we look at speculations about rituals as symbolic expressions of one deep need or belief or another, we should consider the case that can be made for rituals as memory enhancement processes designed by cultural evolution and not by any conscious designers, to improve the copying fidelity of the very process of meme transmission they ensure. One of the clearest lessons of evolutionary biology is that early extinction lies in the future of any lineage in which the copying machinery breaks down or even just degrades a little. Without high-fidelity copying, any design improvements that happen to occur in a lineage will tend to be frittered away almost immediately. Hard-won gains accumulated over many generations can be lost in a few faulty replications, the precious fruits of R&D evaporating overnight. So we can be sure that would-be religious traditions that have no good ways of preserving their designs reliably over the centuries are doomed to oblivion. We can observe today the birth and swift death of cults, as the early adherents lose faith or lose interest and drift away, leaving hardly a trace after a few years. Even when members of such a group fervently want to keep it going, their desires will be thwarted unless they avail themselves of the technologies of replication. Today, writing, not to mention videotape and other high-tech recording media, provides the obvious information highway to use. And, from the earliest days of writing, there has been a keen appreciation of the need not only to protect the sacred documents from damage and decay, but to copy them over and over, minimizing the risk of loss by ensuring that multiple copies were distributed around. For many centuries before the invention of movable type, which made possible for the first time the mass production of identical copies, roomfuls of scribes, shoulder to shoulder at their writing desks, took dictation from a reader, and thus turned one frail and dog-eared copy into dozens of fresh new copies, copy machine made of people. Since the originals from which the copies were made have mostly turned to dust in the meantime, without the efforts of these scribes, we would have no reliable texts for any of the literature of antiquity, sacred or secular, no Old Testament, no Homer, no Plato and Aristotle, no Gilgamesh. The earliest known copies of Plato's dialogues, still in existence for instance, were created centuries after his death, and even the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Gospels, Pagel's 1979, are copies of texts that were composed hundreds of years earlier. A text inked on papyrus or parchment is like the hard spore of a plant that may lie undamaged in the sand for centuries before finding itself in suitable conditions to shed its armor and sprout. In oral traditions, in contrast, the vehicle, a spoken verse or sung refrain, lasts for only a few seconds and must enter some ears, as many as possible, and imprint itself firmly in as many brains as possible if it is to escape oblivion. Getting registered in a brain, getting heard and noticed above the competition, is less than half the battle. Getting rehearsed and rehearsed, either in the privacy of a single brain or in unison public repetition, is a life or death matter for an orally transmitted meme.11. If you want to brush up your memory of the order of worship in your church's Sunday service, or check to see whether one should stand or sit down during the closing benediction, there is almost certainly a text you can consult. The details are printed in the back of every hymnal, perhaps, or in the Book of Common Prayer, or, if not there, at least in texts that are readily available to the priest or minister or rabbi or imam. Nobody has to memorize every line of every invocation, every prayer, every detail of the costumes, music, manipulation of sacred objects, and so forth, since they are all written down in one official record or another. But rituals are not by any means restricted to literate cultures. In fact, the religious rituals of non-literate societies are often more detailed, typically much more demanding physically, and just plain longer in duration than the rituals of organized religions. Moreover, the shamans don't go to official shaman seminaries, and there is no council of bishops or ayatollahs to maintain quality control. How do the members of these religions keep all the details in memory over the generations? The simple answer is, they don't. They can't. And it is surprisingly hard to prove otherwise. Whereas members of a non-literate culture may be well-nigh unanimous in their conviction that their rituals and creeds have been perfectly preserved by them over hundreds or thousands of generations. 1,000 years is only about 50 generations. Why should we believe them? Is there any evidence that supports their traditional conviction? There is a little. Much of the excitement that accompanied scholars' discovery of the Nambudiri ritual tradition turned on the fact that, although texts delineating Vedic rituals exist, the Nambudiri have not used them. Exclusively by non-literate means, they have sustained this elaborate ritual tradition with astonishing fidelity, as gauged by the centuries-old Srauta Sutras. Lawson and Macaulay, 2002, p. 153. So at first it appears that the Nambudiri are perhaps a uniquely lucky oral culture, having some evidence in support of their conviction that they have preserved their rituals intact. If it were not for the Vedic texts, presumably unknown to them and never consulted over the years, there would be no fixed yardstick against which to measure their confidence in the antiquity of their traditions. But, alas, the story is too good to be entirely true. The Nambudiri tradition may be oral, but they are not illiterate. Some of their priests teach engineering, for instance, and it is hard to believe they have kept themselves entirely isolated from the Vedic texts. It is known that during their 6-month initiation period of the training, preparation and rehearsals leading up to the actual event, use is made of notebooks prepared by the senior Acharyas who have already taken part in previous rituals. 12. So the Nambudiri are not really an independent benchmark of how accurate oral transmission can be. Compare the problem here with the ongoing research on the evolution of languages. Using complex and sophisticated probabilistic analyses, linguists can deduce features of extinct oral languages whose last speakers have been dead for millennia. How can this be done with no tape recordings to consult and no texts in the language they are extrapolating? The linguists make heavy use of the enormous corpus of textual data in other, later languages, tracing linguistic shifts from Attic Greek to Hellenistic Greek, and from Latin to the Romance languages, and so forth. Finding common patterns in these shifts, they have been able to extrapolate back with some confidence to what languages must have been like before writing came along to fossilize some of them for later ages to study. They have been able to extract regularities of pronunciation shift and grammatical shift, and juxtapose them on patterns of stability to arrive at highly educated and cross-confirmed guesses about how, say, Indo-European words were pronounced long before there were written languages to preserve the clues like fossil insects in amber.13. If we tried to do the same extrapolation trick with religious beliefs, we would first have to establish benchmarks for stability and shift in them, and so far this has not proved feasible. What little we know about early religions is almost entirely dependent on surviving texts. Pargel's, 1979, offers a fascinating perspective on the Gnostic Gospels, for instance, early competitors for inclusion in the canon of Christian texts, thanks to the fortuitous survival of written texts that have been passed on as translations of copies of the originals. We cannot, then, just take it on faith that non-literate religious traditions still extant in the world are as ancient as advertised. And we already know that in some such religions there is not a tradition of obsessive preservation of ancient creed. Frederick Barth, for instance, found lots of evidence of innovation among the Bactamans, and as Lawson and Macaulay, 2002 p. 83, dryly note, perfect fidelity to past practice is not an unwavering ideal for the Bactamans. So, whereas we can be quite sure that people in oral traditions have had religion of one sort or another for thousands of years, we shouldn't ignore the possibility that the religion we see and record today may consist of elements that have been invented or reinvented quite recently. People run and jump and throw stones pretty much the same way everywhere, and this regularity is explained by the physical properties of human limbs and musculature and the uniformity of wind resistance around the globe, not a tradition somehow passed down from generation to generation. On the other hand, where no such constraints ensure reinvention, items of culture will be able to wander swiftly, widely, and unrecognizably in the absence of mechanisms of copying fidelity. Different strokes for different folks. 14. And wherever this wandering transmission occurs, there will automatically be selection for mechanisms that enhance copying fidelity whenever they arise, whether or not people care, since any such mechanisms will tend to persist longer in the cultural medium than alternative and no less costly mechanisms that get themselves copied indifferently. One of the best ways of ensuring copying fidelity over many replications is the majority rule strategy that is the basis for the uncannily reliable behavior of computers. It was the great mathematician John von Neumann who saw a way of applying this trick in the real world of engineering, so that Alan Turing's imaginary computing machine could become a reality, permitting us to manufacture highly reliable computers out of unavoidably unreliable parts. Practically perfect transmission of trillions of bits is routinely executed by even the cheapest computers these days, thanks to von Neumann multiplexing, but this trick has been invented and reinvented over the centuries in many variations. In the days before radio communication and GPS satellites, navigators used to take not one or two but 3 chronometers aboard their ships on long voyages. If you have just one chronometer and it starts running slow or fast, you'll never know it is in error. If you bring 2 and they eventually begin to disagree, you won't know whether one is running slow or the other is running fast. If you bring 3, you can be quite sure that the odd one out is the one in which the error is accumulating, since otherwise the 2 that are still in agreement would have to be going bad in exactly the same way, an unlikely coincidence under most circumstances. Long before it was consciously invented or discovered, this good trick was already embodied as an adaptation of memes. It can be seen at work in any oral tradition, religious or secular, in which people act in unison, praying or singing or dancing, for instance. Not everybody will remember the words or the melody or the next step, but most will, and those who are out of step will quickly correct themselves to join the throng, preserving the traditions much more reliably than any of them could do on their own. It doesn't depend on virtuoso memorizers scattered among them. Nobody needs to be better than average. It is mathematically provable that such multiplexing schemes can overcome the weakest link phenomenon and make a mesh that is much stronger than its weakest links. It is no accident that religions all have occasions on which the adherents come together to act in public unison in rituals. Any religion without such occasions would already be extinct. 15. A public ritual is a great way of preserving content with high fidelity, but why are people so eager to participate in rituals in the first place? Since we are presuming that they are not intent on preserving the fidelity of their meme copying by constituting a sort of social computer memory, what motivates them to join in? Here there are currently a welter of conflicting hypotheses that will take some time and research to resolve. An embarrassment of riches in need of culling. 16. Consider what we can call the shamanic advertising hypothesis. Shamans the world over conduct much of their medicine in public ceremonies, and they are adept at getting the local people not just to watch while they induce a trance in themselves or their clients, but to participate with drumming, singing, chanting, and dancing. In his classic Witchcraft, Oracles and Magic Among the Azande, 1937, the anthropologist Edward Evans Pritchard vividly describes these proceedings, observing how the shaman cleverly enlists the crowd of knowing onlookers, turning them into shills, in effect, to impress the uninitiated, for whom this ceremonial demonstration is a novel spectacle. It may be supposed, indeed, that attendance at them has an important formative influence on the growth of witchcraft beliefs in the minds of children, for children make a point of attending them and taking part in them as spectators and chorus. This is the first occasion on which they demonstrate their belief, and it is more dramatically and more publicly affirmed at these séances than in any other situation. Evans Pritchard, 1937. 1976 abridged edition, pp. 70-71. Innate curiosity, stimulated by music and rhythmic dancing and other forms of sensory pageantry. Lawson and Macaulay, 2002. Could probably account for the initial motivation to join the chorus, especially if we have an evolved innate desire to belong, to join with the others, especially the elders, as many have recently argued. This will be a topic in the next chapter. Then there are the phenomena of mass hypnosis and mob hysteria, still poorly understood, but undeniably potent effects observable when people are brought together in crowds and given something exciting to react to. Once people find themselves in the chorus, other motivations can take over. Anything that makes the cost of non-participation steep will do the trick. And if community members get the idea of encouraging other members not only to participate, but to inflict costs on those who shirk their responsibility to participate, the phenomenon can become self-sustaining. Boyd and Richardson, 1992. Doesn't there have to be someone to prime the pump? How would this initially get started unless there were some people, some agents, who wanted to start a ritual tradition? As usual, this hunch betrays a failure of evolutionary imagination. It is, of course, possible, and in some instances surely likely or even proven, that some community leader or other agent set out to design a ritual to serve a particular purpose, but we have seen that such an author is not strictly necessary. Even elaborate and expensive rituals of public rehearsal could emerge out of earlier practices and habits without conscious design. 17. Public rehearsal is a key process of memory enhancement, but it is not enough. We also have to look at the features of what is rehearsed, for these can themselves be designed to be more and more memory-friendly. A key innovation is breaking down the material to be transmitted into something like an alphabet, a smallish repertoire of norms of production. In Appendix A, I describe how the reliability of DNA replication itself depends on there being a finite code or ensemble of elements, an alphabet of sorts, such as A, C, G, T. This is a form of digitization that allows tiny fluctuations or variations in execution to be absorbed or wiped out in the next round. The design idea of digitization has been made famous in the computer age, but earlier applications of it can be seen in the ways in which religious rituals, like dances and poems and words themselves, can be broken down into easily recognizable elements fit for what Dan Sperber, 2000, calls triggered production. See Appendixes A and C. No two people may do their curtsy or salute or kowtow in exactly the same way, but each will be clearly recognizable as a curtsy or salute or kowtow by the rest of the group, which thereby absorbs the noise of the moment and transmits to the future only the essential skeleton, the spelling out of the moves. When the children watch their elders doing the moves, whether in a secular folk dance or a folk religious ceremony, and that distinction will be quite arbitrary or non-existent in some cultures, they learn an alphabet of behaviors, and they may vie with one another to see who could do the most dashing A move or the curliest B move or the loudest C chant. But they all agree on what the moves are, and therein lies a huge compression of the information that must be transmitted. This kind of compression can be accurately measured on your home computer by comparing a bitmap of a page of text, which makes no distinction between alphabet characters and smudges or ink blots, laboriously representing every dot, and a text file of the same page, which will be orders of magnitude smaller. To speak of an alphabet as composed of a canonical set of things to remember is to be doubly anachronistic, using later technology, written language, and the conscious and deliberate elevation of a restricted canon of prescribed beliefs and texts. To analyze the design strengths of earlier innovations in transmission methods that had no authors. These were further enhanced by the use of rhythm and rhyme to commit a further anachronism, since these technical terms were surely invented long after the effectiveness of the properties was recognized by the blind watchmaker of cultural selection. Rhythm and rhyme and musical pitch all provided additional bolstering. Rubin, 1995, turning unmemorable strings of words into sound bites. Let's wallow in anachronism while we're at it. A somewhat less obvious design feature was the inclusion of incomprehensible elements. Why would this help transmission? By obliging the transmitters to fall back on direct quotation, in circumstances where they might otherwise be tempted to use indirect quotation and just transmit the gist of the occasion in their own words, a dangerous source of mutation. The underlying idea is familiar enough to us all in the usually despised but effective pedagogical method. Rote learning. Don't try to understand these formulas, just memorize them. If you are simply unable to understand the formulas, or some aspect of them, you don't need the admonition. You have no recourse but memorization, and that reinforces the reliance on strict rehearsal and the error-correcting genius of alphabets. The admonition, however, may well be there as well, as yet another memory-enhancing feature. Say the formula exactly. Your life depends on it. If you don't say the magic word just right, the door won't open. The devil will get you if you misspeak. To repeat the refrain that should be familiar by now, nobody had to understand these rationales, or even want to improve the copying fidelity of the rituals in which they participated. It is rather that any rituals that just happened to be favored by these features would have a powerful replicative advantage over competing rituals that lacked them. Note that, so far, the adaptations that we have uncovered as likely contributors to the survival of religions have been neutral on the subject of whether or not we are beneficiaries. They are features of the medium, not the message, designed to ensure the transmission fidelity, a requirement of evolution, while almost entirely neutral with regard to whether what is transmitted is good, a mutualist, bad, a parasite, or neutral, a commensal. To be sure, We hypothesized that the evolution of shamanic healing rituals was probably a benign or mutualist development, not just a bad habit for which our ancestors succored. And there is a good chance that divination actually helped, and didn't just seem to help, our ancestors make up their minds when they needed to, but these are still open empirical questions on which we could revise our opinion without collapse of the theory if the evidence warranted. And no one should object at this point that we haven't begun talking about all the good that religion does. We haven't had to address that issue yet, which is as it should be. We should exhaust our minimalist options in order to lay the foundations for a proper consideration of that question. Chapter 5. The obvious expensiveness of folk religion, a challenge to biology, can be accounted for by hypotheses that are not yet confirmed, but testable. Probably the excess population of imaginary agents generated by the HADD yielded candidates to press into service as decision aids, in divination, or as shamans' accomplices, in health maintenance, for instance. These co-opted or exapted mental constructs were then subjected to extensive design revision under the selective pressure for reproductive prowess. Chapter 6. As human culture grew and people became more reflective, folk religion became transformed into organized religion. The free-floating rationales of the earlier designs were supplemented and sometimes replaced by carefully crafted reasons as religions became domesticated. Chapter 6. The Evolution of Stewardship. 1. The Music of Religion. It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Duke Ellington. The central claim of this chapter is that folk religion turned into organized religion in much the same way folk music spawned what we might call organized music. Professional musicians and composers, written representations and rules, concert halls, critics, agents, and the rest. In both cases, the shift happened for many reasons, but largely because, as people became more and more reflective about both their practices and their reactions, they could then become more and more inventive in their explorations of the space of possibilities. Both music and religion gradually became more artful or sophisticated, more elaborate, more of a production. Not necessarily better in any absolute sense, but better able to respond to increasingly complicated demands from populations that were biologically pretty much the same as their distant ancestors, but culturally enlarged, both equipped and encumbered. There is artifice in the design and execution of religious practices, as anyone knows who has ever suffered through an ineptly conducted religious ceremony. A stammering and prosaic minister and boring liturgy, shaky singing from the choir, people forgetting when to stand and what to say and do. Such a flawed performance can drive away even the best-intentioned congregants. More artfully celebrated occasions can raise the congregation to sublime ecstasy. We can analyze the artifice in religious texts and ceremonies. Flawed performance can drive away even the best-intentioned congregants. More artfully celebrated occasions can raise the congregation to sublime ecstasy. We can analyze the artifice in religious texts and ceremonies just as we can analyze the artifice in literature, music, dance, architecture, and other arts. A good professor of music theory can take apart a Mozart symphony or a Bach cantata and show you how the various design features work to achieve their magic. But some people prefer not to delve into these matters, for the same reason that they don't want stage magic tricks explained. For them, explanation diminishes the wonder. Maybe so, but compare the uncomprehending awe with which the musically uneducated confront a symphony to the equally superficial appreciation of someone at a soccer match who doesn't know the rules or the fine points of the game and just sees lots of kicking the ball back and forth and vigorous running around. Great action, they may sincerely exclaim, but they're missing most of the excellence on offer. Mozart and Bach and Manchester United deserve better. The designs and techniques of religion can also be studied with the same detached curiosity, with valuable results. Consider adopting the same inquisitive attitude to religion, especially to your own religion. It is a finely tuned amalgam of brilliant plays and stratagems, capable of holding people enthralled and loyal for their entire lives, lifting them out of their selfishness and mundane ways in much the way music often does, but even more so. Understanding how it works is as much a preamble to better appreciating it or making it work better as it is to trying to dismantle it. And the analysis I am urging is, after all, just the continuation of the reflective process that has brought religion to the state it is now in. Every minister in every faith is like a jazz musician, keeping traditions alive by playing the beloved standards the way they are supposed to be played, but also incessantly gauging and deciding, slowing the pace or speeding up, deleting or adding another phrase to a prayer, mixing familiarity and novelty in just the right proportions to grab the minds and hearts of the listeners in attendance. The best performances are not just like good music, they are a kind of music. Listen to the recorded sermons of the Reverend C.L. Franklin, Aretha Franklin's father, and famous among gospel preachers before she recorded any hits, or the white Baptist preacher Brother John Sherfy, for example. 1. Such performer-composers are not just vocalists. Their instrument is the congregation, and they play it with the passionate but knowledgeable artistry of a violinist entrusted with a Stradivarius. In addition to the immediate effects today, a smile or amen or hallelujah, and short-term effects, returning to church next Sunday, putting another $1 in the collection plate, there are long-term effects. By choosing which passages of Scripture will be replicated this week, the minister shapes not just the order of worship, but the minds of the worshippers. Unless you are a remarkable and rare scholar, you carry around in your personal memory only a fraction of the holy texts of your faith, those that you have heard over and over again since your childhood, sometimes intoning them in unison with the congregation, whether or not you have deliberately committed any of them to memory. Just as the Latin minds of ancient Rome gave way to French and Italian and Spanish minds, Christian minds today are quite unlike the minds of the earliest Christians. The major religions of today are as different from their ancestral versions as today's music is different from the music of ancient Greece and Rome. The changes that have been established are far from random. They have tracked the restless curiosity and changing needs of our encultured species. The human capacity for reflection yields an ability to notice and evaluate patterns in our own behavior. Why do I keep falling for that? It seemed like a good idea at the time, but why? This enhances our ability to represent future prospects and opportunities, which in turn threatens the stability of any ill-grounded social practices that cannot survive such skeptical attention. Once people start catching on, a system that has worked for generations can implode overnight. Traditions can erode more swiftly than stone walls and slate roofs, and preventive maintenance of an institution's creeds and practices can become a full-time occupation for professionals. But not all institutions get or require such maintenance. 2. Folk religion is practical know-how. Among the newer, it is particularly auspicious to sacrifice a bull, but since bulls are particularly valuable, a cucumber will do just fine most of the time. E. Thomas Lawson and Robert N. Macaulay, bringing ritual to mind. In the face of inevitable wear and tear, no designed thing persists for long without renewal and replication. The institutions and habits of human culture are just as bound by this principle, the second law of thermodynamics, as are the organisms, organs, and instincts of biology. But not all culturally transmitted practices need stewardship. Languages, for instance, don't require the services of usage police and grammarians, though in European languages they have long had a surfeit of these self-appointed protectors of integrity. One of the main claims of the previous chapter is that folk religions are like languages in this regard. They can pretty much take care of themselves. The rituals that persist are those that are self-perpetuating, whether or not anybody devotes serious effort to the goal of maintaining them. Memes could acquire new tricks, adaptations that could help them secure this longevity of their lineages, whether or not anybody appreciated them. Thus, the question of whether folk religions have ever provided a clear benefit to people, whether the memes that compose them are mutualist memes, not commensals or parasites, could be left unanswered for the time being. The benefits of folk religion may seem obvious as the benefits of language, but we need to remind ourselves that a benefit to human genetic fitness is not the same thing as a benefit to human happiness or human welfare. What makes us happy may not make us more prolific, which is all that matters to genes. Even language should be viewed with as much neutrality as we can muster. Perhaps language is just a bad habit that happened to spread. How on earth could that be? Like this. Once language began to be the fad among our ancestors, those who didn't swiftly catch on to language were pretty much left out of the mating game. Chat or go childless. This would be the sexual selection theory of language. Glibness as the peacock's tail for Homo sapiens. According to this theory, it might be true that if none of us had ever had language, we'd all have done better in the offspring department. But once the costly handicap of language caught on among the females, males without it tended to die without offspring, so they couldn't afford not to make the investment, however difficult it made their lives. Unlike tail feathers, which you have to grow with whatever equipment your parents endowed you with, languages spread horizontally or culturally, so we need to consider them as interactors in the drama as well, with their own prospects for reproduction. On this theory, the reason we love speaking is like the reason that mice infected with Toxoplasma gondii love to taunt cats. Languages have enslaved our poor brains and made us eager accomplices in their own propagation. That's a far-fetched hypothesis, since language's contributions to genetic fitness are all too obvious. There are now over 6 billion of us crowding up the planet and monopolizing its resources, while our nearest kin, the languageless bonobos, chimpanzees, orangutans, and gorillas, are all threatened with extinction. Setting aside the hypotheses that our running ability or hairlessness is the secret of our success, we can be quite confident that the memes of language have been fitness-enhancing mutualists, not parasites. Nevertheless, framing the hypothesis reminds us that genetic evolution doesn't foster happiness or well-being directly. It cares only about the number of our offspring that survive to make grand offspring, and so on. Folk religion may well have played an important role in the propagation of Homo sapiens, but we don't know that yet. The fact that, so far as we know, all human populations have had some version of it doesn't establish that. All known human populations have also had the common cold, which, so far as we know, is no mutualist. How long could folk religion be carried along by our ancestors before reflection began to transform it? We may get some perspective on this by looking at other species. It is obvious that birds don't need to understand the principles of aerodynamics that dictate the shapes of their wings. It is less obvious, but still true, that birds can be uncomprehending participants in such elaborate rituals as leks, the mating meeting places sometimes called nature's nightclubs, where females of a local population of a species gather to observe the competitive performances by the males, who strut their stuff. The rationale for leks, which are also found in some mammals, fish, and even insects, is clear. Leks pay for themselves as efficient methods of mate selection under specifiable conditions. But the animals that participate in leks don't need to have any understanding of why they do what they do. The males show up and show off, and the females pay attention and let their choices be guided by the dictates of their hearts, which, unbeknownst to them, have been shaped by natural selection over many generations. 2. Could our proclivity for participating in religious rituals have a similar explanation? The fact that our rituals are passed on through culture, not genes, doesn't rule out this prospect at all. We know that specific languages are passed on through culture, not genes, but there has also been genetic evolution that has tuned our brains for ever more adept acquisition and use of language. 3. Our brains have evolved to become more effective word processors, and they may also have evolved to become more effective implementers of the culturally transmitted habits of folk religions. We have already seen how hypnotizability could be the talent for which the Whatsis Center imagined in Chapter 3 has been shaped. Sensitivity to ritual and music could be part of that package. There is really no reason to suppose that animals have a clue about why they do what they instinctually do, and human beings are no exception. The deeper purposes of our instincts are seldom transparent to us. The difference between us and other species is that we are the only species that cares about this ignorance. Unlike other species, we feel a general need to understand, so even though nobody had to understand or intend any of the design innovations that created folk religions, we should recognize that people, being naturally curious and reflective, and having language in which to frame and reframe their wonders, would have been likely, unlike the birds, to ask themselves what these rituals were all about. Not everybody. The itch of curiosity is not strong in some people, apparently. Judging by the variation observable around us today, it is a fair bet that only a small minority of our ancestors ever had the time or inclination to question the activities they found themselves engaging in with their kinfolk and their neighbors. Our hunter-gatherer ancestors in Paleolithic times may well have lived a relatively easy life, with abundant food and leisure time, Sarlin's 1972, compared with the hard work that was required to scratch out a living once agriculture was invented, more than 10,000 years ago, and populations grew explosively. From the beginning of this, the Neolithic period, until very recently indeed on the biological time scale, the last 200 generations, life for just about all our ancestors was, as Hobbes famously said, nasty, brutish, and short, with few brief pockets of spare time in which to get theoretical. So it is probably safe to imagine that pragmatism compressed their horizons. Among the gems of folk wisdom found around the world is the idea that a little knowledge can be a dangerous thing. A corollary, not often noted, is that sometimes it might therefore be safer to substitute a potent myth for incomplete knowledge. As the anthropologist Roy Rappaport put it in his last book, in a world where the processes governing its physical elements are in some degree unknown, and in even larger degree unpredictable, empirical knowledge of such processes cannot replace respect for their more or less mysterious integrity, and it may be more adaptive, that is, adaptively true, to drape such processes in supernatural veils than to expose them to the misunderstandings that may be encouraged by empirically accurate but incomplete naturalistic understanding. 1999. p. 452. The practical demands of coming up with a way of putting together all the puzzling bits and pieces of life on the fly are not the same as the practical demands of science, and as Dunbar, 2004, p. 171 observes, the law of diminishing returns means that there will always be a point after which it is just not worth investing more time and effort into figuring out the underlying reality. In traditional societies, anything that does the trick will do. So we can expect that our ancestors, no matter how curious they were by temperament, did more or less what we all still do today, rely on what everyone knows. Most of what you think you know you just accept on faith. By this, I do not mean the faith of religious belief, but something much simpler, the practical, always revisable policy of simply trusting the first thing that comes to your mind without obsessing over why it does so. What are the odds that everybody is just wrong to think that yawning is harmless, or that you should wash your hands after going to the bathroom? Remember those good, healthy tans we used to covet. Unless somebody publishes a study that surprises us all, we take for granted that the common law we get from our elders and others is correct. And we are wise to do so. We need huge amounts of common knowledge to guide our way through life, and there is no time to sort through all of it, testing every item for soundness. 4. And so, in a tribal society in which everyone knows that you need to sacrifice a goat in order to have a healthy baby, you make sure that you sacrifice a goat. Better safe than sorry. This feature marks a profound difference between folk religion and organized religion. Those who practice a folk religion don't think themselves as practicing a religion at all. Their religious practices are a seamless part of their practical lives, alongside their hunting and gathering or tilling and harvesting. And one way to tell that they really believe in the deities to which they make their sacrifices is that they aren't forever talking about how much they believe in their deities, any more than you and I go around assuring each other that we believe in germs and atoms. Where there is no ambient doubt to speak of, there is no need to speak of faith. Most of us know of atoms and germs only by hearsay, and would be embarrassingly unable to give a good answer if a Martian anthropologist asked us how we knew that there are such things, since you can't see them or hear them or taste them or feel them. If pressed, most of us would probably concoct some seriously mistaken lore about these invisible but important things. We're not the experts. We just go along with what everybody knows, which is just what the tribal people do. It happens that their experts have got it wrong. Many anthropologists have observed that when they ask their native informants about theological details, their gods' whereabouts, specific history, and methods of acting in the world, their informants find the whole inquiry puzzling. Why should they be expected to know or care anything about that? Given this widely reported reaction, we should not dismiss the corrosive hypothesis that many of the truly exotic and arguably incoherent doctrines that have been unearthed by anthropologists over the years are artifacts of inquiry, not pre-existing creeds. It is possible that persistent questioning by anthropologists has composed a sort of innocently collaborative fiction, newly minted and crystallized dogmas generated when questioner and informant talk past each other until a mutually agreed-upon story results. The informants deeply believe in their gods. Everybody knows they exist, but they may never before have thought about these details. Maybe nobody in the culture has, which would explain why their convictions are vague and indeterminate. Obliged to elaborate, they elaborate, taking their cues from the questions posed. 6. In the next chapter, we will look at some striking implications of these methodological issues, once we have sketched more of an account to serve as our test bed. For the moment, it may help if you try to put yourself in the shoes of an anthropologist's informant. Now that the modern world with its particular complexities is descending on tribal people, they have to make wholesale revisions in their views of nature, and, not surprisingly, this prospect is daunting to them. I dare say if Martians arrived with marvelous technology that struck us as impossible, and told us that we had to abandon our germs and atoms and get with their program, only the most nimble-minded of our scientists would make the transition swiftly and gladly. The rest of us would cling to our dear old atoms and germs as long as we could, matter-of-factly telling our children about how water is made of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. At least that's what we've always been told, and warning them about germs just to stay on the safe side. What looms large in every person's life is the problem of what to do now, and there are few discomforts more stressful than the quandary of not knowing what to do or what to think about when baffling novelty strikes. At times like that, we all seek refuge in the familiar. The tried and true may not be true, but at least it is tried. So it gives us something to do that we know how to do, and usually it will work pretty well, about as well as it ever did in any case. 3. Creeping reflection and the birth of secrecy in religion. You can fool all the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. Abraham Lincoln. Those to whom his word was revealed were always alone in some remote place, like Moses. There wasn't anyone else around when Muhammad got the word either. Mormon Joseph Smith and Christian Scientist Mary Baker Eddy had exclusive audiences with God. We have to trust them as reporters, and you know how reporters are. They'll do anything for a story. Andy Rooney, sincerely. Andy Rooney. Everyday folk physics and folk biology and folk psychology work very well as a rule, and so does folk religion, but occasional doubts surface. The exploratory reflections of human beings have a way of snowballing into waves of doubt, and if these threaten our equanimity, we can be expected to seize upon any responses that happen to shore up the consensus or damp the challenge. When curiosity stubs its toe on an unexpected event, something has to give. What everybody knows has a counterexample, and either the doubt blossoms into a discovery, which leads to the abandonment or extinction of a dubious bit of local lore, or the dubious item secures itself with an ad hoc repair of one sort or another, or it allies itself with other items that have in one way or another put themselves out of the reach of gnawing skepticism. 7. This winnowing has the effect of sequestering a special subset of cultural items behind the veil of systematic invulnerability to disproof, a pattern found just about everywhere in human societies. As many have urged, see, for example, Rappaport, 1979, Palmer and Stedman, 2004. This division into the propositions that are designed to be immune to disconfirmation and all the rest looks like a hypothetical joint at which we could well carve nature. Right here, they suggest, is where proto-science and proto-religion part company. Not that the two types of law aren't often thoroughly mixed together in many cultures. Detailed natural history of the local region, with the habits and properties of all the different species acutely observed, is typically intermingled with myths and rituals involving these species, which deities inform which birds, which sacrifices need to be offered before hunting which prey, and so forth. The dividing line may, moreover, be blurred in practice, with one father telling his son how the starling gives an alarm call to its kin that is overheard by the wild boar, whereas another father tells his son that he doesn't know how the boar learns from the starling. Perhaps a god carries the message. And this son may tell his own son a story about a god who protects starlings and boars, but not antelopes. Would-be scientists know temptation. Whenever your favorite theory yields a prediction that turns out wrong, why not let your hypothesis metamorphose a little into one that is conveniently untestable under just those conditions? Scientists are supposed to be leery of these migrations away from refutation, but it's a hard lesson to learn. Sticking to your hypothesis and letting the facts decide is an unnatural act, and you have to brace yourself to perform it. Shamans have a different agenda. They're trying to heal and advise people in real time and can gratefully hide behind mystery when the unexpected happens. A cartoon shows a witch doctor standing dejectedly over the body of his late patient and saying to the grieving widow, "There is so much that we still don't know." The postulation of invisible, undetectable effects that, unlike atoms and germs, are systematically immune to confirmation or disconfirmation is so common in religions that such effects are sometimes taken as definitive. No religion lacks them, and anything that lacks them is not really a religion, however much it is like a religion in other regards. For instance, elaborate sacrifices to gods are everywhere to be found, and of course nowhere do the gods emerge from invisibility and sit down to eat the beautiful roast pork or drink the wine. Rather, the wine is poured into the ground or onto the fire, where the gods may enjoy it in unobservable privacy, and the partaking of the food is accomplished by either burning it to ashes or delegating it to the shamans, who get to eat it as part of their official duties as representatives of the gods. As Dana Carvey's church lady would exclaim, "How convenient!" As usual, we don't have to implicate the shamans, individually or even as a diffuse group of conspirators, in the devising of this rationale, since it could just emerge by the differential replication of rites. But the shamans would have to be pretty dense not to appreciate this adaptation, and even appreciate the need for deflecting attention from it. In some cultures, a more egalitarian convenience has emerged. Everybody gets to eat the food that has somehow also been invisibly and non-destructively eaten by the gods. The gods can have their cake, and we can eat it too. Isn't the transparency of these all-too-convenient arrangements risky? Yes. So it is almost always protected by a second veil. These are mysteries beyond all comprehension. Don't even try to understand them. And as often as not, a third veil is provided. It is forbidden to ask too many questions about all these mysteries. What about the shamans themselves? Is their own inquisitiveness blunted by these taboos? Not always, obviously. Like every conscientious worker, shamans can be expected to notice or suspect shortcomings in their own performance, then experiment with alternative methods. I'm losing customers to that other shaman. What is he doing that I'm not doing? Is there a better way to do the healing rituals? A familiar folk idea about hypnosis is that the hypnotist somehow disables the subject's sentries, the skeptical defense mechanisms, whatever they are, that inspect all incoming material for credibility. Perhaps he puts the guards to sleep. A better idea is that the hypnotist doesn't disable the sentries, but rather co-opts them, turning them into allies, getting them to vouch for the hypnotist, in effect. One way to do that is to throw them some little facts. You're getting sleepy, your eyelids feel heavy. That they can check for accuracy and readily confirm. If it isn't obvious to the subject that the hypnotist would know these facts, this creates a mild illusion of unexpected authority. How did he know that? And then the hypnotist, armed with the blessing of the sentries, can go to town. This bit of more or less secret folk wisdom gets some support from experiments. The success a hypnotist has on a subject is significantly affected by whether the subject is told in advance that the hypnotist is a novice or an expert. Small and Kramer, 1969. Coe et al., 1970. Balashak et al., 1972, and this tactic has been discovered and exploited again and again by shamans. Everywhere, they are assiduous, discreet gatherers of little-known facts about the individuals who may become their clients, but they don't stop there. There are other ways of demonstrating unexpected mastery. As McLennan, 2002, notes, the ritual of walking unscathed on a bed of hot coals has been observed around the world. In India, China, Japan, Singapore, Polynesia, Sri Lanka, Greece, and Bulgaria, for instance. Two other widespread practices by shamans are sleight-of-hand moves, such as the concealment of animal entrails that can then be miraculously removed from the afflicted person's torso in psychic surgery, and the trick of being bound hand and foot and then somehow causing the tent to shake noisily. In the huge design space of possibilities, these three seem to be the most accessible ways of creating astonishing supernatural effects to impress one's clients, since they have been rediscovered again and again. The close equivalences among cultures seem more than coincidental. Shamans may use similar forms of conjuring without any formal training and without having had contact with others who use the same strategies, McLennan asserts, so any diffusion explanation seems implausible. p. 149. One of the most interesting facts about these unmistakable acts of deceit is that the practitioners, when pressed by inquiring anthropologists, exhibit a range of responses. Sometimes we get a candid admission that they are knowingly using the tricks of stage magic to gull their clients, and sometimes they defend this as the sort of sacred dishonesty for the cause, of which the theologian Paul Tillich speaks. See Appendix B. And sometimes, more interestingly, a sort of holy fog of incomprehension and mystery swiftly descends on the responder to protect him or her from any further corrosive inquiries. These shamans are not quite con men, not all of them at any rate, and yet they know that the effects they achieve are trade secrets that must not be revealed to the uninitiated for fear of diminishing their effects. Every good doctor knows that a few simple tricks of self-presentation that compose a good bedside manner can make a huge difference. 8. It isn't really dishonest, is it? Every priest and minister, every imam and rabbi, every guru knows the same thing, and the same gradation from knowingness to innocence can be found today in the practices of revival preachers, as vividly revealed in Marjo, the Oscar-winning 1972 documentary film that followed Marjo Gortner, a charismatic young evangelical preacher who lost his faith but made a comeback as a preacher in order to reveal the tricks of the trade. In this disturbing and unforgettable film, he shows how he makes people faint when he does the laying on of hands, how he rouses them to passionate declarations of their love for Jesus, how he gets them to empty their wallets into the collection basket. 9. 4. The domestication of religions. When a race of plants is once pretty well established, the seed raisers do not pick out the best plants, but merely go over their seed beds and pull up the rogues, as they call the plants that deviate from the proper standard. Charles Darwin, on the Origin of Species. We now begin to see that what we call Christianity and what we identify as Christian tradition actually represents only a small selection of specific sources chosen from among dozens of others. Who made that selection, and for what reasons? Why were these other writings excluded and banned as heresy? What made them so dangerous? Elaine Pagels, The Gnostic Gospels. Folk religions emerge out of the daily lives of people living in small groups and share common features the world over. How and when did these metamorphose into organized religions? There is a general consensus among researchers that the big shift responsible was the emergence of agriculture and the larger settlements that this made both possible and necessary. Researchers disagree, however, on what to emphasize in this major transition. The creation of non-portable food stockpiles and the resultant shift to fixed residence permitted the emergence of an unprecedented division of labor. Seabright, 2004, is especially clear about this. And this in turn gave rise to markets and opportunities for ever more specialized occupations. These new ways for people to interact created novel opportunities and novel needs. When you find that you have to deal on a daily basis with people who are not your close kin, the prospect of a few like-minded people forming a coalition that is quite different from an extended family must almost always present itself, and often be an attractive option. Boyer, 2001, is not alone in arguing that the transition from folk religion to organized religion was primarily one of these market phenomena. Throughout history, guilds and other groups of craftsmen and specialists have tried to establish common prices and common standards and to stop non-guild members from delivering comparable services. By establishing a quasi-monopoly, they make sure that all the custom comes their way. By maintaining common prices and common standards, they make it difficult for a particularly skilled or efficient member to undersell the others. So most people pay a small price for being members of a group that guarantees a minimal share of the market to each of its members. p. 275. The first step to such organization is the big one, but the next steps, from a guild of priests or shamans to what are, in effect, firms and franchises and brand names, are an almost inevitable consequence of the growing self-consciousness and market savvy of those individuals who joined to form the guilds in the first place. Cui bono? When individuals start asking themselves how best to enhance and preserve the organizations they have created, they radically change the focus of the question, bringing new selective pressures into existence. Darwin appreciated this and used the transition from what he called unconscious selection to methodical selection as a pedagogical bridge to explain his great idea of natural selection in the opening chapter of his masterpiece. On the Origin of Species is a great read, by the way. Just as atheists often read the Bible as literature and come away deeply moved by the poetry and insight without being converted, creationists and others who cannot bring themselves to believe in evolution can still be thrilled by reading the founding document of modern evolutionary theory, whether or not it changes their minds about evolution. At the present time, eminent breeders try by methodical selection with a distinct object in view to make a new strain or subbreed superior to any existing in the country. But for our purpose, a kind of selection, which may be called unconscious, and which results from everyone trying to possess and breed from the best individual animals, is more important. Thus, a man who intends keeping pointers naturally tries to get as good dogs as he can, and afterwards breeds from his own best dogs, but he has no wish or expectation of permanently altering the breed. Nevertheless, I cannot doubt that this process, continued during centuries, would improve and modify any breed. There is reason to believe that King Charles' Spaniel has been unconsciously modified to a large extent since the time of that monarch. pp. 34-35. Domestication of both plants and animals occurred without any far-seeing intention or invention on the part of the stewards of the seeds and studs. But what a stroke of good fortune for those lineages that became domesticated. All that remains of the ancestors of today's grains are small scattered patches of wild grass cousins, and the nearest surviving relatives of all the domesticated animals could be carried off in a few arcs. How clever of wild sheep to have acquired that most versatile adaptation, the shepherd. By forming a symbiotic alliance with Homo sapiens, sheep could outsource their chief survival tasks, food finding and predator avoidance. They even got shelter and emergency medical care thrown in as a bonus. The price they paid, losing the freedom of mate selection and being slaughtered instead of being killed by predators, if that is a cost, was a pittance compared with the gain in offspring survival it purchased. But of course, it wasn't their cleverness that explains the good bargain. It was the blind, foresightless cleverness of Mother Nature, evolution, which ratified the free-floating rationale of this arrangement. Sheep and other domesticated animals are, in fact, significantly more stupid than their wild relatives, because they can be. Their brains are smaller relative to body size and weight, and this is not just due to their having been bred for muscle mass, meat. Since both the domesticated animals and their domesticators have enjoyed huge population explosions, going from less than 1% of the terrestrial vertebrate biomass 10,000 years ago to over 98% today, see Appendix B, there can be no doubt that this symbiosis was mutualistic, fitness-enhancing to both parties. What I now want to suggest is that, alongside the domestication of animals and plants, there was a gradual process in which the wild, self-sustaining memes of folk religion became thoroughly domesticated. They acquired stewards. Memes that are fortunate enough to have stewards, people who will work hard and use their intelligence to foster their propagation and protect them from their enemies, are relieved of much of the burden of keeping their own lineages going. In extreme cases, they no longer need to be particularly catchy or appeal to our sensual instincts at all. The multiplication table memes, for instance, to say nothing of the calculus memes, are hardly crowd pleasers, and yet they are duly propagated by hard-working teachers, meme shepherds, whose responsibility it is to keep these lineages strong. The wild memes of language and folk religion, in other words, are like rats and squirrels, pigeons and cold viruses, magnificently adapted to living with us and exploiting us whether we like them or not. The domesticated memes, in contrast, depend on help from human guardians to keep going. People have been poring over their religious practices and institutions for almost as long as they have been refining their agricultural practices and institutions, and these reflective examiners have all had agendas, individual or shared conceptions of what was valuable and why. Some have been wise and some foolish, some widely informed and some naive, some pure and saintly, and some venal and vicious. Jared Diamond's hypothesis about the practically exhaustive search by our ancestors for domesticatable species in their neighborhoods, discussed in Chapter 5, can be extended. Curious practitioners will also have uncovered whatever good tricks are in the nearest neighborhoods in the design space of possible religions. Diamond sees the transition from bands of fewer than 100 people to tribes of hundreds to chiefdoms of thousands to states of over 50,000 people as an inexorable march. From egalitarianism to kleptocracy, government by thieves. Speaking of chiefdoms, he remarks, "At best, they do good by providing expensive services impossible to contract for on an individual basis. At worst, they function unabashedly as kleptocracies, transferring net wealth from commoners to upper classes. Why do the commoners tolerate the transfer of the fruits of their hard labor to kleptocrats? This question, raised by political theorists from Plato to Marx, is raised anew by voters in every modern election." 1997, p. 276. There are 4 ways, he suggests, that kleptocrats have tried to maintain their power: disarm the populace and arm the elite, make the masses happy by redistributing much of the tribute received, use the monopoly of force to promote happiness by maintaining public order and curbing violence, or construct an ideology or religion justifying kleptocracy. p. 277. How might a religion support a kleptocracy? By an alliance between the political leader and the priests, of course, in which, first of all, the leader is declared to be divine or descended from the gods, or, as Diamond puts it, at least having a hotline to the gods. Besides justifying the transfer of wealth to kleptocrats, institutionalized religion brings 2 other important benefits to centralized societies. First, shared ideology or religion helps solve the problem of how unrelated individuals are to live together without killing each other, by providing them with a bond not based on kinship. Second, it gives people a motive, other than genetic self-interest, for sacrificing their lives on behalf of others. At the cost of a few society members who die in battle as soldiers, the whole society becomes much more effective at conquering other societies or resisting attacks. PB 278. So we find the same devices invented over and over again, in just about every religion, and many non-religious organizations as well. None of this is new today. As Lord Acton said more than a century ago, all power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. But it was new once upon a time when our ancestors were first exploring design revisions to our most potent institutions. For instance, accepting inferior status to an invisible god is a cunning stratagem, whether or not its cunning is consciously recognized by those who stumble upon it. Those who rely on it will thrive, wittingly or otherwise. As every subordinate knows, one's commands are more effective than they might otherwise be if one can accompany them with a threat to tell the bigger boss if disobedience ensues. Variations on this stratagem are well known to mafia underlings and used car salesmen, among others. I myself am not authorized to make such an offer, so I'll have to check with my boss. Excuse me for a minute. This helps to explain what is otherwise a bit of a puzzle. Any dictator depends on the fidelity of his immediate staff, in the simple sense that any 2 or 3 of them could easily overpower him. He can't go around with a dagger drawn all his life. How do you, as a dictator, ensure that your immediate staff puts its fidelity to you above any thoughts they may very well have about replacing you? Putting the fear of a higher power in their heads is a pretty good move. There is often, no doubt, an unspoken détente between chief priest and king. Each needs the other for his power, and together they need the gods above. Walter Burkert is particularly Machiavellian in his account of how this stratagem brings the institution of ritual praise in its wake, and notes some of its useful complexity. By the force of his verbal competence, the priest not only rises to a superior level in imagination, but succeeds in reversing the attention structure. It is the superior who is made to pay heed to the inferior's song or speech of praise. Praise is the recognized form of making noise in the presence of superiors. In a well-structured form, it tends to become music. Praise ascends to the heights like incense. Thus, the tension between high and low is both stressed and relaxed, as the lower one establishes his place within a system he accepts emphatically. 1996, p. 91. The gods will get you if you try to cross either one of us. We have already noted the role of rituals, both individual rehearsals and unison error absorption sessions, in enhancing the fidelity of mimetic transmission, and noted that these are enforced by making non-participation costly in one way or another. Moreover, as Joseph Bulbulia suggests, it may be that religious rituals put on display the natural power of a religious community, an awesome show to potential defectors of what they are up against. 2004, p. 40. But what drives the community spirit in the first place? Is the project of keeping groups united mainly just a matter of kleptocrats inventing ways of keeping their sheep? Or is there a more benign story to uncover? Chapter 6. The transmission of religion has been attended by voluminous revision, often deliberate and foresighted, as people became stewards of the ideas that had entered them, domesticating them. Secrecy, deception, and systematic invulnerability to disconfirmation are some of the features that have emerged, and these have been designed by processes that were sensitive to nuances to the cui bono. Question, as the steward's motives entered the process. Chapter 7. Why do people join groups? Is this simply a rational decision on their part, or are there relatively mindless forces of group selection at work? Though there is much to be said in favor of both of these proposals, they do not exhaust the plausible models that attempt to explain our readiness to form lasting allegiances. Chapter 7. The invention of team spirit. One, a path paved with good intentions. And here comes the catch. Only a bad person needs to repent. Only a good person can repent perfectly. The worse you are, the more you need it, and the less you can do it. The only person who could do it perfectly would be a perfect person, and he would not need it. C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity. Every control system, whether it is an animal nervous system, a plant system of growth and self-repair, or an engineered artifact such as an airplane guidance system, is designed to protect something, and that something must include itself. If it dies prematurely, it fails on its mission, whatever it is. The self-interest that thus defines the evaluation machinery of all control systems can splinter, however, when a control system gets reflective. Our human reflectiveness opens up a rich field of opportunities for us to revise our aims, including our largest purposes. When you can start to think about the pros and cons of joining an existing coalition versus breaking away and trying to start a new one, or about how to deal with the problems of loyalty among your kin, or the need to change the power structure of your social environment, you create avenues by which to escape the default presumptions of your initial design. Whenever an agent, an intentional system in my terminology, makes a decision about the best course of action, all things considered, we can ask from whose perspective this optimality is being judged. A more or less standard default assumption, at least in the Western world, and especially among economists, is to treat each human agent as a sort of isolated and individualistic locus of well-being. What's in it for me? Rational self-interest. But although there has to be something in the role of the self, something that answers the cui bono question for the decision-maker under examination, there is no necessity in this default treatment, common as it is. A self as ultimate beneficiary can in principle be indefinitely distributed in space and time. I can care for others, or for a larger social structure, for instance. There is nothing that restricts me to a me as contrasted to an us. One, I can still take my task to be looking out for number one, while including under number one not just myself and not just my family, but also Islam or Oxfam or the Chicago Bulls. The possibility, opened up by cultural evolution, of installing such novel perspectives in our brains is what gives our species, and only our species, the capacity for moral and immoral thinking. Here is a well-known trajectory. You begin with a heartfelt desire to help other people and the conviction, however well or ill-founded, that your guild or club or church is the coalition that can best serve to improve the welfare of others. If times are particularly tough, this conditional stewardship, I'm doing what's good for the guild because that will be good for everybody, may be displaced by the narrower concern for the integrity of the guild itself. And for good reason. If you believe that the institution in question is the best path to goodness, the goal of preserving it for future projects, still unimagined, can be the most rational, higher goal you can define. It is a short step from this to losing track of or even forgetting the larger purpose and devoting yourself single-mindedly to furthering the interests of the institution at whatever costs. A conditional or instrumental allegiance can thus become indistinguishable in practice from a commitment to something good in itself. A further short step perverts this parochial summum bonum to the more selfish goal of doing whatever it takes to keep yourself at the helm of the institution. Who better than I to lead us to triumph over our adversaries? We have all seen this happen many times, and may even have caught ourselves in the act of forgetting just why we wanted to be leader in the first place. Such transitions bring conscious decision-making to bear on issues that had previously been tracked by the foresightless process of differential replication by natural selection, of memes or of genes, and this creates new rivals as answers to the cui bono. Question: what is good, all things considered, may not coincide with what is good for the institution, which may not be what makes life easiest for the institution's leader, but these different benchmarks have a way of being substituted for one another under the pressure of real-time reflective control. When this happens, the free-floating rationales that are blindly sculpted by earlier competitions can come to be augmented or even replaced by represented rationales. Rationales that are not just anchored in individual minds, in diagrams and plans, and in conversations, but used, argued over, reasoned about, agreed upon. People thus become conscious stewards of their memes, no longer taking their survival for granted the way we take our language for granted, but taking on the goal of fostering, protecting, enhancing, spreading the word. 2. Why do people want to be stewards of their religions? It is obvious, isn't it? They believe that this is the way to lead a moral life, a good life, and they sincerely want to be good. Are they right? Notice that this is not the question of whether religions have enhanced human biological fitness. Biological fitness and moral value are entirely different issues. I have postponed the fitness question until we could see that, although it is a good empirical question, a question that we ought to try to answer, answering it will still leave wide open the question about whether we ought to be stewards of religion. With that point firmly established, let us at last consider, not answer, the question of whether, in the end, folk religions and the organized religions they have morphed into have conferred fitness benefits on those who practice them. This question has preoccupied anthropologists and other researchers for centuries, often because they confused it with the question of the ultimate moral value of religion. And there is no dearth of familiar hypotheses to explore once we've cleared the decks. 2 of the most plausible will receive further attention in later chapters, so for now I will just acknowledge them. Dunbar, 2004, summarizes one of them well. It is surely no accident that almost every religion promises its adherents that they, and they alone, are the chosen of God, guaranteed salvation no matter what, assured that the Almighty, or whatever form the gods take, will assist them through their current difficulties if the right rituals and prayers are performed. This undoubtedly introduces a profound sense of comfort in times of adversity. p. 191. Notice that comfort, in and of itself, would not be a fitness booster unless it also provided, as it almost certainly does, the practical advantages of resolution and confidence in both decision-making and action. May the force be with you. When you are faced with the often terrifying uncertainty of a dangerous world, the belief that somebody is watching over you may well be a decisively effective morale booster, capable of turning people who would otherwise be disabled by fear and indecision into stalwart agents. This is a hypothesis about individual effectiveness in times of strife, and it may, or may not be true. An entirely distinct hypothesis is that participation in religion, in harrowing initiation rites, for instance, creates or strengthens bonds of trust that permit groups of individuals to act together much more effectively. Versions of this group fitness hypothesis have been advanced by Boyer, Burkert, Wilson, and many others. It may or may not be true. Indeed, both hypotheses could be true, and we should try to confirm or disconfirm them both, if only for the light they will shed, no more, on the question of the moral value of religion. 2. The ant colony and the corporation. Religions exist primarily for people to achieve together what they cannot achieve alone. David Sloan Wilson, Darwin's Cathedral. But what are the benefits? Why do people want religion at all? They want it because religion is the only plausible source of certain rewards for which there is a general and inexhaustible demand. Rodney Stark and Roger Fink, Acts of Faith. Why do people join groups? Because they want to. But why do they want to? For many reasons, including the obvious. For mutual protection and economic security, to promote efficiency of harvesting and other necessary activities, to accomplish large-scale projects that would otherwise be impossible. But the manifest utility of these group arrangements does not in itself explain how they ever came to pass, for there are barriers to overcome in the form of mutual fear and hostility and the always looming prospect of opportunistic defection or betrayal. Our inability to achieve truly global cooperation in spite of persuasive arguments demonstrating the benefits to be had, and in spite of many failed campaigns intended to create enabling institutions, shows that the limited cooperation and loyalty we do enjoy is a rare achievement. We have somehow managed to civilize ourselves to some degree in ways no other species has even attempted, so far as we can tell. Other species often form populations that cluster together in herds or flocks or schools, and it is clear why these groupings, when they occur, are adaptive. But we are not grazing animals, for instance, and among the foraging and predating apes that are our nearest animal relatives, the largest stable groups are generally restricted to close kin, extended families into which newcomers are admitted only after a struggle and a test. Among chimpanzees, the newcomers are always females emigrating from their home groups to find mates. Any male that tried to join another group would be summarily killed. There is no mystery about why we, like other apes, would have evolved a craving for the company of conspecifics, but that instinct for gregariousness has its limits. It is remarkable that we have learned to be comfortable in the company of strangers, as Seabright, 2004, puts it, and a perennially persuasive idea about religion is that it works to promote just such group cohesiveness, turning otherwise hapless populations of unrelated and mutually suspicious people into tightly knit families, or even highly effective superorganisms, rather like ant colonies or beehives. The impressive solidarity achieved by many religious organizations is not in doubt, but could this explain the rise and continued existence of religions? Many have thought so, but just how could this work? Theorists of all persuasions agree that the RD required to set up and maintain such a system has to be accomplished somehow, and there seem at first to be just two paths to choose between: the ant colony route and the corporation route. Natural selection has shaped the design of ants over the eons, tooling the individual ant types into specialists that automatically coordinate their efforts so that a normally harmonious and vigorous colony results. There were no heroic individual ants who figured it out and implemented it. They didn't have to, since natural selection did all the trial and error for them, and there is not now and never was any individual ant, or council of ants, to play the role of governor. In contrast, it is precisely the rational choices of individual human beings that bring a corporation into existence. They design the structure, agree to incorporate, and then govern its activities. Individual rational agents, looking out for their own interests and doing their own individual cost-benefit analyses, make the decisions that shape, directly or indirectly, the features of the corporation. Is the robustness of a religion, its ability to persevere and thrive in defiance of the second law of thermodynamics, like the robustness of an ant colony or a corporation? Is religion the product of blind evolutionary instinct or rational choice? Or is there some other possibility? Might it be a gift from God, for instance? The failure to ask, let alone answer, this question is the charge that has long been used to discredit the functionalist school of sociology initiated by Emile Durkheim. According to its critics, functionalists treated societies as if they were living things, maintaining their health and vigor by a host of adjustments in their organs without showing how the RD required to design and adjust these superorganisms was accomplished. This criticism is essentially the same criticism aimed by evolutionary biologists at the Gaia hypothesis of Lovelock, 1979, and others. According to the Gaia hypothesis, Earth's biosphere is itself a sort of superorganism maintaining its various balances in order to preserve life on Earth. A pretty idea, but as Richard Dawkins succinctly puts it, for the analogy to apply strictly, there would have to have been a set of rival Gaias, presumably on different planets, biospheres which did not develop efficient homeostatic regulations of their planetary atmospheres tended to go extinct. In addition, we would have to postulate some kind of reproduction whereby successful planets spawned copies of their life forms on new planets. 1982, 1999, p. 236. Gaia enthusiasts, if they want to be taken seriously, have to ask and answer the question of how the presumed homeostatic systems got designed and installed. Functionalists in the social sciences must assume the same burden. Enter David Sloan Wilson, 2002, and his multi-level selection theory, to try to save the day for a brand of functionalism by grounding the design process in the same RD algorithms that account for the rest of the biosphere. According to Wilson, the design innovations that work systematically to bind human groups together are the result of Darwinian descent with modification guided by differential replication of the most fit at many levels, including the group level. In short, he accepts the challenge of showing that competition between rival groups led to the extinction of the ill-designed groups in failing competition with the better-designed groups, which were beneficiaries of free-floating rationales, to put it my way, that none of their members needed to understand. Cui bono? The fitness of the group must trump the individual fitness of its members, and if groups are going to be the ultimate beneficiaries, groups must be the competitors. Selection can go on at several levels at once, however, thanks to competitions at several levels. Critics have long scoffed at the functionalists' invocation of something like mystical societal wisdom, like the imagined wisdom of Gaia. But Wilson is right to insist that there need be nothing mystical or even mysterious about Durkheimian group-friendly functions getting installed by evolutionary processes, if he can demonstrate group selection processes. The distributed wisdom of an ant colony, which really is a sort of superorganism, has been analyzed in depth and detail by evolutionary biologists, and there is no doubt that evolutionary processes can shape group adaptations under special conditions like those that prevail among the social insects. But people aren't ants, or very much like ants, and only the most regimented religious orders approach the fascistic lockstep of the social insects. Human minds are hugely complex exploration devices, corrosive questioners of every detail of the world they encounter. So evolution had better add some remarkable bells and whistles to its adaptations for human groupishness if there is to be any chance of success by the group selection route. Wilson thinks that competition between religious groups, with differential survival and replication of some of those groups, can generate and pay for the excellent design features we observe in religions. The opposite theoretical pole, the only alternative, or so it first appears, is occupied by the rational choice theorists, who have recently arisen to challenge the widespread presumption by social scientists that religion is some kind of lunacy. As Rodney Stark and Roger Fink, 2000, note with scorn, for more than 3 centuries, the standard social scientific wisdom was that religious behavior must be irrational precisely because people do make sacrifices on behalf of their faith, since obviously no rational person would do such a thing. p. 42. But as they insist, one need not be a religious person in order to grasp the underlying rationality of religious behavior, any more than one need be a criminal in order to impute rationality to many deviant acts, as the leading theories of crime and deviance do. What we are saying is that religious behavior, to the degree that it occurs, is generally based on cost-benefit calculations and is therefore rational behavior in precisely the same sense that other human behavior is rational. p. 36. Religions are indeed like corporations, they claim. Religious organizations are social enterprises whose purpose is to create, maintain, and supply religion to some set of individuals and to support and supervise their exchanges with a god or gods. p. 103. Demand for the goods that religion has to offer is inelastic. In a free market of religious choice, as in the United States, with no state religion and many competing denominations, there is vigorous competition among denominations for market dominance, a straightforward application of supply-side economics. But as Wilson notes in a useful comparison between his theory and theirs, even if we were to grant that now it is rational for church members to make what are basically market decisions about which religion to invest in, an assumption we will soon examine, this doesn't answer the question about R.D. But how did the religion acquire its structure that adaptively constrains the choices of utility maximizers in just the right way? We must explain the structure of the religion in addition to the behavior of individuals once the structure is in place. Were the bizarre customs consciously invented by rational actors attempting to maximize their utilities? If so, why did they have the utility of maximizing the common good of their church? Must we really attribute all adaptive features of a religion to a psychological process of cost-benefit reasoning? Isn't a process of blind variation and selective retention possible? After all, thousands of religions are born and die without notice because they never attract more than a few members. Stark and Bainbridge, 1985. Perhaps the adaptive features of the few that survive are like random mutations rather than the product of rational choice. p. 82. Wilson is right to stress the alternative of a blind variation and selective retention process, but by clinging to his radical group selection version, he misses a better opportunity. The evolutionary design process that has given us religions involves the differential replication of memes, not groups. 3. Wilson briefly mentions this as an alternative, but dismisses it with hardly a glance, largely because he views its defining doctrine to be that religious features must be dysfunctional. He thinks the meme theory requires that all religious memes be fitness-reducing parasites, and seldom, if ever, fitness-neutral commensals or fitness-enhancing mutualists. 4. Here Wilson is led astray by a common misunderstanding. Richard Dawkins, who coined the term meme, is no friend of religion and has often likened memes, religious memes in particular, to viruses, stressing the capacity of memes to proliferate in spite of their deleterious effects on their human hosts. Although this jarring claim needs to be considered as a major possibility, we should not forget that the vast majority of memes, like the vast majority of bacterial and viral symbionts that inhabit our bodies, are neutral or even helpful from the perspective of host fitness. Here, then, is my mild mimetic alternative to Wilson's group-level hypothesis. Memes that foster human group solidarity are particularly fit, as memes, in circumstances in which host survival, and hence host fitness, most directly depends on hosts joining forces in groups. The success of such meme-infested groups is itself a potent broadcasting device, enhancing out-group curiosity and envy, and thus permitting linguistic, ethnic, and geographic boundaries to be more readily penetrated. Like Wilson's more radical group selection theory, this hypothesis can in principle account for the excellence of design encountered in religion without postulating rational designers, the religion as corporation route. And it can account for the fact that individual fitness is apparently subordinated to group fitness in religions. According to this theory, we don't need to postulate group replication tournaments, but only a cultural environment in which ideas compete. Ideas that encourage people to act together in groups, the way Toxoplasma gondii encourages rats to approach cats fearlessly, will spread more effectively as a result of this groupishness than ideas that do a less effective job of uniting their hosts into armies. 5. Using the meme's eye view, we can unite the two opposite poles of theory, ant colony versus corporation, and explain the RD of human groupishness as a mixture of blind and foresighted processes, including intermediate selection processes of every flavor of knowingness. Since people are not like ants, but really quite rational, they are unlikely to be encouraged to invest heavily in group activities unless they perceive, or think they perceive, benefits worth the investment. Hence, the ideas that maximize groupishness will be those that appeal, just as Stark and Fink say, to rewards for which there is a general and inexhaustible demand. An unexpected bonus of this unified perspective is that it makes elbow room for an intermediate position on the status of religion that modifies one of the most troubling features of the rational choice model. Stark and Finker and the other rational choice theorists of religion like to portray themselves as defenders of those with religious faith, saying in effect, they're not crazy, they're smart. However, this deliberately cold-blooded rational analysis of the market for religious goods deeply offends many religious people. 6. They don't want to see themselves as cannily making a sound investment in the most effective purveyor of supernatural benefits. They want to see themselves as having set aside all such selfish considerations, as having relinquished their rational control to a higher power. The meme theory accounts for this. According to this theory, the ultimate beneficiaries of religious adaptations are the memes themselves, but their proliferation, in competition with rival memes, depends on their ability to attract hosts one way or another. Once allegiance is captured, a host is turned into a rational servant, but the initial capture need not be, indeed should not be, a rational choice by the host. Memes sometimes need to be gently inserted into their new homes, overcoming rational resistance by encouraging a certain passivity or receptivity in the host. William James, a memeticist ahead of his time, notes the importance of this feature for some religions and usefully draws our attention to a secular counterpart. The music teacher who admonishes the student, "Stop trying and it will do itself." 1902, p. 206. Just let go and clear your mind, and let that little information packet, that little habit recipe, take over. One may say that the whole development of Christianity and inwardness has consisted in little more than the greater and greater emphasis attached to this crisis of self-surrender, pp. 210, 11. Were we writing the story of the mind from the purely natural history point of view with no religious interest whatever, we should still have to write down man's liability to sudden and complete conversion as one of his most curious peculiarities. p. 230. It is worth recalling that the Arabic word Islam means submission. The idea that Muslims should put the proliferation of Islam ahead of their own interests is built right into the etymology of its name, and Islam is not alone. What is more important to devout Christians than their own well-being, than their own lives, if it comes to that? They will tell you the word. Spreading the word of God is their summum bonum, and if they are called upon to forego having children and grandchildren for the sake of spreading the word, that is the command they will try hard to obey. They do not shrink from the idea that a meme has commandeered them and obtunded their reproductive instinct. They embrace it, and they declare that this is precisely what distinguishes them from mere animals. It gives them a value to pursue that transcends the genetic imperative that limits the decision horizon of all other species. In the pursuit of that value, however, they will be as rational as they can be. When they look out for number one is the word, not their own skin, let alone their selfish genes. No ant can put itself in the service of a word. It doesn't have language, or any culture to speak of. We language users get not just one word, but many, however, and the many words compete for our attention, and in combination, these can form coalitions that vie for our allegiance. This is where rational choice theory comes into its own. For, as we have seen, once people are turned into stewards of their own favorite memes, an arms race of would-be improvements ensues. All design work is ultimately a matter of trial and error, but a lot of it takes place offline, in representations of decisions in the minds of people who consider them carefully before deciding for real on what they think will work best, given their limited information about the cruel world in which the designs must ultimately be tested. Thinking it through is quicker and cheaper than running the trials in the world and letting nature do the winnowing, but the human foresight that provides the extra speed is fallible and biased, so we often make mistakes. Mimetic engineering, like genetic engineering, can spawn monsters if we're not careful, and if they escape the laboratory, they may proliferate in spite of our best efforts. We always need to remember Orgel's second rule. Evolution is cleverer than you are. Permit me to pause here for a moment and point out what we have just done. The ardent anti-Darwinians in the humanities and social sciences have traditionally feared that an evolutionary approach would drown their cherished way of thinking, with its heroic authors and artists and inventors and other defenders and lovers of ideas. And so they have tended to declare, with desperate conviction but no evidence or argument, that human culture and human society can only be interpreted and never causally explained, using methods and presuppositions that are completely incommensurable with, or untranslatable into, the methods and presuppositions of the natural sciences. "You can't get here from there," could be their motto. The chasm is unbridgeable. And yet we have just completed a sketchy, but non-miraculous and matter-of-fact stroll, all the way from blind, mechanical, robotic nature to the passionate defense and elaboration of the most exalted ideas known to humankind. The chasm was a figment of fearful imagination. We can do a better job of understanding ourselves as champions of ideas and defenders of values if we first see how we came to occupy such a special role. Once there are alternatives on offer in the marketplace of ideas, bigger and better rivals compete for allegiance, including not just mutating religions but, eventually, secular institutions as well. Among the coalitions not based on genetic kinship that have thrived in recent human history are political parties, revolutionary groups, ethnic organizations, labor unions, sports teams, and, last but not least, the mafia. The dynamics of group membership, entrance and exit conditions, loyalty, and its enforcement by punishment or otherwise, have been intensively studied in recent years by evolutionary thinkers in a variety of disciplines: economics, political science, cognitive psychology, biology, and, of course, philosophy. 7. The results shed light on cooperation and altruism in secular as well as religious contexts, and this helps highlight the features that distinguish religious organizations from others. 3. The growth market in religion. Proposition 75. To the degree that religious economies are unregulated and competitive, overall levels of religious participation will be high. Conversely, lacking competition, the dominant firms will be too inefficient to sustain vigorous marketing efforts, and the result will be a low overall level of religious participation, with the average person minimizing and delaying payment of religious costs. Rodney Stark and Roger Fink, Acts of Faith. In every aspect of the religious life, American faith has met American culture, and American culture has triumphed. Alan Wolfe, The Transformation of American Religion. We have a better product than soap or automobiles. We have eternal life. Reverend Jim Baker. 8. Why make great sacrifices in order to further the prospects of a religious organization? Why, for instance, might one choose loyalty to a religion when one is also, perhaps, a contributing member of a labor union, a political party, and a social club? These why questions start by being neutral between two quite different types of answers. They could be asking why it is rational to choose loyalty to a religion, or they could be asking why it is natural, somehow, for people to be drawn into a religion which then commands their loyalty. Consider the question, why do so many people fear heights? One answer is, because it is rational to fear heights. You can fall and hurt yourself. Another is, we have evolved an instinctual caution triggered by the perception that we are exposed at a great height. In some people, this anxiety is exaggerated beyond what is useful. Their fear is natural. We can explain its existence without residual mystery, but irrational. If we take a good hard look at the first answer regarding religion, as proposed by rational choice theory, it will help us see the forces and constraints that shape the alternatives. Over the last 2 decades, Rodney Stark and his colleagues have done a remarkable job of articulating the rational choice answer, and they claim that, thanks to their efforts, it now is impossible to do credible work in the social scientific study of religion based on the assumption that religiousness is a sign of stupidity, neurosis, poverty, ignorance, or false consciousness, or represents a flight from modernity. Stark and Fink, 2000 pt 18. They concentrate on religion in the USA, and their basic model is a straightforward application of economic theory. Indeed, having now had more than 2 centuries to develop under free market conditions, the American religious economy surpasses Adam Smith's wildest dreams about the creative forces of a free market. Moore, 1994. There are more than 500 separate religious denominations. Melton, 1998. Many of them very sizable. 24 have more than 1 million members each. Each of these bodies is entirely dependent on voluntary contributions, and American religious donations currently total more than $60 billion per year, or more than $330 per person over age 18. These totals omit many contributions to church construction funds. New church construction amounted to $3 billion in 1993, as well as most donations to religious schools, hospitals, and foreign missions. In 1996, more than $2.3 billion was donated to support missionaries, and a significant amount of this was spent on missionaries to Europe. p. 223. H. L. Mencken once opined, "The only really respectable Protestants are the fundamentalists. Unfortunately, they are also palpable idiots." Many share that opinion, especially in academia, but not Stark and Fink. They are particularly eager to dispel the familiar idea that the more fundamentalist or evangelical the denomination is, the less rational it is. Among the more common suggestions as to why evangelical churches grow are repressed sexuality, divorce, urbanization, racism, sexism, status anxieties, and rapid social change. Never do proponents of the old paradigm even explore possible religious explanations. For example, that people are drawn to the evangelical churches by a superior product. p. 30. People bear the heavy expenses of church membership, and the church in return contracts to support and supervise their exchanges with a god or gods. p. 103. Stark and Fink have worked this out carefully, and their driving premise is their Proposition 6. In pursuit of rewards, humans will seek to utilize and manipulate the supernatural. p. 90. Some people go it alone, but most think they need help. And that is what churches provide. Do churches actually manipulate the supernatural? Are Stark and Fink committed to the claim that exchanges with a god or gods really occur? No, they are studiously agnostic, or so they claim, on this score. They often point out that it can be perfectly rational to invest in a stock that turns out to be worthless, after all. In a later book, One True God, Historical Consequences of Monotheism, 2001, Stark takes on the role of mimetic engineer, analyzing the pros and cons of doctrine as if he were an advertising consultant. What sorts of gods have the greatest appeal? P2. Here he distinguishes two strategies. God as essence, such as Tillich's God as the ground of all being, entirely non-anthropomorphic, not in time and space, abstract. And God as conscious supernatural being, a God who listens to and answers prayers in real time, for instance. There is no more profound religious difference than that between faiths involving divine beings and those limited to divine essences, he says, and the latter he judges to be hopeless, because only divine beings do anything. P10. Supernatural conscious beings are much better sellers because the supernatural is the only plausible source of many benefits we greatly desire. PT12. People care about gods because, if they exist, they are potential exchange partners possessed of immense resources. Furthermore, untold billions of people are certain that gods do exist, precisely because they believe they have experienced long and satisfying exchange relations with them. P13. Because gods are conscious beings, they are potential exchange partners, because all beings are assumed to want something for which they might be induced to give something valuable. P15. 9. He adds that a responsive, fatherly God makes an extremely attractive exchange partner who can be counted on to maximize human benefits. P21. And he even proposes that a God without a counterbalancing Satan is an unstable concept, irrational and perverse. Why? Because one God of infinite scope must be responsible for everything, evil as well as good, and thus must be dangerously capricious, shifting intentions unpredictably and without reason. P24. This is pretty much the same raison d'etre that Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, the creators of Superman, appreciated when they invented kryptonite as something to counteract the Man of Steel. There is no drama possible, no defeats to overcome, no cliffhangers, if your hero is too powerful. But, unlike the concept of kryptonite, these concepts of God and Satan have free-floating rationales, and are not the brainchildren of any particular authors. I do not mean to suggest that this portrait of the gods is the product of conscious human creation. No one sat down and decided, let's believe in a supreme God, surround him/her with some subordinate beings, and postulate an inferior evil being on whom we can blame evil. Rather, this view tends to evolve over time because it is the most reasonable and satisfying conclusion from the available religious culture. pp. 25. 26. Stark's footnote on this passage is not to be missed, nor am I prepared to deny that this evolution reflects progressive human discovery of the truth. Ah, that's the ticket. The story doesn't just get better, it happens to get closer to the truth. A lucky break? Maybe not. Wouldn't a really good God arrange things that way? Maybe. But the fact that dramatic considerations so conveniently dictate the details of the story does provide an explanation of why the details are what they are, that rivals the traditional supposition that they are simply the God's honest truth. 4. A God you can talk to. The Pope traditionally prays for peace every Easter, and the fact that it has never had any effect whatsoever in preventing or ending a war never deters him. What goes through the Pope's mind about being rejected all the time? Does God have it in for him? Andy Rooney, sincerely. Andy Rooney. Whatever we may think of Stark's professed agnosticism on this score, surely he is right about the main shortcoming of highly abstract conceptions of God. Because divine essences are incapable of exchanges, they may present mysteries, but they pose no tactical questions and thus prompt no effort to discover terms of exchange. B16. Who can be loyal to a God who cannot be asked for anything? It doesn't have to be manna from heaven. As the comedian Emo Phillips once said, "When I was a child, I used to pray to God for a bicycle. But then I realized that God doesn't work in that way. So I stole a bike and prayed for forgiveness." And as Stark observes, rewards are always in limited supply, and some are entirely unavailable. At least they are not available here and now through conventional means. P17. A key marketing problem for religions, then, is how to entice the customer to wait. Recovery from cancer is rather minor compared with everlasting life. But perhaps the most significant aspect of otherworldly rewards is that the realization of these rewards is postponed often until after death. Consequently, in pursuit of otherworldly rewards, humans will accept an extended exchange relationship with gods. That is, humans will make periodic payments over a substantial length of time, often until death. P19. What can be done to keep people making their payments? Miraculous cures and prayed-for reversals of fortune go a long way, of course, by providing evidence of benefits received in this world by oneself or others, but even in their absence, there are design features that pay for themselves handily. The most interesting is the price inversion effect described by Stark and Fink, 2000. The answer can be found in elementary economics. Price is only one factor in any exchange. Quality is the other, and combined they yield an estimate of value. Herein lies the secret of the strength of high-attention religious groups. Despite being expensive, they offer greater value. Indeed, they are able to do so because they are expensive. P145. Tension refers to the degree of distinctiveness, separation, and antagonism between a religious group and the outside world. P143. So, in a spectrum from low to high, large established churches are low tension, and sects and cults are high tension. An expensive religion is one that is high in material, social, and psychic costs of belonging. It doesn't just cost time spent on religious duties and money in the collection plate. Belonging can incur a loss of social standing and actually exacerbate, not ameliorate, one's anxiety and suffering. But you get what you pay for. Unlike the heathen, you get saved for eternity. To the extent that one is motivated by religious value, one must prefer a higher-priced supplier. Not only do more expensive religious groups offer more valuable product, but in doing so, they generate levels of commitment needed to maximize individual levels of confidence in the religion, in the truth of the fundamental doctrines, in the efficacy of its practices, and in the certainty of its otherworldly promises. pp. 146-47. The more you have invested in your religion, the more you will be motivated to protect that investment. Stark and Fink are not alone in seeing that costliness can sometimes make good economic sense. For instance, the evolutionary economists Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis, 1998-2001, have developed formal models of communities that foster pro-social norms, cultural traits governing actions that affect the well-being of others, but that cannot be regulated by costlessly enforceable contracts. 2001 p. 345. Their models show that these pro-social effects depend on low-cost access to information about other community members, as well as the tendency to favor interactions with group members and restrict migration in and out, points that Stark and Fink make as well. 10. The high entry and exit costs are as crucial to the survival of such arrangements as the membrane surrounding a cell. Self-maintenance is costly and is made more efficient by a strict distinction between me and the rest of the world in the case of a cell, or between us and them in the case of a community. The work by Bowles and Gintis doesn't just provide formal support for some of the propositions defended by Stark and Fink. It shows that the deplorable xenophobia found in high-tension religious communities is not a specifically religious feature. Xenophobia, they argue, is the price any community or group must pay for a high level of internal trust and harmony, and moreover, it is a price we may in the end decide we have to be willing to pay. Far from being vestigial anachronisms, we think communities may become more rather than less important in the nexus of governance structures in the years to come, since communities may claim some success in addressing governance problems not amenable to market or state solution. Bowles and Gintis, 2001, p. 364. Stark and Fink's applications of rational choice theory to many of the trends and disparities observable in American religious denominations are not yet proven and have spirited detractors, but they are certainly worth further research. And the implications of some of their propositions are provocative indeed. For instance, Proposition 76. Even where competition is limited, religious firms can generate high levels of participation to the extent that the firms serve as the primary organizational vehicles for social conflict. Conversely, if religious firms become significantly less important as vehicles for social conflict, they will be correspondingly less able to generate commitment. p. 202. In other words, expect religious firms to exploit and exacerbate social conflict whenever possible, since it is a way of generating business. This can be good, Polish Catholic resistance to communism, or bad, the interminable conflict in Ireland. Detractors will say we already knew this about religions, but the claim that this is a systematic feature, which follows from other features and interacts with still others in ways that are predictable, is, if true, just the sort of fact we are going to want to understand deeply as we deal with social conflicts in the future. When religious leaders and their critics, both inside and outside their religions, consider possible reforms and improvements, they are setting themselves up, whether they like it or not, to be mimetic engineers, tinkering with the designs they have been bequeathed by tradition in order to adjust the observable effects, and some of the most telling observations in Stark and Fink's book are their biting criticisms of well-intentioned reforms that have backfired. Are they right about the principal reason for the precipitous decline in Catholics seeking a vocation in the Church after Vatican II? Previously, the Catholic Church had taught that priests and the religious, nuns and monks, were in a superior state of holiness. Now, despite their vows, they were just like everyone else. p. 177. The laity had gained some of the privileges of the priesthood without shouldering the burden of celibacy or a direct accountability to the church hierarchy. For many, the priesthood was no longer a good deal following the renewal efforts of Vatican II. p. 185. Or are they wrong? The only way to find out is to do the research. Unpalatability is not a reliable sign of falsehood, and the pious homilies that often guided earlier reformers need to be confirmed, disconfirmed, or else ignored. The stakes are too high for well-meant amateur blundering. As earlier, in my discussions of the work of Boyer, Wilson, and others, I am not declaring a verdict on the soundness or conclusiveness of any of this work, but only introducing what I take to be examples of the work that needs to be taken seriously from now on, and either firmly and fairly refuted, or, however begrudgingly, acknowledged for its genuine contributions to our understanding. In the case of Stark's refreshingly candid vision, I myself have deep misgivings, some of which will emerge when we turn to some of the complications that he so resolutely sets aside. Stark and Fink express their fundamental attitude well when they disparage Don Cupid's After God, The Future of Religion, 1997, which endorses a brand of religion from which all traces of the supernatural have been removed. But why would a religion without God have a future? Cupid's prescription strikes us as rather like expecting people to continue to buy soccer tickets and gather in the stands to watch players who, for lack of a ball, just stand around. If there are no supernatural beings, then there are no miracles. There is no salvation. Prayer is pointless. The commandments are but ancient wisdom, and death is the end. In which case the rational person would have nothing to do with church. Or, more accurately, a rational person would have nothing to do with a church like that. p. 146. Strong language, but they must recognize that Cupid and the others who have turned away from their vision of God the deal-maker were well aware of its narrow attractions and must have had their reasons, articulated or not, for resisting it so artfully for so long. What can be said in favor of the goddess essence path, or rather paths, since there have been many different ways of trying to conceive of God in less anthropomorphic terms? I think the key can be found in some of Stark and Fink's own observations. Given the fact that religion is risky goods and that people often can increase their flow of immediate benefits through religious inactivity, it seems unlikely that any amount of pluralism and vigorous marketing can ever achieve anything close to total market penetration. The proportion of Americans who actually belong to a specific church congregation, as opposed to naming a religious preference when asked, has hovered around 65% for many decades, showing no tendency to respond even to major economic cycles. p. 257. It will be interesting to try to learn more about the 35% who are just not cut out for church, as well as the proportion of those churchgoers who are not cut out for high-tension, expensive religions of the sort Stark favors. They exist all over the world. According to Stark and Fink, there are godless religions, but their followings are restricted to small elites, as in the case of the elite forms of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. p. 290n. The attractions of Unitarianism, Episcopalianism, and Reform Judaism are not restricted to the Abrahamic traditions, and if the elites find that they just cannot bring themselves to believe they have experienced long and satisfying exchange relations with God, why do they persist with something they call religion at all? Chapter 7. The human proclivity for groupishness is less calculated and prudential than it appears in some economic models, but also more complicated than the evolved herding instinct of some animals. What complicates the picture is human language and culture, and the perspective of memes permits us to comprehend how the phenomena of human allegiance are influenced by a mixture of free-floating and well-tethered rationales. We can make progress by acknowledging that submission to a religion need not be cast as a deliberate economic decision, while also recognizing the analytic and predictive power of the perspective that views religions as designed systems competing in a dynamic marketplace for adherents with different needs and tastes. Chapter 8. The stewardship of religious ideas creates a powerful phenomenon. Belief in belief, which radically transforms the content of the underlying beliefs, making rational investigation of them difficult, if not impossible. Chapter 8. Belief in belief. 1. You better believe it. I think God honors the fact that I want to believe in Him, whether I feel sure or not. Anonymous informant quoted by Alan Wolfe in The Transformation of American Religion. The proof that the devil exists, acts, and succeeds is precisely that we no longer believe in him. Denis de Rougemont, The Devil's Share. At the end of Chapter 1, I promised to return to Hume's question in his dialogues concerning natural religion, the question of whether we have good reasons for believing in God, and in this chapter, I will keep that promise. The preceding chapters have laid some new foundations for this inquiry, but also uncovered some problems besetting it that need to be addressed before any effective confrontation between theism and atheism can take place. Once our ancestors became reflective and hyper-reflective about their own beliefs, and thus appointed themselves stewards of the beliefs they thought most important, the phenomenon of believing in belief became a salient social force in its own right, sometimes 200, eclipsing the lower-order phenomena that were its object. Consider a few cases that are potent today. Because many of us believe in democracy and recognize that the security of democracy in the future depends critically on maintaining the belief in democracy, we are eager to quote and quote end quote Winston Churchill's famous line, "Democracy is the worst form of government, except all the other forms that have been tried." As stewards of democracy, we are often conflicted, eager to point to flaws that ought to be repaired, yet just as eager to reassure people that the flaws are not that bad, that democracy can police itself, so their faith in it is not misplaced. The same point can be made about science. Since the belief in the integrity of scientific procedures is almost as important as the actual integrity, there is always a tension between a whistleblower and the authorities, even when they know that they have mistakenly conferred scientific respectability on a fraudulently obtained result. Should they quietly reject the offending work and discreetly dismiss the perpetrator, or make a big stink? 1. And certainly, some of the intense public fascination with celebrity trials is to be explained by the fact that belief in the rule of law is considered a vital ingredient in our society. So, if famous people are seen to be above the law, this jeopardizes the general trust in the rule of law. Hence, we are interested not just in the trial, but in the public reactions to the trial and the reactions to those reactions, creating a spiraling inflation of media coverage. We who live in democracies have become somewhat obsessed with gauging public opinion on all manner of topics, and for good reason. In a democracy, it really matters what the people believe. If the public cannot be mobilized into extended periods of outrage by reports of corruption, or the torturing of prisoners by our agents, for instance, our democratic checks and balances are in jeopardy. In his hopeful book, Development as Freedom, 1999, and elsewhere, see especially Sen, 2003. The Nobel laureate economist Amartya Sen makes the important point that you don't have to win an election to achieve your political aims. Even in shaky democracies, what the leaders believe about the beliefs that prevail in their countries influences what they take their realistic options to be, so belief maintenance is an important political goal in its own right. Even more important than political beliefs, in the eyes of many, are what we might call metaphysical beliefs. Nihilism, the belief in nothing, has been seen by many to be a deeply dangerous virus, for obvious reasons. When Friedrich Nietzsche hit upon his idea of the eternal recurrence, he thought he had proved that we relive our lives infinitely many times. His first inclination, according to some stories, was to kill himself without revealing the proof, in order to spare others from this life-destroying belief. 2. Belief in the belief that something matters is understandably strong and widespread. Belief in free will is another vigorously protected vision for the same reasons, and those whose investigations seem to others to jeopardize it are sometimes deliberately misrepresented in order to discredit what is seen as a dangerous trend. Dennett, 2003c. The physicist Paul Davies, 2004, has recently defended the view that belief in free will is so important that it may be a fiction worth maintaining. It is interesting that he doesn't seem to think that his own discovery of the awful truth, what he takes to be the awful truth, incapacitates him morally, but believes that others, more fragile than he, will need to be protected from it. Being the unwitting or uncaring bearer of good news or bad news is one thing. Being the self-appointed champion of a meme is something quite different. Once people start committing themselves, in public or just in their hearts, to particular ideas, a strange dynamic process is brought into being, in which the original commitment gets buried in pearly layers of defensive reaction and meta-reaction. Personal rules are a recursive mechanism. They continually take their own pulse, and if they feel it falter, that very fact will cause further faltering. The psychiatrist George Ainsley observes in his remarkable book Breakdown of Will, 2001 p. 88. He describes the dynamic of these processes in terms of competing strategic commitments that can contest for control in an organization or an individual. Once you start living by a set of explicit rules, the stakes are raised. When you lapse, What should you do? Punish yourself? Forgive yourself? Pretend you didn't notice? After a lapse, the long-range interest is in the awkward position of a country that has threatened to go to war in a particular circumstance that has then occurred. The country wants to avoid war without destroying the credibility of its threat, and may therefore look for ways to be seen as not having detected the circumstance. Your long-range interest will suffer if you catch yourself ignoring a lapse, but perhaps not if you can arrange to ignore it without catching yourself. This arrangement, too, must go undetected, which means that a successful process of ignoring must be among the many mental expedients that arise by trial and error, the ones you keep simply because they make you feel better without your realizing why. p. 150. This idea that there are myths we live by, myths that must not be disturbed at any cost, is always in conflict with our ideal of truth-seeking and truth-telling, sometimes with lamentable results. For example, racism is at long last widely recognized as a great social evil. So many reflective people have come to endorse the second-order belief that belief in the equality of all people, regardless of their race, is to be vigorously fostered. How vigorously? Here, people of goodwill differ sharply. Some believe that belief in racial differences is so pernicious that even when it is true, it is to be squelched. This has led to some truly unfortunate excesses. For instance, there are clear clinical data about how people of different ethnicity are differently susceptible to disease or respond differently to various drugs, but such data are considered off-limits by some researchers and some funders of research. This has the perverse effect that strongly indicated avenues of research are deliberately avoided, much to the detriment of the health of the ethnic groups involved. 3. Ainsley uncovers strategic belief maintenance in a wide variety of cherished human practices. Activities that are spoiled by counting them or counting on them have to be undertaken through indirection if they are to stay valuable. For instance, romance undertaken for sex, or even to be loved, is thought of as crass, as are some of the most lucrative professions if undertaken for money, or performance art if done for effect. Too great an awareness of the motivational contingencies for sex, affection, money, or applause spoils the effort, and not only because it undeceives the other people involved. Beliefs about the intrinsic worth of these activities are valued beyond whatever accuracy these beliefs might have, because they promote the needed indirection. In press. Though not at all restricted to religion, belief in belief is nowhere else a more fecund engine of elaboration. Ainsley surmises that it explains some of the otherwise baffling epistemic taboos found in religions. From priesthood to fortune-telling, contact with the intuitive seems to need some kind of divination. This is all the more true for approaches that cultivate a sense of empathy with a god. Several religions forbid the attempt to make their deity more tangible by drawing pictures of him, and Orthodox Judaism forbids even naming him. The experience of God's presence is supposed to come through some kind of invitation that he may or may not accept, not through invocation. 2001 p. 192. What do people do when they discover that they no longer believe in God? Some of them don't do anything. They don't stop going to church, and they don't even tell their loved ones. They just quietly get on with their lives, living as morally or immorally as they did before. Others, such as Don Cupid, author of After God, The Future of Religion, feel the need to cast about for a religious creed that they can endorse with a straight face. They have a firm belief that belief in God is something to preserve, so when they find the traditional concepts of God frankly incredible, they don't give up. They seek a substitute, and the search, once again, need not be all that conscious and deliberate. Without ever being frankly aware that a cherished ideal is endangered in some way, people may be strongly moved by a nameless dread, the sinking sense of a loss of conviction, a threat intuited but not articulated that needs to be countered vigorously. This puts them in a state of mind that makes them particularly receptive to novel emphases that somehow seem right or fitting. Like sausage making and the crafting of legislation in a democracy, creed revision is a process that is upsetting to watch too closely. So it is no wonder that the fog of mystery descends so gracefully over it. Much has been written over the centuries about the historic processes by which polytheisms turned into monotheism, belief in gods being replaced by belief in God. What is less often stressed is how this belief in God joined forces with the belief in God to motivate the migration of the concept of God in the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, away from concrete anthropomorphism to ever more abstract and depersonalized concepts. What is remarkable about this can be illuminated by contrast with other conceptual shifts that have occurred during the same period. Fundamental concepts can certainly change over time. Our concept of matter has changed quite radically from the days of the ancient Greek atomists. Our scientific conceptions of time and space today, thanks to clocks and telescopes and Einstein and others, are different from theirs as well. Some historians and philosophers have argued that these shifts are not as gradual as they may at first appear, but rather are abrupt saltations, so drastic that the before and after concepts are incommensurable in some way. 4. Are any of these conceptual revisions actually so revolutionary as to render communication across the ages impossible, as some have argued? The case is hard to make, since we can apparently chart the changes accurately and in detail, understanding them all as we go. In particular, there seems no reason to believe that our everyday conceptions of space and time would be even somewhat alien to Alexander the Great, say, or Aristophanes. We would have little difficulty conversing with either of them about today, tomorrow, and last year, or the thousands of yards or paces between Athens and Baghdad. But if we tried to converse with the ancients about God, we would find a much larger chasm separating us. I can think of no other concept that has undergone so dramatic a deformation. It is as if their concept of milk had turned into our concept of health, or as if their concept of fire had turned into our concept of energy. You can't literally drink health or literally extinguish energy, and today, according to many but not all believers, you can't literally listen to God or literally sit beside him, but these would be strange claims indeed to the original monotheists. The Old Testament Jehovah, or Yahweh, was quite definitely a superman, a he, not a she, who could take sides in battles and be both jealous and wrathful. The original New Testament Lord is more forgiving and loving, but still a father, not a mother, or a genderless force, and active in the world, needless to say, through his miracle-performing Son. The genderless person without a body, who nevertheless answers prayers in real time, Stark's conscious, supernatural being, is still far too anthropomorphic for some, who prefer to speak of a higher power, Stark's essence, whose characteristics are beyond comprehension, aside from the fact that they are, in some incomprehensible way, good, not evil. 5. Does the higher power have creative intelligence? In what way? Does it not he or she care about us? About anything? The fog of mystery has descended conveniently over all the anthropomorphic features that have not been abandoned outright. And a further adaptation has been grafted on. It is impolite to ask about these matters. If you persist, you are likely to get a response along these lines. God can see you when you're doing something evil in the dark, but he does not have eyelids and never blinks, you silly, rude person. And of course, he can read your mind even when you are careful not to talk to yourself. But still he prefers you to pray to him in words, and don't ask me how or why. These are mysteries we finite mortals will never understand. People of all faiths have been taught that any such questioning is somehow insulting or demeaning to their faith, and must be an attempt to ridicule their views. What a fine protective screen this virus provides, permitting it to shed the antibodies of skepticism effortlessly. But it doesn't always work, and when the skepticism becomes more threatening, stronger measures can be invoked. One of the most effective is also one of the most transparent. The old diabolical lie, the term comes from de Rougemont, 1944, who speaks of the putative proclivity of the father of lies for appearing as his own opposite. It is, almost literally, a trick with mirrors. And, like many good magic tricks, it's so simple that it's hard to believe it could ever work. Novice magicians often have to steel themselves to perform tricks the first time in public. It just doesn't seem possible that audiences will fall for these. But they do. If I were designing a phony religion, I'd surely include a version of this little gem. But I'd have a hard time saying it with a straight face. If anybody ever raises questions or objections about our religion that you cannot answer, that person is almost certainly Satan. In fact, the more reasonable the person is, the more eager to engage you in open-minded and congenial discussion, the more sure you can be that you're talking to Satan in disguise. Turn away. Do not listen. It's a trap. What is particularly cute about this trick is that it is a perfect wild card, so lacking in content that any sect or creed or conspiracy can use it effectively. Communist cells can be warned that any criticism they encounter is almost sure to be the work of FBI infiltrators in disguise. And radical feminist discussion groups can squelch any unanswerable criticism by declaring it to be phallocentric propaganda being unwittingly spread by a brainwashed dupe of the evil patriarchy, and so forth. This all-purpose loyalty enforcer is paranoia in a pill, sure to keep the critics muted if not silent. Did anyone invent this brilliant adaptation? Or is it a wild meme that domesticated itself by attaching itself to whatever memes were competing for hosts in its neighborhood? Nobody knows. But now it is available for anybody to use. Although if this book has any success, its virulence should diminish as people begin to recognize it for what it is. A milder and more constructive response to relentless skepticism is the vigorous academic industry of theological discussion and research, very respectfully inquiring into the possible interpretations of the various creeds. This earnest intellectual exercise scratches the skeptical itch of those few people who are uncomfortable with the creeds they were taught as children and is ignored by everybody else. Most people don't feel the need to examine the details of the religious propositions they profess. Mystery is declared to surround the various conceptions of God, but there is nothing mysterious about the process of transformation, which is clear for all to see and has been described, and often decried, by generations of would-be stewards of this important idea. Why don't the stewards just coin new terms for the revised conceptions and let go of the traditional terms, along with the discarded conceptions? After all, we don't persist in the outmoded medical terminology of humors and apoplexy, or insist on finding something in contemporary physics or chemistry to identify as phlogiston. Nobody has proposed that we have discovered the identity of elan vital, the secret ingredient that distinguishes living things from mere matter. It's DNA. The vitalists just didn't have the right conception of it, but they knew there had to be something. Why do people insist on calling the higher power? They believe in God. The answer is clear. The believers in the belief in God have appreciated that the continuity of professing requires continuity of nomenclature. That brand loyalty is a feature so valuable that it would be foolish to tamper with it. So, whatever other reforms you may want to institute, don't try to replace the word God, Jehovah, Theos, Deus, the Almighty, our Lord, Allah, when you tinker with your religion. 6. In the beginning was the Word. I have to say that it has worked pretty well after a fashion. For 1,000 years, roughly, we've entertained a throng of variously deanthropomorphized, intellectualized concepts of God, all more or less peacefully coexisting in the minds of believers. Since everybody calls his or her version God, there is something we can all agree about. We all believe in God. We're not atheists. But of course it doesn't work that well. If Lucy believes that rock, Hudson, is to die for, and Desi believes that rock, music, is to die for, they really don't agree on anything, do they? The problem is not new. Back in the 18th century, Hume had already decided that our idea of a deity had shifted so much that the gods of antiquity simply didn't count, being too anthropomorphic. To anyone who considers justly of the matter, it will appear that the gods of all polytheists are not better than the elves and fairies of our ancestors, and merit as little any pious worship or veneration. These pretended religionists are really a kind of superstitious atheists and acknowledge no being that corresponds to our idea of a deity. No first principle of mind or thought, no supreme government and administration, no divine contrivance or intention in the fabric of the world. 1777, p. 33. More recently, and chiding in the opposite direction, Stark and Fink, 2000, expressed dismay at the atheistic views of John Shelby Spong, the Episcopal bishop in Newark, whose God is not anthropomorphic enough. In his 1998 book, Why If you've made it this far, part 2 is already waiting for you.